Chapter 440. Li Xiaoman, it really is you. We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. Zhang Wenchang found it difficult to calm down. His life had been gloomy in the past few years. Being able to see an old friend from the other side of the universe made him feel close and excited. Zhang Wenchang, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Li Xiaoman was dressed in white. She was beautiful and gave people a very peaceful feeling. I'm fine. Zhang Wenchang was very slow. After the initial excitement, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to remember the past. I heard about you. Rest well. Li Xiaoman looked at Yi Fan calmly. It's fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. How can a scourge like me die? Yi Fan smiled. At this moment, some disciples of the Star Peak flew over. They were all outstanding successors with great cultivations. They landed on the ground and walked towards Yi Fan. Brother Yi, I never thought you would return a grand mystery. Although these people were warm, there was a sliver of fear. They couldn't let go. Back then, Yi Fan had made the disciples of the Star Peak dispirited. Even now, they could not forget that. No one had thought that in around 2 years, he would be able to stir up such a storm. Even though he was about to die, no one dared to underestimate him. A young king from the central continent has arrived. Senior brother Hua can't leave right now. He's afraid that brother Yi will leave, so he sent us to welcome you first. He'll come personally later, someone said. Junior sister Xiaoman is here too. Someone greeted. You can go. I'll go with them to see senior brother Hua in a while. Clearly, Li Xiaoman's identity was not ordinary. They all nodded and left. Zhang Wenchang was slow, but he was very nostalgic. He spoke much more than before. He felt that the closest people in the world were his old classmates. Li Xiaoman's eyes were like water as she stared at Yi Fan quietly. She said, Do you really not have much time left? I don't have to die. In the northern region, the Supreme God King invited a divine doctor for me. He said that as long as I sever my cultivation, I can live. Then just live a peaceful life as a mortal, Li Xiaoman said. In the distance, a blue light flashed, and a blue-clothed man appeared. He was even more noble and pure than a woman. He was extremely quick-witted, like a banished immortal. He had an otherworldly temperament, and it was precisely Hua Yunfei. Jiang Yifei's elegance and Hua Yunfei's ethereal, immortal-like nature left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Hua Yunfei, in particular, made him fearful. Currently, the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness was filled with outstanding talents. However, the powerful Hua Yunfei was still hiding in the southern region. His name was not well known, and very few people knew about him. Welcome back, Brother Yi. Hua Yunfei had a warm smile on his face as he welcomed Yi Futian personally. Yi Fan also revealed a bright smile and said, It has been 2 years since we last met. Brother Hua is even more elegant than before. How can I compare to Brother Yi? Right now, your name has shaken the world. Who doesn't know of you? Hua Yunfei smiled and shook his head, revealing his sparkling teeth. He was extremely sincere as he said, In the past, you once cultivated here. Even though you have left, the doors of Taixuan will always be open for you. Brother Hua's words really moved my heart. As Yi Fan said this, he could not help but cough. A faint golden blood seeped out. Brother Yi, are you okay? Hua Yunfei went up and asked anxiously and concernedly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yi Fan shook his head and used a white handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Hua Yunfei turned to face Li Xiaoman and said softly, Junior sister Li Xiaoman, bring me the sacred medicine that I have treasured. Sacred medicine. Li Xiaoman was shocked. It is the sacred medicine that the founder of Taixuan left behind. I think it can reduce Brother Ye's injuries. Hua Yunfei smiled warmly. Li Xiaoman nodded. She glanced at Yi Fan and then flew away. There is no need to do this. My injuries are fine. Yi Fan shook his head. As he spoke, he wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi, you are a genius from ancient times. One day, you will rule the world. You will definitely get through this. Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Even though he was frowning, he was still as ethereal as an immortal. Senior brother Hua, the Yaoguang virgin is here, someone reported to Hua Yunfei. Brother Yi, please don't leave. I have invited a few geniuses. In a while, we will drink and talk. I'm going to welcome Goddess Yao Shi. Hua Yunfei apologized to Yi Fan. He was also very polite to Zhang Wenchang and asked him to wait for a while. Brother Hua, there is no need to be so polite with me, Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched him leave. It was hard to say how strong Hua Yunfei was. In the past, Ji Ziyue had solemnly said that before the god body Ji Haoyue was born, there had been a shocking battle. His opponent was Hua Yunfei, and they had been evenly matched. In the end, the god body Ji Haoyue had paid a great price to win. This was what Ji Ziyue had said when she first saw Hua Yunfei. After that, Hua Yunfei went into seclusion for 2 years. The god body was only born 2 years later. However, the two of them did not fight again. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to be in deep thought. Is he very strong? Zhang Wenchang asked. He had heard of the god body, but he had never heard of the name Hua Yunfei. This was someone who dared to kill Ji Haoyue and his sister. How could he not be strong? However, Yi Fan could not tell Zhang Wenchang about this. Otherwise, it would only bring trouble to him. When you cultivate in Taixuan, do not provoke him. It is best to stay in the humble peak and not leave the mountain easily. In Yi Fan's opinion, Hua Yunfei was on the same level as Yao Guang's saint. Back then, he had only lost to Ji Haoyue by 1 move. Many years had passed. Now that he was fighting with the god body, it was hard to say who was stronger. The Taixuan sect does not have ancient scriptures, but he has such cultivation. He can fight against the god body. How shocking, Yi Fan said to himself. He had never underestimated Hua Yunfei. Other than his cultivation, this person had hidden himself very well. Who would have thought that he had wanted to kill Ji Ziyue? Every time he thought of this, he was very afraid. Not long later, Hua Yunfei returned. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was the Yao Guang saint. I know that the two of you have misunderstood, but the past is like smoke. Everything is in the past. Today you are my honored guests. Hua Yunfei seemed to be afraid that the two of them would fight. How could that be? Brother Hua, you worry too much. Yi Fan smiled and looked at the Yao Guang saint. Goddess Yao Shi, we have not seen each other for many months. You're the same as before, like a shining pearl, like a beautiful lotus. Yao Shi responded with a moving smile, but in reality, she was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. Yi Fan had suppressed her in the fire divine furnace for nearly half a year. Moreover, he had stolen one of her bras. Every time she thought of it, she felt like she was going crazy. However, at this time, she did not seem abnormal. On the contrary, her smile was beautiful, and there was an intoxicating light in her eyes. Hua Yunfei had indeed invited some geniuses. In front of them, flowers and plants were fragrant, and there was a spiritual spring. There was a purple bamboo forest, and there were many extraordinary people in the pavilions. Wang Chongxiao came from the Central Plains and was a young king. His expression was cold, and he did not move. However, when he saw Yi Fan walk over, he suddenly stood up, and his murderous aura filled the air. You want to kill me? Yi Fan walked straight towards him, and there was a cold smile on his face. He was quite domineering. Everyone present was very nervous, and they all stood up. One was a king from the Central Plains, and the other was a saint from the Eastern Wasteland. The two of them met, and they actually wanted to fight. Please calm down, you two. Hua Yunfei hurriedly stepped forward and stood between them. During the last battle, my body reacted to you. Just now, when I saw you, I was naturally a bit too agitated. Wang Chongxiao sat down. Yi Fan could not help but cough. He used a white cloth to wipe away a trace of blood. Many people's eyes flashed with a strange light. Everyone sat down, and Hua Yunfei smiled as he introduced them. Other than Wang Chongxiao, there were 2 other geniuses from the Middle State. One was the saint of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other was a princess from the ancient Hua dynasty. There were also a dozen cultivators from the southern region. However, other than Yao Shi and Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect, the others were not very famous. Everyone drank and talked. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and there was no longer the nervousness from before. During this time, Hua Yunfei played a song. The music seemed to come from the nine heavens, causing many flowers to bloom in advance. Many spiritual birds landed and danced with him. His Guqin skills had long entered the realm of the path, and everyone was amazed. Their hearts rippled. If he fought against an enemy, his music could probably kill them without them knowing. Not long later, Li Xiaoman came over. In her hand was a small purple jade cauldron. It was only the size of a palm. The moment she opened the lid, a fragrance wafted over. "Brother Yi, please take this medicine. It will definitely slow down your injuries." Hua Yunfei personally brought it to Yi Fan. "I know my own injuries. There's no need to waste such a spiritual pill." Yi Fan shook his head. "This is the 9 orifices exquisite pill made by the founder of the Taishan sect. It definitely has a magical effect," Hua Yunfei said. Many people were shocked. Many of them had heard of this pill before. Even Yao, she was moved. She said, "Back then, the founder of your sect made 108 of them. Now, there are probably only a few left, right?" Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect was also shocked. "This pill can almost heal the dead. Although it can't compare to a magical medicine, it can extend life. I was lucky enough to get one. I really can't bear to see a genius like Brother Yi die. I want to help him get through this." Hua Yunfei passed the small cauldron to Yi Fan. In the purple cauldron, there was a pill the size of a baby's fist. It had 9 orifices, and it looked like a small ginseng baby. Its entire body shone with purple light. Yi Fan declined and then accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Hua, for the pill." This was indeed a gathering to discuss the Tao. Everyone present shared some of their insights in cultivation, and even the arrogant Wang Chongxiao shared some of his experiences. Yi Fan was very surprised. This person looked down on the cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory and could still sit here today. Hua Yunfei indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, I heard that you fought with Yi Huiling and were stopped by a mysterious person. What happened? Where did Lady Yi go?" Hearing this, everyone looked over. Everyone present had heard this rumor. Because of this, Wang Chongxiao had disappeared for a long time. Yi Huiling is definitely not dead. The person who ambushed us that day was very powerful. He is definitely someone from the older generation. Wang Chongxiao gritted his teeth and refused to say anything more. In the end, Yi Fan coughed up blood and left early. The gathering also ended. They agreed to meet again in 7 days. "Brother Yi, are you really going to leave? Why don't you stay in Taishan for a while? Goddess Yao Shi, Wang Chongxiao, and Princess Guhua are all geniuses. We will meet again in 7 days. It will be very beneficial to interact with each other." Hua Yunfei sincerely urged him to stay. "I need to find a way to prolong my life. I can't waste any more time. I can only leave now. Brother Hua, we will meet again. Thank you for your kindness." Yi Fan bid farewell. Li Xiaoman saw him off and said, "There is no choice. Just cut off your cultivation. Actually, being immortal is good. I know what to do." Yi Fan left. He and Zhang Wenchang returned to the humble peak and met Li Ruoyu alone. He said, "Senior, please do me a favor." "What is it?" "Help me stop a terrifying person," Yi Fan said. "What happened?" Li Ruoyu did not understand. "I am sure that someone wants to kill me. Please follow me for a few days and help me stop a terrifying old man. If someone from the younger generation attacks me, I will get rid of him myself. You are sure that someone wants to kill you?" Li Ruoyu's eyes were as calm as water. "Yes, I am sure that someone wants to make a move." Yi Fan was very sure. "Since you already know, why don't you retreat? Why do you still want to meet him?" Li Ruoyu asked. "Because I want to confirm one thing," Yi Fan replied. On that day, Yi Fan left the Supreme Mystery Sect and headed towards the Yin capital. He walked very slowly and was not in a hurry. He paid close attention to everything in the dark. Buzz! On the 7th day, a dazzling light descended from the sky and slapped towards him. It was a huge purple hand that covered the sky and the earth. The shockwave it released was as terrifying as the ocean. Bang! Li Ruoyu appeared. He raised a single hand to the sky and reached out a large earthen yellow hand to block. With a rumbling sound, the peak of a nearby mountain range was sent flying. One could well imagine how terrifying this power was. So ruthless. He is actually comparable to the Divine Lord. Yifan's heart jumped. He was very worried for Li Ruoyu. Peng. Li Ruoyu was very calm. He comprehended the mysteries of the mountains and rivers. In this forest, he was like a deity as a domain appeared. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Giant vines were like dragons as they covered the sky. There were plants everywhere. They grew in the void and flowed with terrifying power. Every blade of grass, every vine, every tree was absorbing power from the void. One could see their roots splitting open the space and completely covering this place. A skinny old man was forced out. He was trapped in this natural domain and could not rush out. This was an existence that was not much weaker than a divine lord. He was extremely powerful, and his magical power overflowed into the sky. He shattered a mountain peak, but he still could not rush out. Pop! An ancient vine bloomed in the void and absorbed the power of the void. It rushed out like a dragon and wrapped around the old man. Who are you? I seem to have sensed your aura before. Li Ruoyu calmly faced the expert who was imprisoned in the void. Brat, you are actually so crafty. The skinny expert did not reply to Li Ruoyu. Instead, he coldly stared at Yifan. I already knew that you would come to kill me. Yifan sneered and said, Since you can't kill me, then I'm sorry. I will go kill him. Chapter 441. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. This withered old man was fearless. He didn't respond to Li Ruoyu at all and only stared at him. You want to keep me here? That's impossible. The withered old man's words were cold. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, appearing extremely sinister. His spine shot out rays of light that shot into the heavens, crushing the surrounding vegetation to pieces. This was a soul-shaking sword radiance that cut apart a mountain peak. Rubble scattered into the clouds as sword energy pierced through the heavens and swept out in all directions. How long? The spine shot out sword radiance. It was extremely strange, but it was unstoppable. It was incomparably terrifying. A mountain peak was cut apart at the waist and collapsed. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. Earth and stone flew everywhere like raging waves crashing against the shore. The entire world trembled, making one feel suffocated. A terrifying storm of energy wreaked havoc with great momentum that shook the hearts. Like a flood that reached the heavens, the sword energy that pierced through the clouds completely destroyed this mountainous region, completely flattening it. There wasn't a single trace left behind, turning it into a barren desert. Pu-Piu, the vegetation that took root in the void, constantly collapsed. Even though they absorbed the power of the void and possessed a sturdy and immortal divine radiance, they still couldn't stop this sword radiance. All types of ancient vines and towering old trees were originally engraved in the void, turning into Tao diagrams that were mysterious and unfathomable. But they were still cut apart and broken apart one by one. Half-step supreme being. Yifan was shocked. This withered and mysterious old man's strength was incomparably powerful, leaving one speechless. If he took another half-step forward, he would be comparable to a holy lord. This old man will send you on your way. His smile was cold, and his killing intent soared into the clouds. The invisible killing intent turned into a peerless edge that aimed straight at the source of others. Pop! Old man Li Ruoyu frowned. He reached out a finger, and a refreshing aura of vegetation filled the air. His finger turned into a towering tree that blocked the invisible killing intent. Pooh! The towering old tree had branches like dragons and lush green leaves, but at this time, it was continuously wounded. Leaves fell in disorder as a terrifying divine force rushed out. The natural great Tao resisted the formless killing intent, obliterating the peerless sharpness and slowly dispelling the powerful killing intent. These were two extremes. The emaciated and mysterious old man's killing intent shot into the sky, and his entire body was like an unsheathed, peerless, and ferocious sword, whereas Li Ruoyu was carefree, as if he was strolling in a beautiful painting. Li Ruoyu, Don't think that you can gain a foothold in the Southern Territory just because you've comprehended the humble peak. I'll let you know what an immortal inheritance is. The mysterious old man was becoming more and more domineering. His entire body was filled with killing intent, as if a demonic blade had come back to life. The kind of aura was so powerful that it made people's flesh and blood spasm uncontrollably. Boom! His body released endless radiance. Terrifying divine radiance shot in all directions. He was as resplendent as a sun, raising this place to the ground. Clang! The shriveled old man's spine creaked, and a holy sword actually appeared. His right hand grasped the hilt of the sword, and he slowly pulled it out. Clang, clang! Blinding divine radiance and terrifying sword cries pierced through metal and cracked stone, almost shattering one's soul. This was an undying sword intent that could shatter one's soul. He used his spine as a sheath, and a terrifying divine sword was born. With every inch he pulled out, a terrifying aura would appear, and the entire ground would crack open. Boom! The sword was not completely unsheathed, but the killing intent had already engulfed the world. The sword radiance was everywhere, or perhaps it should be called terrifying sword waves. The shriveled old man slowly pulled out the sword. The exposed 3-inch blade vibrated with ripple-like fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it was destroyed. Pop! In the sky, leaves withered and broken wood fell. The sword intent cut through the natural Tao, destroying everything as it pressed forward. Die! The shriveled old man shouted, and his right hand quickly pulled out the sword. His entire body was dazzling, and the sword radiance split the sky. Clang! The divine sword that was born in his spine was completely pulled out by him. It was even more resplendent than 10 suns combined together. Sword of man! The shriveled old man roared. The earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. Several meter-wide cracks appeared under his feet, and they extended into the distance. It was extremely terrifying. The divine sword in his hand slashed down towards Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan. It was known as the Sword of Man, and it displayed the power of the human body to the extreme. Even the void was split in half. The blazing sword radiance became the only thing between the heaven and earth, covering up everything. At this moment, the Sword of Man became eternal. The world-shocking sword radiance split the void in half, and the earth was split into a great ravine that stretched as far as the eye could see. Walala! The green leaves swayed, and an ancient vine appeared. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, and it took root in the void. It surrounded Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan in the center, blocking the supreme killing sword. It's useless. Sword of Man, break from me! The shriveled old man roared. The terrifying great sword came crashing down, and the void was cut open and melted. It was simply impossible to block. Yi Fan was horrified. No wonder this old man didn't respond to Li Ruoyu's words when he was trapped not long ago, and instead only stared at him as if he wanted to kill him. It was clear that this old man had a powerful trump card. He was confident in his backing. Half-step great figures were terrifying after all. Wong. Heaven and earth trembled. The ancient vine was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if it was a hibernating horned dragon. It swayed about, and the giant leaves flickered with green light. A fresh and natural aura filled the air. Kacha! The ancient vine was incomparably strong, and its old skin was rough like dragon scales. Its roots pierced into the void, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Break for me! The shriveled old man shouted. Exceptional sword radiance hacked down. Even though the void was collapsing, the ancient vine didn't break. It was like a horned dragon, bold and majestic. Vine flowers bloomed one after another, filled with endless vitality. Every flower was a Tao diagram that condensed in the void. This world immediately stabilized, becoming completely fixed in place. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The roots took root in the void, condensing the power of the void in an endless stream. It connected with the Great Tao, becoming one. This was the power of the natural Great Tao. This was a grand Tao diagram that covered this small world. Everything was harmonious and natural. The human sword couldn't cut in. Moreover, the ancient vine was like a true dragon, extending towards him, wishing to bind him and forever seal him in this domain. The heavens were immeasurable, the earth far immeasurable. In this small world of the natural Great Tao, Li Ruoyu became a deity, possessing unstoppable Tao force. He waved his hand. The ancient vine extended out, piercing through the void, obliterating the human sword. It wrapped around the shriveled old man at the center. Vine flowers flickered one after another. The Tao diagram was like an abyss, immeasurably deep as it suppressed forward. Li Ruoyu, you are quite formidable. The shriveled old man's expression changed. He then attacked with everything he had, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, he stopped moving. His body flowed with a terrifying aura. He said coldly, I don't believe you can suppress me. Tremendous fluctuations erupted, destroying the plains like a mountain flood. Waves reached high into the sky. The mysterious old man's figure immediately dimmed. That place became darker and darker. In the end, he turned into a black hole. Terrifying fluctuations originated from the pitch-black center. It began to devour everything in an incomparably crazy manner. The ancient vines broke apart, and the withered branches were thrown into disorder. They rushed forward together and were swallowed up by the black hole. The power of the natural Great Tao was like a tsunami that broke through a dam. I'll take your power and use it for me. Let's see how you resist. The shriveled old man sneered. At this time, he became a black abyss that devoured everything. It was difficult to see his figure anymore. The natural force in the void was completely sucked dry. Extremely terrifying fluctuations destroyed everything. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan couldn't stand still. The space around them collapsed, and the great earth shattered. In the distance, a mountain peak split apart. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was crazily swallowed up by the black hole. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan were also surrounded by the black hole and were about to be sucked in. A great crisis descended. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This strange demonic art was terrifying after all. Exuberant life energy erupted. An ancient tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves were lush and lush. It engraved itself in the void, and its leaves rustled. 9 Tao diagrams actually fell down. It was as if they grew from this ancient tree. From the crown of the tree all the way down to the roots, they melted together with the void and became one with the Great Tao. The natural energy was flourishing to the extreme. The Great Tao of heaven and earth was at his disposal. This was the true embodiment of this. Li Ruoyu sat on the crown of the tree, not moving at all. This is useless. The shriveled old man shouted from within the black hole. My mysterious technique is unrivaled under the heavens. It is enough to suppress your Tao source. The mysterious technique isn't important. What is important is the person. Li Ruoyu replied. The ancient tree swayed. It was connected to the Great Tao. 9 diagrams scrolls unfolded, turning into 9 small gates of heaven and earth. They were profound and mysterious and flowed with a mysterious aura. In the distance, another mountain peak collapsed. It was swallowed up by the mysterious old man's black hole. The earth trembled and the heavens seemed as if they were about to fall down. The ancient tree took root in the void. Its vitality became increasingly exuberant. The 9 Tao diagrams revolved, becoming one with Li Ruoyu and becoming one with the great world. The sound of chanting sutras echoed out. It was hard to tell if this was coming from the ancient tree or from the small world gate formed by the 9 Tao diagrams. It seemed to come from ancient times, mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if an ancient heroic spirit was resonating with the Tao, or as if an ancient god was perceiving the heavens and earth, chanting ancient scriptures. Within each of the 9 Tao diagrams, a Li Ruoyu appeared. He had become the absolute deity of this natural world. His aura was everywhere. You? The shriveled old man was shocked. He tried his best to resist, but the black hole continued to crack apart and slowly disintegrate. Bang! Finally, after a loud explosion, the giant black hole vanished. The world became tranquil once more, filled with vitality. Green buds began to grow from the destroyed mountains. The inheritance of my humble peak isn't simple at all. You old thing with such poor aptitude actually managed to reach this step. The shriveled old man was deeply shocked. Mysterious methods and inheritances aren't important. Li Ruyu's words were still the same. He turned his hand and pressed downwards. The shriveled old man's eyes shined with an incomparably evil light. Then 2 beams of light shot out, piercing through the void as if they wanted to escape. But, under the cover of Li Ruyu's great hand, he couldn't escape. The 2 beams of divine light were imprisoned within his palm. Bang! Suddenly, he self-immolated. He instantly turned into a blazing light, so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, he dimmed down and turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. He destroyed my divine sense. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He had cultivated to such a boundary, yet he had so cleanly destroyed himself and was so ruthless to himself. The body on the ground had lost all vitality, as if it had died dozens of years ago. There was an ancient and archaic feeling to it that was filled with evil. Yifan and Li Ruyu descended and carefully observed the corpse. The strength of this corpse was astonishing, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Chong-chong sounds rang out when they struck it. It really isn't easy to cultivate to this boundary. Li Ruyu sighed softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a ball of flame jumped out, fresh and natural. Pooh! The corpse was submerged, turning into ashes in a breath of time. Nothing was left. Yifan was very shocked. The old man's cultivation had exceeded his expectations, comparable to a divine lord. As expected, great talents matured slowly. Li Ruyu had been silent for hundreds of years, and only then did he comprehend the Tao. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, alarming the 108 peaks of Taishan. He was considered to be comparable to his predecessors in the future. When Yifan saw how unfathomable he was completely at ease with Zhang Wenchang. They were the same type of people, born to be master and disciple. There was no need to worry about their future accomplishments. Be careful. If you can't do it, then follow me back to my humble peak, Li Ruyu said. Yifan thanked him. He was full of respect for the old man, and then he said goodbye. That day, there were rumors in the southern region that the divine physique was going to leave this world. Many people saw him spit out large mouthfuls of blood and stagger back to Yindu. The divine physique's great Tao injury has worsened again. He won't be able to survive. Almost everyone in the southern region knew of this news, and many people were discussing it. On the same day, Yifan came to Yindu and found a few supreme sects from the great sage's land and the Central Plains. They were willing to enter the ancient forbidden land on their behalf to pick the immortal divine medicine. When this news came out, the southern region was in an uproar. Everyone was sure that Yifan had been forced into a dead end. He had a premonition that he didn't have much time left, so he was willing to become a medicine boy in the Holy Land in exchange for a last chance at survival. On this day, Yao Guang's saint child was hazy. His entire body was surrounded by holy light like a deity. He opened his eyes under a great waterfall, filled with the aura of a god. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was not calm. He found Yao Shi and said, "The divine physique is about to leave this world. Let's go and take a look." Yao Shi was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were full of spirit. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yifan died, she would be free. Otherwise, the brow would always make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that Yifan would throw it out one day. "I'm about to disappear from this world. The divine physique is about to be destroyed. You should come out now, right? I'm waiting to kill you." Yifan laughed coldly and looked to the north. He believed that the others' support wouldn't dare to enter Yindu because the great sage's land and the Central Plain supreme sects were all here. In the Ji family, Ji Hao Yue, with the divine king physique, gazed to the south and said, "He's about to die." In the end, he couldn't defy the heavens. What a pity. The divine physique will never appear in this world again. Let's go and take a look. Jizu wrinkled her nose, and there was some sadness in her intelligent eyes. She said to herself, "He's still going to die." Then she turned around and lowered her head. "But he killed my aunt." Ji Hao Yue caressed her hair lovingly and said, "That's Ji Bu's great aunt. But she's also a direct descendant of our Ji family." Ji Hao Yue's eyes were incomparably deep. He gazed into the distance and said, "Being too kind is easy to get hurt." In the Taishan sect, Hua Yunfei stood on a cliff. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and he was as ethereal as an immortal. He sighed and said, "What a pity. Brother Yi is actually going to die. Junior sister Xiaoman, let's go and see him off." Li Xiaoman stood on the cliff, her white robe fluttering in the wind. She gazed at the southern region and nodded. Chapter 442. Yin capital had a long history. Many dynasties rose and fell here, and most of them chose to build their capital here. Since ancient times, it had been the center of this region. The change of a dynasty was a huge matter in the eyes of mortals, but cultivators didn't care about it. Some experts could see 9 dynasties in their lives. The ancient city walls were carved with the vicissitudes of time. Blade marks and sword holes bore witness to the rise and fall of dynasties. Yi Fan released all kinds of smoke and coughed out blood to enter Yin capital. Naturally, he was creating a false impression. He wanted to draw out a scheming enemy and kill him after he came to Yin capital. The fact that the enemy sent a top expert to kill him was enough to show how terrifying he was. He had a half-step expert protecting him. Perhaps the withered old man who died wasn't his real body and was just a human-shaped weapon. This was Li Riyu's speculation because the corpse was too old. With such a powerful figure protecting him, Yi Fan didn't want to take the risk and kill him. He could only set up a trap to draw him out and kill him outside. He was sure that the other party had obtained the inheritance of the vicious person from the north and was determined to obtain the divine body's source energy. After learning that he was about to enter the forbidden area, he would definitely rush over. Otherwise, he might never have a chance. Even though he had a top expert protecting him, the demonic arts of half-step experts couldn't see the light of day. If such a person appeared in Yin capital, he would definitely be hunted down by the Great Sage's land and the Central Plain Supreme sections. Yi Fan was taking advantage of the situation. The Supreme sects wanted to pick the undying divine medicine and gathered in Yin capital. This was enough to intimidate the half-step experts so that they wouldn't dare to show themselves. If the vicious person's inheritance appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could devour the source energy of other constitutions, and everyone in the world would kill it. In the past, the vicious person had the entire world as his enemy. His path was even more difficult than Great Emperor Wu Shi's. He fought against the entire world alone. Regardless of whether it was the Central Plains or the Eastern Wasteland, as long as it was a cultivator, they would suppress him. This inheritance went against the harmony of the world and wanted to kill other cultivators to strengthen itself. "I will disappear from this world. Let's see how you can keep your composure. If you bully my dying body, I will kill you until your blood runs dry." Yi Fan also felt restraining fear towards this type of inheritance. It was just too heaven-defying, able to continuously strengthen one's body. If he gathered all of the king essences in one body, just how powerful would he be? Every time he thought of this question, he would feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know how powerful that ruthless man was after he became a great emperor. The inheritance and weapon of the merciless great martial emperor made the undying black emperor drool every day. He had been thinking about it for a long time. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly if Emperor Wu Shi and Vicious were born in the same era. Both of them are monstrous geniuses who are often struck by lightning. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He really yearned for such a grand era. If he could personally see these 2 ancient emperors, it would definitely be an honor. Unfortunately, since ancient times, Central Continent, Southern Mountains, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Desolate had never produced two great emperors in the same era. Perhaps it was too difficult to become a great emperor. After all, there were only a few people since ancient times. However, Yi Fan still had doubts in his heart. He felt that it wasn't so simple. Since ancient times, billions of life forms had been born. Could it be that there had never been two people with the bearing of a great emperor in the same era? Could it be related to this world? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He thought of many things, but he couldn't truly understand them. After Yi Fan finished arranging everything, he walked along the main street and arrived at an inn. It was next to Zhang Wenchang's tavern. Little Nan Nan, Yi Fan really wanted to see the little girl. If it wasn't for her little seven-colored stone, he would most likely have died in the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. It was impossible for him to survive. However, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to see her in the near future. He had already heard from Zhang Wenchang that little Nan Nan had been taken away by a girl. Zhang Wenchang didn't see that girl. Yi Fan guessed that it was Yi Huiling. He only came here to seek confirmation. He entered the inn to find the boss and immediately searched his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan was worried. During this period of time, little Nan Nan was actually always sick. She kept muttering something about a little stone, which scared the people in the inn badly. They were afraid that she would die here and wanted to drive her away several times. After searching the memories of the inn boss, Yi Fan discovered a shocking fact. Every time little Nan Nan was seriously ill, it was when he used the little seven-colored stone, especially when he held the little stone on the sacred mountain for the first time. When it was dim, little Nan Nan was seriously ill and almost died. This made him blame himself incomparably. This little stone can't be lost. Little Nan Nan can't leave it. Yi Fan was alarmed. Even though the little seven-colored stone was very beautiful, he still put it into the jade bottle containing the deity's spring to nourish it. Even when Yi Fan left, he still had doubts. Was it Yi Huiling who took little Nan Nan away? He searched the memories of everyone in the inn, but found no clues. It was just a mass of mist. Someone had purposely destroyed the imprint. Judging from the time, it should be Yi Huiling. But soon, she and Wang Chongxiao were ambushed and disappeared. Where did they go? Yin City was in a turbulent state. Experts of the older generation appeared, and the young generation's geniuses appeared. There were many topics of discussion every day. On this day, Saint Child Yao Guang came and attracted a lot of attention. He was an almost invincible figure among the younger generation. Many people thought that he was on par with the great emperor when he was young. Yao Shi also appeared. The two were like a beautiful couple. Their elegance was moving and attracted the attention of many. Saint Child Yao Guang is broad-minded and bold. He doesn't hold any grudges and came just to see the dying saint physique. Perhaps he has some regrets. If he wants to walk the path of the ancient emperors, the saint physique is the best whetstone. It's a great enemy that must be defeated. Unfortunately, this opponent is about to pass away. People had a high evaluation of Saint Child Yao Guang. Many people of the older generation thought that he would definitely reach the peak and look down on the eastern wasteland. On the same day, Ji Hao Yue, who had the physique of a divine king, arrived. The divine physique was known as the king of the eastern wasteland. There was no doubt about it. Naturally, he was the focus of everyone's attention. The supreme divine King Jiang Taishu had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years and was almost at the end of his life. But as soon as he came out, he swept through the world. No one could compete with him. From this, one could see how terrifying the divine physique was. If Ji Hao Yue grew up and didn't encounter a disaster like divine King Jiang, his future would undoubtedly be incomparably bright. Beside him, Little Moon of the Ji family followed. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had a little dimple on her face, giving people a lively and clever feeling. She also attracted a lot of discussion. I heard that Ji Ziyue also has a special physique. Even Nan Gongzheng wanted to take her as a disciple. Nan Gongzheng's lifespan is about to end. Some people said that he followed dozens of living fossils into the Bronze Immortal Palace. I wonder if it's true. Ji Hao Yue, who had the physique of a divine king, only looked at Yi Fan from afar. He didn't approach him. His expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to come over, but Ji Haoyue grabbed her arm tightly. She couldn't take a step forward. I'm just going to take a look. I won't say anything. He's about to die. Little Moon of the Ji family couldn't help but cry when she saw Yi Fan coughing blood. You can only take a look and not go over. After all, he killed our clansman. I don't like that aunt. Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to let go. He warned expressionlessly. It's easy to get hurt if you're too kind. Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Naturally, he sensed the siblings behind him. His expression was calm, and he didn't look back. He just sighed. Although Ji Haoyue didn't go forward, Yao Guang did. His expression was calm, and his teeth were very white. He gave people a very radiant feeling. His entire body was flowing with a faint golden luster. Brother Yi, can we sit down and reminisce about the old days? Even Yao Guang's hair was flowing with golden light. He was like the sun god. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect that he would be the first to come. He couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered for a moment, and then made a gesture of invitation. Yaoshi was at the side. She was graceful and elegant. Her steps were graceful and charming. Many people couldn't help but pay attention to her. Yao Guang and the Doomsday Divine physique reunited. I think this scene will be mentioned many years later. I wonder which one of them will regret it. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. A cultivator saw this scene and said so. In a very quiet tea house, Yi Fan and Yao Shi were facing each other. They were originally great enemies, but now they were sitting together like this. Both sides had a very strange feeling. Brother Yi, don't be pessimistic. Maybe you can get through this. From now on, you can do whatever you want, Yao Guang said. Yi Fan said, in the northern realm, that divine doctor once said that if I sever my own cultivation, I should be able to live. Maybe I will make this choice. Yao Guang immediately smiled and said, according to my understanding of Brother Yi, you won't make this choice even if you die. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart quivered. Only after Yao Shi and Yao Guang left did he mutter to himself, why is he the first to come to me? Yi Fan sat quietly in an inn in the capital of Yin for 3 days. On this night, a shocking murderous intent suddenly shot into the sky. 3 figures appeared. They were like 3 eternal and inextinguishable divine furnaces. Their life force was incomparably powerful. They killed their way into his room. The inn was immediately turned into powder. Under this kind of terrifying fluctuation, all the buildings were no longer there. The person in the lead was 3 meters tall. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was tall and strong, and his black hair danced in the wind. He held an ancient halberd in his hand, almost tearing the world apart. He had incomparable vitality. He turned into a true dragon and rushed into the night sky. Bloody light covered his body. He was like a demon god descending to the world. He waved the halberd and chopped down. The world was cut apart in an instant. It was like an ancient beast coming out of the abyss. It was like an unparalleled Holy Spirit walking out of the 7 great forbidden areas. It was incomparably terrifying. Clang! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and met the halberd head-on. A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating through the entire Yin capital. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The weapon in this person's hand interweaved with the laws of heaven and earth. He himself was also incomparably powerful. This was a great enemy. Boom! On the side, another person made a move. His power was just as terrifying. It was a man who looked like a demon god. His purple hair danced in the wind. He was like a god who had descended to the world. He activated an ancient pagoda and suppressed downwards. His deep eyes flickered with a demonic purple radiance. Its power was terrifying. The ancient pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Great Tao patterns flickered on its surface. It was definitely a weapon that interweaved the Tao and principles. Before it even landed, the great earth already collapsed. Clang! Yi Fan barehandedly resisted this great weapon. His large golden hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. Tao patterns swirled about as it struck the ancient pagoda. The sound rang through the entire capital. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Doubt arose in Yi Fan's heart. Hong! A third wave of terrifying aura attacked. It was as if the Milky Way fell from the 9 heavens. It was a woman with a face like a flower and a face like the moon. Her slender, jade-like hand brushed out, and dazzling radiance rushed over. Yi Fan sneered. Was she going to fight him in close combat? His right hand turned into a golden Tao monument. Symbols flickered, and it was as if it represented the will of heaven and earth as it struck down. Wong. Suddenly, behind that resplendent radiance, the woman held a black jar in her hand. It turned into a black hole and wanted to swallow him. Yi Fan's heart jumped. It was another expert. She could be considered a great enemy. She was definitely not weaker than the previous two. This jar looked incomparably familiar. An imitation of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. It interweaves the Tao and principles. Yi Fan was shocked. This jar was even stronger than Two-Phase jar. Could it be that I guessed wrong? His heart was filled with doubt. His entire body surged with golden blood energy as he fought against the 3 experts barehandedly. This battle alarmed many experts of the Yen capital. Many cultivators rushed over. They were shocked. When did these 3 peerless young experts appear? Chapter 443. Clang! That 3-meter-tall, majestic man had the strength to pick up mountains. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He swung his halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth. Yi Fan resisted with his golden fist, causing the halberd to tremble repeatedly. The sound of the halberd pierced through metal and stone, resounding throughout the sky. Boom! The purple-haired man was like a demon deity. His skin was sparkling like white jade, and his eyes were as terrifying as the abyss, occasionally flowing with purple light. He controlled the 9-story ancient pagoda and covered Yi Fan below. He kept activating it, and the innate Tao rune-imprinted pagoda descended, almost sucking Yi Fan inside several times. Dawn! A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The ancient pagoda pressed down, piercing through the earth and sucking in endless soil and stones. Clang! Yi Fan's heart trembled as he tried his best to dissolve it. He had already been sucked into the first floor of the ancient pagoda, and the golden hand continued to move. Dawn! His left hand turned into a golden, heavenly steel, and his right hand turned into a golden millstone. They struck out at the same time, and finally the weapon was sent flying. He was fearful, but he didn't know how shocked the others were. How many people would dare to resist a heavenly rune weapon with their bare hands? The Saint physique is too powerful, and his body is comparable to a heavenly rune weapon. He is innately invincible, and how many people in the same generation can injure him? To deal with him, one can only suppress him with overflowing magic power and slowly refine him. Otherwise, he will suffer greatly. Many cultivators came from afar, and they were all discussing in low voices. The sounds of such a battle could be heard for dozens of miles, and as long as one was in the Swallow capital, it was impossible not to hear it. At this moment, what Yi Fan feared the most was the woman with the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. Not only did she have the body of the jar, but she also had a lid, both of which had Tao and logic interwoven within. According to legend, the scariest part of the jar was the lid. It was refined by Ruthless using the skull of a great sovereign, and it possessed unimaginable power. Even if it was an imitation, it should be even more terrifying than the jar. Yi Fan was always on guard, but this beautiful woman didn't use it. This was a formless deterrent. These 3 people's origins were unfathomable, and every single one of them was a great enemy. They were all comparable to saint children, but he had never heard of them before. This truly shocked him. Chi! All of a sudden, a beam of gold light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. That small golden lake was like a small sun, and a small golden cauldron condensed by his soul consciousness flew out. Everyone in the younger generation knew how powerful his divine sense was. When the small golden lake transformed into a small, 3-legged cauldron, everyone's expression changed. Even the 3 powerful enemies revealed looks of shock. The space between their brows flickered with brilliance. Great treasures appeared, blocking in front of them. Hey! The beautiful woman gave a cold snort, then abruptly pulled out the lid of the ancient sky-devouring fiend jar and pressed it towards the small golden cauldron. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his forehead. The golden cauldron was about to be sucked into the demonic lid. There was a ghostly face imprint on it that looked like it was laughing, but also like it was crying. It was incomparably bizarre. Hee hee, ha! A terrifying laughter sounded. It was sinister and terrifying, as if the world's most vicious person was laughing coldly in front of the desolate past. It transmitted through time and space. Then, an incomparably arrogant laughter sounded. It was as if the world's most arrogant, demonic voice could trample on all the immortals of the heavens. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. This was just an imitation, yet it even imitated this type of demonic voice. Was this the voice of that unmatched, vicious person? Fortunately, it was only an imitation. It only had a sound and didn't possess the power to erase the world. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great disaster. Even Yin City wouldn't be able to protect itself. Despite this being the case, Yi Fan's small golden cauldron was almost sucked inside. It quickly grew dim. He released a light shout, the space between his brows flourishing with golden light. The small golden cauldron turned into a streak of flowing light and rushed out, sweeping towards the three of them. They hurriedly resisted, fearing that it would touch their bodies. Everyone knew that this was one of Yi Fan's trump cards. Dong! At the same time, the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. That woman turned her hand, aiming it at Yi Fan. A mysterious streak of light shot out. This was a streak of dark light that devoured everything. Apart from this, there were great Tao patterns that descended, strand after strand like a heavenly screen, destroying everything. Yi Fan was unharmed, but in the distance, there were people who fell onto the ground and cried out miserably. A large number of people were affected, blood flowing out from the space between their brows. This devil cover's power was extremely great. Moreover, right at this time, the devil face imprint on the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar's lid seemed to have come to life, crying and laughing. Yi Fan's heart was pounding intensely. Chaotic green lotus. He displayed the irregular scene, wishing to suppress the three of them at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was still to deal with the heaven-devouring devil jar. This sect artifact was too sinister. He didn't know what other powers it had yet to display. He didn't want to deal with them one by one. He wanted to take the initiative, wanting to capture and kill all three of them at once. Primal chaos mist lingered about. The little golden cauldron returned to the space between his eyebrows. Yi Fan moved. A green lotus accompanied him, taking root in the void. It was like a heavenly book of the great Tao. 3 leaves gently swayed, reviving all living things. The world seemed to return to the beginning. Wang. Yi Fan's hands moved. A yin-yang Tao diagram appeared between his golden palms. His left hand was a yin diagram, and his right was a yang diagram. It was as if the sun and moon were moving together. An aura of the beginning of the world filled the air. Yi Fan's golden hands turned into a yin-yang diagram, wanting to cover the 3 of them below. It was clear that they knew how powerful this scene was. They didn't dare to enter the range of the irregular scene, all of them decisively retreating. Dang! The tall and imposing man with the ancient halberd was sent flying backwards. The halberd in his hands violently trembled. If it was any other weapon, they would have already been turned to powder. It was impossible for them to withstand a strike from the yin-yang diagram. Bang! The ancient 9-layered pagoda was like a mountain. It was sent flying by the yang diagram in Yi Fan's right hand. It turned into a beam of light that tore through the skies like a comet, disappearing into the ends of the world. Only the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar was terrifying. Even though it was a weak replica, it still displayed an unimaginable might. It withstood the yin diagram strike, tens of thousands of black lights circulating around it. The divine body is so powerful. He didn't even use a weapon, and yet he could resist 3 great enemies. The spectators all felt a chill in their hearts. These three are the top experts of a younger generation. Where do they come from? Some people were puzzled. Yifan stood there, his expression calm. He confronted the three of them. If they continued to fight, he would capture and kill them. There were clouds of doubt in his heart. These three people had appeared and disrupted his conjectures. Were they sent by the other side to probe him? But how could these young experts that could compete with him listen to orders? They were nameless people. Just what kind of background did they have? They could definitely stand side by side with Holy Child-level characters. Whether it was in the Central Province or the Eastern Wastelands, there were very few people like this in the younger generation. They had the replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar, including the perfect lid. Although Holy Lord-level characters could reproduce and duplicate it, it was still very difficult. This was a bit unusual. His heart trembled. Could it be that the other party had obtained the vicious person's inheritance? It was possible. Yifan lightly shouted. Under the night sky, his golden body flickered. He pressed down on the void with one hand and used the green lotus to protect his body. He struck out the yin diagram and the yang diagram, wanting to capture the three. Swish, swish. The majestic man with the ancient halberd and the demonic deity-like purple-haired man both retreated. Only the woman waved the heaven-swallowing demon jar and attacked him. The ghost face cried and laughed at the same time. His two eyes were filled with black light, making Yifan feel a chill invading his body. He fiercely shook his body, and his blood energy rushed into the sky, dissolving it. Your skills stop here. Hand over your life. Yifan rushed forward. Brother Yi, your body, The woman laughed softly. Yifan's heart trembled. Was the other party here to probe his injuries? Thinking back to everything that had happened just now, there were clues to follow. What kind of person was so terrifying as to suspect him? He felt that he didn't have any flaws and was always on guard. His performance was perfect, and he even imitated the great Tao Crack's aura, inadvertently circulating a strand. You don't have to worry about me. I won't die so easily. Yifan raised his hand to attack, wanting to capture and kill the other party. Swoosh! However, the three figures suddenly became faint. They stepped into the void and were about to cross over. Yifan's expression changed. He raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. At the same time, his eyes shot out divine radiance, using his heavenly divine perception to see through their real situation. This is a divine technique that carves Tao patterns on the body. It can cross the void and leave no trace for 100 li. It's difficult to track down. It has disappeared for many years, and I didn't expect it to reappear in the world. An elder sighed. No matter how scheming you are, you still don't know that I have cultivated the divine eye. Yifan said to himself. He found it hard to calm down. This opponent was difficult to deal with, a terrifying enemy. Those three were actually not their true bodies. They were three deities from the Tao Palace. They came from the same source and were inseparable. However, after thinking about it carefully, he frowned. This person was extremely cunning and cautious. The three deities did not leave behind any special imprints, so there was no way to make a judgment. What a powerful person. The three deities he gave birth to can all compete with the Saint Child. Moreover, the deities he gave birth to can turn into men and women, no different from flesh and blood. Without the divine eye, it is impossible to see through him. Trying to find such a person was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Yifan pondered and thought back to all kinds of past events. He couldn't start from the life imprint, so he could only search for clues from the details. He really wanted to find this person, or else he would feel uneasy. Similar, there is a slight resemblance. He stood there for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when a majestic man brandished the ancient halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth. That insufferably arrogant charm was a bit similar to the scene he had seen before. This was thanks to his powerful divine will, which firmly imprinted the scene of the past. When he was in the northern region, not long after he came out of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, there were two frightening existences with long hair all over their bodies, suspected to be archaic creatures. They held great swords in their hands and hacked apart the heaven and earth. At that time, Everyone speculated that they weren't archaic creatures, but rather old Saber Honcho. From the suspicious points that followed, it could be seen that old Saber Honcho had left, and all signs pointed to him. However, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the Alcade Saint Child, even though the possibility of that resemblance was less than 1 in 10,000. That day, those two creatures were elders of the Alcade Saint Child. They went on a killing spree, killing one person every 10 steps. When he thought of how the Alcade Saint Child was like a deity walking the mortal world, untainted by dust and eternally shrouded in a divine halo, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even though there's only a sliver of possibility, I still have to be on guard. Yi Fan's heart pounded. He placed all of his thoughts on the Alcade Saint Child and muttered to himself, did he obtain the inheritance of Ruthless? He also entered Ruthless training ground and was heavily injured and almost died. Does he want to be in the same darkness? Yi Fan frowned. Before this, he had never suspected the Alcade Saint Child, but now he had to be on guard. This person had inexplicably been implicated, but the other person is more likely. Yi Fan thought of Hua Yunfei. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Hua Yunfei and an old man in the fire domain, he would never have thought that Hua Yunfei wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. He would never forget those words. At that time, Hua Yunfei said to himself that the divine body contained a strange power. If he knew about it, he would obtain its origin. Yi Fan was not involved. Only when he heard it with his own ears could he see through the fog. Who in the world would think that the ethereal Hua Yunfei might be the inheritor of Ruthless? Hua Yunfei was as outstanding as a banished immortal. He was elegant and noble, and he was very low-key. He never caused any waves. It was as though he was wearing a layer of holy clothes. There was not a single flaw. The world would never doubt him. Regardless of whether he obtained Ruthless inheritance or not, he definitely wants to harm me. He wants to obtain Ji Ziyue's origin, and that includes me. When old man Li Ruyu fought with the half-step almighty cultivators, he was astonished. Old man Li Ruyu's aura was somewhat familiar. Old man Li Ruyu often hid in the humble peak and was adjacent to the star peak. This made Yi Fan even more certain. What's going on with the Alcade Saint Child? It's very confusing. There's a slight possibility that it's him. However, the other party's main goal tonight was to investigate the injuries of the divine body. His thoughts were very heavy. Regardless of whether Xiao Chan was involved or not, he had to be on guard. I firmly believe that Hua Yunfei wants to kill me. Yi Fan revealed a murderous intent. Just what he saw in the fire domain was enough to foretell that it would be difficult for him to coexist with Hua Yunfei. The next day, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman entered the Yindu together. Yi Fan went up to them and directly attacked. He did not expect the other party to have meticulous plans. Otherwise, given the other party's scheming, he would definitely have a plan after entering the Yindu. He would most likely have a powerful backup plan to get rid of Xiao Chun. Rather than giving Hua Yunfei a chance, Yi Fan decided to make the first move. Furthermore, this was a trap he had set up for Hua Yunfei in the first place. The earlier he dealt with it, the better he could be at ease. Brother Yi, why are you doing this? Hua Yunfei was enveloped by a majestic golden blood qi. His expression changed drastically. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaoman also cried out in shock at the side. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was only here to kill and did not want to be distracted. Only by using the might of the lightning to obliterate this person would he be at ease. An immortal king descended from the 9 heavens. The primal chaos green lotus and other phenomena appeared at the same time, enveloping Hua Yunfei. As long as he was trapped within, everything would be easy. The 9 heavens appeared, and an immortal king sat high above. The yin and yang diagram sealed the sky. This area was like a celestial land. The golden light around Yi Fan soared into the heavens, and he was as powerful as a holy spirit. Boom! Hua Yunfei naturally could not just sit and wait for death. A star rushed out from between his eyebrows. An endless immortal light flowed down, enveloping him. Why is the holy body fighting against the supreme mystery sex Hua Yunfei? All the cultivators were shocked, and they could not understand. Heavens, that is the star peak treasure. Legend has it that it was refined from a star. Some of the older generation were shocked. Yifan, what are you doing? Senior brother Hua gave you the 9 orifices exquisite pellet to save your life. Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaomon's expression changed. Yifan laughed in disdain. He did not care at all. He took a big step forward, and the might of lightning was still there. He wanted to kill Hua Yunfei. He was like an ancient god walking over, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 444. Yifan had made up his mind to kill Hua Yunfei. He did not waste any words. The golden hand covered the sky, causing the space to collapse and the world to tremble. The might of the undying holy body was completely unleashed. The immortal king, descending from the 9 heavens, merged with him. The 9 heavens were vast and lofty. Clouds flowed and appeared under his feet, making him look like a god. With every step he took, the world would tremble. There was a terrifying and mysterious rhythm that made many people's hearts almost jump out of their chests. He was like a holy spirit forged from divine gold. His entire body shone with boundless light, and golden blood chi rushed into the sky. The golden hand slapped forward, covering the sky and the earth. Hua Yunfei usually did not reveal himself, but his strength was extremely great. He was like an immortal that could ride on the waves, surpassing the limits of his speed. At this moment, he became the embodiment of the Tao. He slashed through the air and turned into a ray of blue light. Tao patterns flowed around his body as he avoided the immortal king, descending from the 9 heavens and brushed past the golden hand. Boom! Yifan laughed coldly. The primal chaos lotus avatar pressed down. Threads of mist split the sky and the earth. The lotus, which contained the will of the 3 living things, shook violently as if it wanted to split the sky and earth. Clang! At the crucial moment, a star appeared on Hua Yunfei's forehead and blocked the green lotus. He was like a moving light, like a moving shadow. His body merged with the sky and disappeared into the distance in an instant. You want to leave? Impossible. Yifan shouted coldly. The yin-yang diagram shot out like an erupting volcano. It rumbled and cut off the path forward, cutting through the sky and earth. Boom! The powerful yin-yang avatar sealed the sky and earth, trying to suppress Hua Yunfei inside. The yang diagram and yin diagram merged together and pressed down at the same time. Ding! With a soft sound, the star flew out again and hit the yin-yang diagram. It blocked the heaven-sealing power, and Hua Yunfei flew back decisively. Everything happened too quickly. The bystanders were dazzled and could not understand what was happening. They could not keep up with their speed. The 2 of them moved like 2 rays of light. Boom! The phenomenon of Lovely Land appeared. This was a small world, and Yifan stood alone in it. His hair danced in the air, and like a demon, he suppressed Hua Yunfei beneath him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a merciless smile. The golden hand that had turned into a heavenly steel slammed down. The space cracked, and a huge black crack extended into the distance. Hua Yunfei's star was extremely dazzling. It burned like a sun, illuminating the entire Yindu. No one could open their eyes. He fought fiercely against the Lovely Land phenomenon. Otherwise, once he fell into the sacred body phenomenon, he would definitely die. This was what many people believed, and there were countless legends about it. Clang! The phenomenon was blocked, but Yifan's giant hand came crashing down. Hua Yunfei had nowhere to hide. Divine light covered his body, and Tao diagrams appeared. He could only forcefully resist. Boom! Yifan kept slapping out with his golden palm. The power behind the palm was terrifying, causing many of the distant spectators to feel horrified. This level of power could even flatten a cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Pocket stage. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Yifan's 9 palms came crashing down. Hua Yunfei coughed out 9 mouthfuls of blood. His face was incomparably pale, and his body was about to split open. He had suffered heavy injuries, but Yifan was shocked. This opponent was too terrifying. Even if it was an elder from the Dragon Transformation Pocket stage, he would undoubtedly die if he was forced to such a close distance. But Hua Yunfei used his body to receive the attacks. His body did not collapse, and he continued to pull away from Yifan. He began to mobilize his monstrous magic power. Boom! That star flickered, as if a huge monster was awakening. It was like an ancient king had awakened, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Heavens, the supreme treasure of the profound star peak has been unsealed. The spectators cried out in alarm. This treasure is incomparably terrifying. It was refined from a real star, and it is enough to suppress a world-shaking powerhouse. Many people's expressions changed. Hua Yunfei quickly retreated. His face was snow-white, and he coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. His monstrous magic power surged out like an ocean, drowning towards Yifan. Especially that star, it blocked the lovely land. It blossomed with millions of rays of starlight, cutting off the heavens. It blocked Yifan outside, and he was unable to get close. The body of a divine physique is too terrifying. No matter how strong an opponent is, they can only hold a grudge when they get close to him. Hua Yunfei's ability to withstand it is truly shocking. Although this Hua Yunfei has a certain amount of fame, I have never heard of his shocking battle achievements. Yet, he was able to block the body of a divine physique. It is truly terrifying. Many people cried out in alarm. They did not dare to believe everything that was happening. Although Hua Yunfei coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were not light, people did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. This was because the body of a divine physique was unparalleled in the world. To be able to survive a close combat situation with him was already a miracle. Yifan sighed softly. Hua Yunfei's strength had exceeded his expectations. In a close combat situation, he did not die, and he still coughed up blood as he escaped. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have no enmity between us in the past. Why do you want to take my life? Hua Yunfei's blue robe was stained with blood. However, he was still as ethereal as before. Even in this kind of situation, he was still very calm. Yifan, why are you doing this? Senior brother Hua heard that you were about to enter the ancient, desolate, forbidden grounds and traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Swallow capital. Everything was to send you off, but you actually want to kill him. Li Xiaoman stood in the distance and questioned. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Yifan glanced at Li Xiaoman. After that, he pressed forward step by step. The heaven and earth trembled rhythmically because of his footsteps. The powerful aura caused people to tremble. Li Xiaoman found it hard to remain calm. In the Swallow capital, many cultivators rushed over. The battle between the divine body and Hua Yunfei attracted a lot of attention. Recently, Yifan was always in the limelight. Nobody knew why the two of them were fighting, but they were all looking forward to it. They hoped to see a fierce battle. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight me? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. He took off his blue robe that was stained with blood and tossed it out. Didn't you come to the Swallow capital to kill me? Why do you have to be so pretentious? However, you don't have time to plan. Yifan was very calm. Brother Yi, why do you say that? Why do I want to kill you? Hua Yunfei looked surprised and didn't understand. Do you think it's flawless? I already know everything. Yifan laughed coldly, creating pressure in Hua Yunfei's heart. I don't understand what you are talking about. However, I know that Brother Yi has made up his mind to fight me. Although I am not talented, I am not afraid of anyone. Hua Yunfei's calmness had a trace of toughness. Don't speak like you are innocent. You are not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. Yifan smiled. Buzz. He attacked again. His golden fist pierced through the sky towards Hua Yunfei. This was a battle of life and death. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing, killing intent. Ding! The strings of the zither were plucked. Hua Yunfei also attacked. His heroic spirit was overwhelming. The calmness from before was gone. He sat cross-legged in the air and played the zither. If that is the case, Brother Yi, I will fight with you. Ding, ding, dong, dong. The sound of the zither was like the sound of nature. However, It contained a terrifying, killing intent. Beams of light shot out from the zither towards Yi Fan's golden fist. Dang! This was a sharpness that was even sharper than sword chi. It could kill a cultivator of the Four Extremities realm. Many of the spectators' expressions changed. Hua Yunfei is actually so strong. Just the sound of the zither can kill people invisibly. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine body is strong, normal people would have been turned into sieves by the sound of the zither. Boom! The essence chi in Yi Fan's body boiled. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold. He emitted a divine light, and even his hair was dyed golden. He merged with the immortal king, descending to the 9 heavens and rushed forward. The sound of the zither was like a blade. Although it had tens of thousands of layers under his golden blood chi, it was all turned into nothingness. It couldn't hurt him at all. Brother Yi, you have surprised me. You have only entered the Four Extremities secret realm not long ago, but you are already able to dominate your peers. Hua Yunfei's voice was gentle. His fingers were agile. When he plucked the strings, the rhythm suddenly changed. The melody was completely different. The cry of the phoenix shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the sound of the zither disappeared. Only the cry of the phoenix remained. It resounded throughout the Yin capital and pierced through the sky. One could clearly see 9 divine phoenixes rushing out from the zither. They spread their wings and soared. Although they were incomparably graceful, they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if real, celestial spirits had descended into the mortal world. This is an ancient song that has been lost. It is known as the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix. It can be said to be a divine sound. It directly kills the source of life and destroys all life. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It really is the song of the 9 tribulations of the Phoenix. Heavens, it has actually reappeared in the mortal world. It has disappeared for at least tens of thousands of years. It has merged with the Tao, and its power is boundless. It can destroy all enemies. Many people cried out in surprise and revealed expressions of shock. The ripples from the 9 divine phoenixes made people tremble uncontrollably. They possessed extremely powerful might and gave people a feeling that they couldn't resist. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The magic power of the 9 divine phoenixes surged into the sky. They turned into beams of light and rushed over, aiming for the source of life in his saint body. At this moment, his golden sea of bitterness was boiling. The 9 divine phoenixes actually wanted to enter his body. Their cries shook the 9 heavens and destroyed all life. Dang. Yi Fan used his physical body to resist. Innate patterns flickered on his golden palms as he fought against the 9 divine phoenixes. His murderous intent reached the clouds. Boom! The phenomenon of lovely land rushed out. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time and directly imprisoned the 9 divine phoenixes. Then, he punched them one by one, turning them into dust. This caused everyone to be shocked. This was the legendary song of the 9 tribulations of the phoenix. Its divine might was unfathomable, but it was actually destroyed by his punches. Hua Yunfei sighed softly like a sorrowful god. Then, he continuously plucked the strings of the zither 9 times. It possessed a mysterious power, and the world was torn apart like a piece of paper. The 9 tribulations of the song of the 9 tribulations of the phoenix had truly appeared. These were the gates of 9 small worlds. They opened in the sky, and a world-destroying aura surged down. Divine melody, a divine melody that manifests the heavenly tribulations. The 9 tribulations transformed into 9 phoenixes. They connected the 9 small worlds and descended to suppress Yi Fan. This was a peerless killing intent. How many people in this world could resist 9 tribulations? Everyone's expression changed. Of course, Yi Fan was an exception. Recently, he had been struck by lightning many times. In this world, perhaps only his physique was least afraid of the heavenly tribulations. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. Hua Yunfei is too terrifying. This kid is very low profile. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He is probably not weaker than people with the godly king physique. Boom! Yi Fan went against the 9 tribulations and left golden footprints in the sky. He quickly arrived in front of Hua Yunfei. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Then, his hands slowly moved in the air. The trajectory was mysterious and unfathomable. The 9 gates of the small worlds shook violently, as if 9 gods were about to rush out. Monstrous waves of energy covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! Suddenly, a golden ocean surged out from Yi Fan's body and drowned Hua Yunfei. Yi Fan had never used this kind of phenomenon before. He had always kept it as a backup plan. A green lotus floated in the golden ocean. Primal chaos mist surged and surged. It locked the 9 gates of the small worlds in place and pressed towards Hua Yunfei. Boom! Yi Fan rushed forward, and all the phenomena appeared at the same time. They combined into one and suppressed Hua Yunfei within. Yi Fan, you can't kill the innocent, Li Xiaoman shouted. Chapter 445. Yi Fan's various phenomena fused into one. The blue lotus, the immortal king, the yin-yang diagram, the beautiful mountains and rivers, and the golden sea of bitterness linked together. It was as if he was evolving the heaven and earth, transforming into a pure land. When the heaven and earth began, all living things were born. There was a vigorous life force, as well as a destructive force. Yi Fan stood alone in the center like a god that split the heavens and earth apart, becoming the absolute ruler. Hua Yunfei's expression finally changed. Being suppressed by the divine physique phenomenon meant that there was only a slim chance of survival. The legends had always been like this. Not many people could break out. Clang, clang, clang. He forcefully plucked the zither strings. The 9 small world gates in the sky became even more terrifying. They continuously pressed downwards, wanting to break out of the imprisonment. Boom! The small world gates collapsed. A vast and destructive aura rushed towards Yi Fan's phenomenon, wanting to destroy everything. Hua Yunfei's methods were sharp. He was destroying space. He would rather both sides be injured and break the great Tao he had branded in the void to kill his way out. Boom! Boom! The 9 minor world gates shattered one after the other. All the spectators were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. Hua Yunfei was too ruthless. He destroyed space and shattered the Tao diagrams that he had left behind. This was a move that would destroy the enemy with him. Everyone's hair stood on end as they fled for their lives. They wanted nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and leave this area. If they were caught up in this, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The void was collapsing and formless destruction was happening. Such a terrifying method would even make a Saint Lord frown. It was not something that just anyone could use. At this moment, even Li Xiaoman had no choice but to fly into the distance. If she was one step late, she would definitely be turned to dust. Boom! It was as if 10,000 thunderclaps were ringing. The 9 small world gates collapsed, and the power of the space they had absorbed completely erupted and surged downwards. This Hua Yunfei is really calm and emotionless. He dares to break the divine physique phenomenon like this. He will definitely be greatly injured. His actions are decisive. This child is truly terrifying. He destroyed his own Tao diagram and turned it into such a calamity. It is truly amazing that he has such methods. The tune of the 9 tribulations Phoenix was a supreme divine technique that was renowned throughout the ages. It could produce heavenly tribulations and fight against cultivators. It was inherently invincible, and not many people could contend against it. Only someone with a constitution like Yi Fan's could endure it, not fearing the lightning tribulation. However, right now, he frowned greatly. The 9 tribulations were detonated, the power of nothingness surging, sweeping downwards. Even he couldn't face it head-on. Boom! The boundless void energy surged. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and attacked while he was in his mysterious phenomenon. He was fighting for time and speed, wanting to kill Hua Yunfei first. Whoosh! A formless killing intent surged over like water. Yi Fan was like a blazing golden god of war. As he waved his mysterious phenomenon, Hua Yunfei's body cracked. Yi Fan, how can you be so heartless? Senior Martial Brother Hua, Li Xiaoman screamed. What a terrifying scene. The divine body's power is truly terrifying. All of the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The battle prowess that Hua Yunfei displayed was so strong that he could definitely look down on the younger generation. However, right now, he was being suppressed to the point where he was about to shatter. Hua Yunfei could kill cultivators in the Four Extremities realm as easily as cutting grass. Killing cultivators in the Dragon Transformation realm was also not a problem. However, right now, when everyone saw this result, their expressions all changed. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Bang! Hua Yunfei's body split into pieces and shot out in all directions, leaving behind a large amount of blood mist. This caused a series of exclamations. Such a strong talent died. Just like that, Yi Fan used his mysterious phenomenon to cross over, avoiding the surging void energy from the sky. This was a world-destroying aura, causing him to be extremely fearful. Boom! The void collapsed and was completely destroyed. Fortunately, it was in the sky. Otherwise, this region would definitely be flattened. It was unknown how many people would die of violent death. Senior Martial Brother Hua, Li Xiaoman cried out in alarm. The others also sighed. An incomparably strong talent who could display the Nine Tribulations Phoenix melody with boundless prospects was killed just like that. What? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. He didn't die. Rising from the ashes, Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique. Many people were shocked. In the distance, Hua Yunfei's body that was split into pieces turned into a few beams of light and rushed together. He had revived and was completely unharmed. Many people were dumbfounded. They clearly saw him being killed, but now he was revived and his body was reconstructed. There wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. This kid has a great fortune. He actually obtained such a long-lost supreme divine technique. Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique is known as an undying mystical technique. It is profound and unfathomable. Grasping it is equivalent to having an extra life. The Nine Tribulations Phoenix Melody and Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique are of the same origin. When combined, they are known as Phoenix Calamity. It is a supreme heavenly technique. As expected, he has an extraordinary fate to actually obtain such an inheritance. Everyone gasped in admiration. There wasn't a single person who wasn't envious. These two ancient mystical techniques had been lost for God knows how long. Today, they were actually obtained by a single person. You're really hard to kill. Yi Fan pressed forward. He naturally wouldn't stop. He was determined to take Hua Yunfei's life. Brother Ye's strength is daunting. Hua Yunfei sighed softly. However, he was very calm. He wasn't angry or dejected. Although Yi Fan was very powerful, he didn't dare to be careless. This person was extremely powerful. He definitely had an incomparably powerful trump card. He was a great enemy of life and death. Why do I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't any weaker than the Divine King physique? He's an existence like the All-Cade Saint Child, someone said in a low voice. Indeed, the Nine Tribulations Phoenix Melody's offensive power is world-shaking. In the same generation, apart from the Saint physique, almost no one can withstand it. This kid is unfathomable. Everyone was pondering. Only Yi Fan understood that Hua Yunfei was indeed such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Swoosh! A group of stars appeared and surrounded Hua Yunfei. The night was like water. The starlight was endless. Hua Yunfei stood in the starry sky, elegant and otherworldly. This wasn't a strange phenomenon. It was the mystical technique of the supreme mystery star peak. It was the mystical technique he was most proficient in. At this moment, he was like a star monarch descending to the mortal world. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Yunfei's body was covered in starlight. His powerful qi made people tremble. His entire being was incomparably holy and frightening. Dragon transformation. He's actually a cultivator of the dragon transformation secret realm. My God, so young and already a cultivator of the dragon transformation secret realm. This is unbelievable. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Nobody expected Hua Yunfei to reach such a realm and have such terrifying cultivation. I've long heard that someone from a younger generation has entered the dragon transformation secret realm. However, it has never been proven. Who would have thought that the first one to be discovered would be Hua Yunfei? He had always kept a low profile, and kept a low profile. Now that he had displayed such strength, it was naturally shocking. Yifan's heart jumped. His opponent was indeed frightening. He had long entered the dragon transformation secret realm. This would be an extremely difficult battle. The difference of one realm was like the difference of heaven. The difference in strength was huge. It was almost impossible for a lower-level cultivator to defeat a higher-level cultivator. Yifan was only able to go against the flow and kill immortals because of his special physique. Now, he was in the second realm of the Four Extremes secret realm. However, he could kill cultivators of the Four Extremes complete realm. He could even kill cultivators of the dragon transformation secret realm without a problem. However, Hua Yunfei was different. He was a top cultivator of the younger generation. People like him and Yao Guang could already kill cultivators of the dragon transformation secret realm when they were in the Four Extremes secret realm. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation secret realm, one could imagine how powerful he had become. Brother Ye's strength is shocking. You have forced me to fight you with the cultivation of the dragon transformation realm. Hua Yunfei shook his head. His voice was ethereal, like a god sighing. This is not all you have up your sleeves. Show me your strongest demonic skill. Yifan said coldly. I only know the secret of the Star Peak. I have only recently acquired the supreme divine skill, Tribulation of Phoenix. Hua Yunfei was incomparably calm and unmoved. Boom! Yifan made his move. At this point, it was useless to say anything else. The only way to force out ruthless Great Emperor's secret was to defeat his opponent with his true strength. He displayed the Void Palm imprint. The golden palm covered the sky like a golden cloud and smashed down with unparalleled divine might. Everyone was shocked. How many people could contend against this kind of wild power? In the crowd, Ji Haoyue's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light as he stared at the golden palm. This was his clan's divine skill. Boom! Hua Yunfei was not afraid at all. He used his overflowing magical power to resist. Stars appeared in the sky and shot out one after another from his fingertips towards Yifan. Starlight flowed out from his fingertips like water. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if a galaxy was under his control and was surging and roaring in front of him. The place he was standing at was no different from a real star domain. There was starlight everywhere and divine power everywhere. It was brilliant in the night. Boom! The 9 stars aligned was like a ray of life, but it was also a butcher's knife of destruction. It struck towards Yifan and was filled with a bitter aura. The two of them fought with true fire. Even the elegant Hua Yunfei had an imposing aura. A sharp aura appeared as he fought with all his might. This was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in the destruction of his body and soul. Yifan used all kinds of images to suppress the sky. He continuously pressed forward and took the initiative to attack. His power was unstoppable. Boom! The void collapsed. The battle prowess of the two was too terrifying. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. There was nothing that could stop them. They fought from the sky to the clouds, and then from the clouds to the ground. They were like dragons and rocks. They were incomparably valiant and terrifying. This was a bitter battle. Both of them were peak characters of a younger generation. It was incomparably intense, causing the spectators to feel uneasy. Kill in all directions. Hua Yunfei lightly shouted. He took the initiative to attack. He was like a celestial being that had come into being. He was flawless and sparkling. However, when his hands moved, a terrifying pressure caused people's hearts to tremble. The trajectory of his slender fingers was complex and profound. Boom! The boundless star domain enveloped the sky and earth. One after another, huge stars lined up and formed a huge cross. The two rows of stars intersected and crushed towards Yifan. The void was like a broken painting. It was easily torn apart. Kill in all directions carried the power of the boundless star domain and destroyed everything in its path. Bobo, the void continuously collapsed. The cross intersected and the resplendent starlight contained an unstoppable and terrifying star power. To people of the same generation, this was a supreme killing technique. At this moment, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation felt a chill down their spines. Hua Yunfei's battle prowess was too terrifying. Boom! Yifan faced the battle calmly and did not panic at all. His hands also moved in the void, leaving behind mysterious and unfathomable trajectories. Boom! He pressed his hands together, and an ancient pagoda materialized in the void. It flew forward and faced the kill in all directions, wanting to shatter the countless stars. This ancient pagoda materialized into the world. It was his understanding of the Tao and condensed into a tangible form. It suppressed the surroundings. Boom! The star domain dimmed, and the kill in all directions was weakened. It was not as terrifying as before. Boom! Yifan's hands continued to move, and a huge bell appeared. This was also his understanding of the Tao. It was imprinted into a tangible form. With a loud dang sound, time froze. The kill in all directions was blocked, and then it started to collapse. The cross-shaped star completely dimmed and was finally extinguished. Yifan's hands moved, and the ancient pagoda and the bell collided. Space and time trembled, and with a loud rumble, they combined into one and turned into a simple and unadorned cauldron. A cauldron, 2 ears, 3 legs. It was in accordance with the saying, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. This was the tangible manifestation of the Tao. The space was suppressed, and time was frozen. Yifan used the cauldron that he imprinted in the void to attack Hua Yunfei. Boom! The cauldron represented the will of the heaven and earth. It was like the descent of the great Tao. Hua Yunfei used the Phoenix Calamity and the Star Divine technique to resist. Blood finally flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Who was Hua Yunfei? With his current performance, no one would doubt his combat ability. He could definitely go against nature and kill a celestial. An outstanding talent like him could kill a dragon transformation realm cultivator in the 4 Extremes secret realm. Now that he had stepped into the dragon transformation realm, he was even more terrifying. But now he was actually injured. The might of the divine physique was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that when he killed Ji Hui, the few dragon transformation realm cultivators from the Ji clan allowed him to leave and did not stop him. Everyone's heart jumped. One should know that Yifan had only stepped into the 2nd level of the 4 Extremes secret realm. There was a huge gap between him and his opponent. However, at this moment, there was no joy in Yifan's heart. He knew that this was the scariest opponent he had ever met since he started cultivating. This was because the other party was enduring patiently and had a terrifying backup plan. Hua Yunfei was definitely an unparalleled enemy. It was very possible that he had obtained the inheritance of Ruthless and had not used it yet. Once that kind of supreme demonic technique was used, it would most likely be world-shaking. It was the most terrifying absolute technique in history. It was hard to predict how terrifying it would be. Although Yifan also had a backup plan that he had not used, he still felt that this was a life or death enemy. The most disadvantageous reason was that he was a few levels lower than the other party. He was still far from the dragon transformation realm. If you don't use your demonic technique now, you won't have the chance anymore. Yifan's thoughts turned quickly. Both of his hands carved in the air. He started to use his own understanding of the Tao to imprint the words. Unknowingly, he carved out 9 ancient characters. It was very natural, as though he was involuntarily doing it. Very quickly, he finished. They were the 9 Kingis recorded in the Tao scripture. They pressed towards Hua Yunfei. The 9 ancient characters were incomparably mysterious. It was as though they ran through the past, present, and future. You? Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He seemed to know that these were characters that only the great ancient emperors could understand. He used all his strength to resist. Boom! The 9 ancient characters revolved around him. The entire area was on the verge of collapsing. The 9 characters imprinted in the air formed a small world cage. It wanted to seal him forever. Chapter 446. The 9 ancient characters sealed the sky, absorbing the endless power of the void to form a small world cage. An immortal aura pervaded the air. Boom! The void collapsed, and black cracks appeared one after another. Then, they quickly reformed. The 9 ancient characters imprinted themselves in the void, forming the heaven and earth. A sturdy and eternal small world was born. Hua Yunfei's expression changed drastically. He attacked with all his might, wanting to break this small world and escape. His aura continued to rise, and he was bathed in divine splendor like a god being reborn. He started to draw upon the great Tao, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to resist. Beside him, the starry sea was incomparably brilliant. Large stars kept colliding. This was a sea of stars. Boom! Countless large stars collided. This was a shocking scene. The sea of stars boiled, and boundless starlight shone, wanting to destroy this newly born small world. Dong! The small world cage trembled and became clearer. With the support of the 9 ancient characters, it began to slowly compress, wanting to seal Hua Yunfei in the center for eternity. He must have seen the innate imperial text before, and he must have a peerless ancient scripture in his hands. Yi Fan observed his expression and immediately made this judgment. Starlight, heaven and earth! Hua Yunfei shouted. The sea of stars around him became even more resplendent, like a vast ocean, incomparably gorgeous and divine. A powerful aura and destructive power rushed out immediately, wanting to open a path to escape and break out of the small world cage. Boom! The stars turned into rivers, and thousands of great rivers surged with power. Countless large stars gathered together, causing people to tremble and destroying everything in their way. Pong pong! The small world cage shook, but there were no signs of it collapsing. The 9 ancient characters were rooted in the void, representing immortality and eternity. They cannot be broken at all. This is a miraculous technique, creating a void cage. It is so sturdy, but how can it have such terrifying power? Hua Yunfei's talent is shocking. How many people in the same generation can contend against this kind of starry power? But they cannot break out of this small world. Many cultivators were discussing, and their hearts were filled with doubt. They could not guess the reason for this. Everyone was extremely amazed by Hua Yunfei's performance. He was a genius, such a young Dragon Realm expert, yet he had such shocking battle prowess. He could be called a hero. As for the crowd, they were even more shocked by Yi Fan's methods. This kind of battle prowess was terrifying. He was able to suppress the genius Hua Yunfei, causing them to feel fear in their hearts. Once the small world cage appeared, everyone was horrified. Almost no one knew the origins of the 9 words. The unknown always made people fearful. Among the crowd, Yao Guang's saint looked calm and peaceful. There was a layer of holy light flowing around his body. His eyes were very deep as he calmly looked at the 9 ancient characters. No one knew what he was thinking. Boom! Hua Yunfei's body was blazing with light, as though he was burning. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, he had transformed into a star, incomparably bright. He turned his body into a star, becoming the ruler of the endless stellar domain. All of the stars seemed to have revived, resonating with the great heaven and earth, drawing upon the great Tao. Buzz! The void trembled. Everyone was shocked to discover that there was a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Countless large stars were burning, wanting to burn down the small world cage. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, causing the void to collapse. Large cracks extended into the distance. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be sucked into cracks. Hua Yunfei's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. Many of the older generation experts of the dragon realm felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! Although the void outside the small world cage was shattered, it did not show any signs of collapsing. The 9 ancient characters did not move at all. They were incomparably stable, stabilizing everything. Moreover, the cage began to shrink, continuously compressing towards the center. It looked like Hua Yunfei was about to be sealed, and he was powerless. Everyone could only sigh. In this kind of great era, various kings and geniuses rose together. It was already destined that tragedies would happen one after another. The rise of a king would definitely be followed by the fall of another king. However, the divine physique was about to leave this world. Yet, in the few remaining days of his life, he suppressed an unparalleled genius to death. This made everyone feel that if Hua Yunfei were to die like this, it would be an incomparably great pity. Everyone could only shake their heads. In the future, there would definitely be great battles that would be even crueler. This was because the glorious era of the various kings had only just begun. Wong, just when everyone thought that Hua Yunfei was about to suffer a calamity and be suppressed, the situation changed. Hua Yunfei withdrew the endless starlight and sat cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. He was enveloped by immortal light, and his body became hazy. His hands moved in an incomparably ethereal manner, and it was impossible to imitate. Complicated and profound Tao marks appeared. He continuously formed hand seals, drawing out mysterious trajectories. He became one with heaven and earth, becoming the embodiment of the Tao. He looked incomparably lofty, causing people to revere him. Boom! The first ancient character appeared. It was as sharp as a blade, and contained an exceptional killing intent. Boom! The second ancient character appeared. It was like a raging ocean, and its tyrannical aura pierced through the clouds. Boom! The third ancient character appeared. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. The majestic force of the world transformation surged violently, causing people to feel suffocated. The great world was trembling, and the void was collapsing. 9 ancient characters appeared one after another, engraving themselves in the void. They were mysterious and profound, causing people to feel fear. Yi Fan's heart jumped. These were characters that only ancient emperors could recognize. They possessed boundless might, and it would be difficult for anyone in this world to comprehend them now. Hua Yunfei had a great opportunity actually obtaining this kind of inheritance. It was truly unknown what other trump cards he had. Even Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. All signs pointed to the fact that Hua Yunfei had a great encounter. His heavenly fate was great, and it was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Hua Yunfei opened his eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. His hands fiercely pressed down, and the 9 ancient characters rushed out, beginning to destroy this small world. The mysterious ancient characters clashed. The 9 ancient characters that Hua Yunfei inscribed were different from the ones that Yi Fan grasped, but they were on the same level. The 18 ancient characters were all strange and unfathomable. They absorbed the power of the void, evolving into a small world, and then destroying the small world. In the distance, the crowd was all shocked. What kind of battle was this? Both of them had endless methods, and the battle was far from over. Who was weaker and who was stronger, who would live and who would die, was still hard to say. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled as if the world was being created, and also as if the world was being destroyed. The two clashed, and everything became hazy. The aura of life and death drowned out the small world. In the end, the crowd could no longer see anything. They could only see large cracks extending out, and the void was being torn apart. The great battle raged on, and after an unknown amount of time, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Hua Yunfei rushed into the sky, finally breaking free from the seal. However, he could not help but cough out 3 large mouthfuls of blood. The 9 ancient characters circled around him, and they quickly dimmed. On the other side, Yi Fan stood there quietly. He was not injured at all, but his expression was grave. This great enemy was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Hua Yunfei had great luck and obtained an inheritance that others could not imagine. He had endless methods, and if it was someone else, it would be almost impossible to deal with. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Until now, Hua Yunfei's tone was still calm, without any ripples. Show me your demonic arts. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Although I'm not famous, I do not think I am weaker than anyone. Hua Yunfei's aura became sharp for the first time, and people could feel his strength. At this moment, night fell, and stars appeared in the sky. The water like starlight gathered towards him, incomparably beautiful and holy. Child of Night. The inheritors of the mysterious star peak have always had the legend of the Child of Night. Under the starry sky, they are invincible. Many people cried out in surprise, and when they saw this scene, they all revealed strange expressions. Bang! Hua Yunfei took the initiative to attack, and attacked towards Yi Fan. What he used was the power of the stars, and it was formed from the interweaving of the starlight in the sky. It was incomparably vigorous. A large expanse of blazing light was like a tsunami that reached the sky, and it was boundless. It drowned Yi Fan in front of him. The resplendent starlight was boundless, and there was no end to it. The spectators all fell horrified. Under the starry sky, Hua Yunfei was like a ruler. Even his divine body is threatened. No matter how strong a person is, he would not be able to contend against the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan formed seals with both hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared. It suppressed the heaven and earth and resisted the endless starlight. His steps were firm, and he advanced step by step. Whoosh! Beside Hua Yunfei, a starry sky appeared again, and the starlight shone brilliantly. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The small starry sky that he transformed into and the real big starry sky in outer space resonated with each other, as if they were connected together. The boundless starry sky surged down, and it was incomparably majestic. It was as if there were countless silver waterfalls pouring down. Hua Yunfei was like the child of God, and he was surrounded by one spectacular waterfall after another. His radiance was boundless, and every move he made could bring out endless power. Moreover, in between his eyebrows, a star appeared. It was dazzling, and it was like the eye of a god, able to see through everything. Oh my God, the supreme treasure of the mysterious star peak has opened another layer of seal, and it is enough to protect his body. He is innately invincible. Brother Yi, I'll accompany you in a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei rushed forward to attack. He raised his hand and unleashed the 9-star pearl. Then he held a moon in his left hand and a star in his right as he chopped down. His attacks were extremely powerful, extremely ferocious. He brandished endless stellar radiance, every single strike incomparably vast, making the night sky collapse. Yi Fan faced him head-on, clashing intensely with him. Sounds rang out continuously, stellar radiance erupting, brilliant colors flowing about. Great void cracks continuously extended outwards. This place was boiling with fighting. There was light everywhere, starlight everywhere. A terrifying aura and boundless killing intent interweaved together. It was like the 9 layers of hell. The killing intent was so oppressive that even the distant horizon was affected. The occasional night bird that flew by instantly collapsed, and even the boundless distance couldn't escape. Hua Yunfei became more and more valiant as the battle went on. Battle techniques emerged one after another. He raised his hand to toss out the moon and stars, formed a seal to transform into a god, and formed a seal with a flip of his hand. There were endless profundities, and not a single divine technique repeated. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't shaken, feeling that this was inconceivable. This type of powerful attack was like a stellar stream flowing in reverse, endless and almost impossible to defend against. Buzz! The stars and moon flew over one after the other, followed closely by the descent of the divine mountain. Then the sky-flipping imprint descended. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He shattered the stars and moon, supported the divine mountain with his strength, and supported the sky-flipping imprint. He received all of these attacks, valiantly resisting them. He knew that Hua Yunfei's killing intent was boundless, and had made up his mind to eliminate him no matter what. This might very well be Vicious' unique inheritance. The Black Emperor had once said that Vicious was world-shaking and had created a supreme divine technique called the art of 10,000 transformations. This divine technique showed disdain for both ancient and modern times. Its power was peerless and unparalleled. It could transform all the secret techniques onto the heavens, turning all world-shocking techniques into ordinary ones. That was why it was called the art of 10,000 transformations. The pressure on Yi Fan became greater and greater. His heart trembled. The other party had finally cast aside the Star Peak Absolute art and completely displayed the art of 10,000 transformations. As expected, it was a peerless divine technique. All of the secret techniques he displayed had been turned into ordinary ones. That kind of divine technique was truly unfathomable. It countered all divine techniques under the heavens, and he had almost died several times. Yi Fan displayed the battle saint technique. Perhaps only this kind of divine technique could resist the art of 10,000 transformations. Chapter 447. The saint art of 10,000 transformations could turn all the divine techniques of the world into mortals. It was peerless and terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a person was, if they had a technique but could not use it, they could only die with a grievance. The saint art of 10,000 transformations was mysterious and unfathomable. Its power was boundless. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to fight and escape from the dangerous situation just now. Otherwise, he would have been in a life-or-death situation. All of his divine techniques were turned into ordinary things and lost their charm. The spectators were all amazed because Hua Yunfei's strange technique was ever-changing. There was no fixed form, but it had a strange power that could turn the opponent's miraculous techniques into something rotten. Before, this technique had suppressed many of Yi Fan's secret techniques. The spectators were puzzled, and only now did the situation change. Yi Fan formed seals with both hands, emitting a soft sound. Then, with a boom, a terrifying aura erupted, intimidating everyone's soul. The Battle Saint technique was also ever-changing, but it was not used to suppress the opponent. Instead, it was the most powerful attack, an attack that could destroy everything in its path. His hand streaked through the air and left behind Tao imprints. A bronze coffin appeared, and 9 dragons appeared at the same time, with iron chains on their backs. They pulled the coffin and charged forward. Everyone was startled. This was a secret technique, but why did it even summon a coffin? Was there some kind of premonition? Could it be that it was sending the opponent to the heavens? Yi Fan only had a flash of inspiration and thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He directly used it and activated the Battle Saint technique, producing a powerful killing intent. Boom! Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered with divine light. His hands formed seals, and a divine mountain pressed down with his left hand. His right transformed into a sky-flipping imprint and slammed down. The towering mountain was like the sky, covering the entire sky as it smashed down towards the bronze coffin. The sky-flipping imprint was even more powerful. It was as if the sky was flipping over as it pressed down, crushing the 9 dragons. Yi Fan had a strange feeling. The other party's saint art of 10,000 transformations was very similar to the Battle Saint technique. They were both complex and profound. However, their profoundness was completely different. One wanted to turn the opponent into a mortal, destroying all miracles. The other was the most powerful attack, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if hundreds and thousands of suns had been imprisoned, hanging in the sky, blazing light swallowing and spitting out. The divine mountain struck the ancient coffin, producing a deafening sound, but it couldn't break it. The sky-flipping seal struck the 9 true dragons, scattering the clouds, but it didn't break them. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin, advancing courageously. Dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. The vigorous dragon bodies soared through the sky, pulling the bronze coffin with rumbling sounds as it surged forward. This was a type of unstoppable might. The 9 true dragons' bodies shone with black light, and their scales were all half a meter long. Their bodies were like great steel walls, crushing the skies and destroying everything in their way. The copper coffin was like a great Tao, sometimes illusory, sometimes vast like an ocean abyss, deep and immeasurable. It was covered densely in innate patterns, and Tao diagrams descended one after another. Bang! Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He did everything he could to resist. A star domain appeared, and he used the 10,000 transformations sacred art to activate it. The boundless sky and endless stars cut off his path forward. He used the transform character art to its peak. If it was a divine technique that was too ferocious and couldn't be dissolved in a short period of time, then he would transform it into his own domain. Hua Yunfei cut off the heavens, as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky. He was incomparably far away, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! However, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were unstoppable. They broke through the heavenly moat and traversed the star domain, arriving in front of him in an instant. The powerful dragon bodies and the huge coffin pressed down together. This was a confrontation of Taos. One had the heaven-severing Tao, while the other used the heaven-transforming Tao to break through the situation. They clashed head-on, and that small world was broken through. Pung! Hua Yunfei's hands formed seals. He had no choice but to face it head-on. He turned millions upon millions of starlight into his own, and tens of thousands of silver waterfalls fell down, attacking the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Moreover, his hands continuously formed seals, activating the 10,000 transformations sacred art to its peak. He controlled the endless star power to destroy the 9 true dragons and the ancient coffin. There was an intense collision and a terrifying confrontation. Hua Yunfei used the power of the star domain and activated the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Originally, it should have been as easy as crushing dry weeds, but now, the situation was far from good. He furrowed his brows. The opponent's divine technique made him feel as if there was nothing he could do. The unstoppable saint technique was actually a bit uncomfortable at this moment. In the end, he transformed into a silver river and poured it down, gathering into a boundless sea of stars. Only then did he finally shatter the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It disappeared from this world. However, what made Hua Yunfei speechless was that Yi Fan's second attack, third attack, came continuously. It was still the same 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and there were no changes at all. It was as if he was going to eat him up with this move. In the distance, the spectators were all dumbstruck. What kind of technique was this? It was too unconventional. They had never seen someone produce a coffin during a confrontation before. How could he create something like this? This was evolved from the user's comprehension of the Tao. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this child always thought of coffins when he comprehended the Tao? This was truly unique. Outside the arena, only Li Xiaoman understood what was happening. She was in a daze as she thought of her hometown, of the past, of Mount Tai, and of the dragons and coffin that lay across the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Hua Yunfei used everything he had learned to refine the 9 dragons and coffin. He wanted to completely destroy this Tao diagram and beat down Yi Fan until he no longer had the confidence to use it. Yi Fan didn't want the entire world to know that he cultivated the battle saint technique. Thus, he didn't use endless transformations. But just this move wasn't a solution. He rapidly changed. 1. The void trembled. He transformed into the heaven-swallowing demon jar. With a clang, the demonic lid flew up. The empty body of the jar was like an abyss as it tried to swallow Hua Yunfei. At the same time, a ghostly face appeared on the demonic lid. It branded itself into the void, suppressing Hua Yunfei. Seeing this, everyone was startled. They felt that Yi Fan was too unconventional. Every move he used was unexpected, but they were all peerlessly powerful. Hua Yunfei's aura flourished even more. He revolved the 10,000 Saint Transformations art to its peak, and a formless killing intent rushed out. Unknowingly, his expression had become somewhat cold. Yi Fan knew that no matter what, Hua Yunfei was definitely in trouble. Once the 10,000 Saint Transformations art appeared, it could be said that he had already revealed some clues. As long as he forced him a bit more, his opponent would definitely be unable to hide his demonic art. Bang! The two fiercely fought, constantly attacking each other. Their battle had almost reached a climax. Yi Fan began to ponder how to defeat his enemy. The Battle Saint technique was ever-changing. He had to display its true might. At this time, Hua Yunfei had already sensed that his opponent definitely had a Saint technique that could resist the 10,000 Saint Transformations art. It was difficult to counter, but he had no fear. He began to unleash his killing blow. Bo! Under the starry skies, Hua Yunfei stood alone. Immortal flowers bloomed one after another, sparkling and translucent as they danced around him. Pung! His hands constantly pressed down. Every petal had the word transform imprinted on it, becoming his flowers of Tao comprehension. They flowed with brilliant light and sparkled brilliantly. Rustle! The sky was filled with falling petals. 10,000 rays of multicolored light flew towards Yi Fan, wanting to drown him and seal him forever. Suddenly, Yi Fan also became ethereal and was no longer as oppressive as before. He clenched his fist and moved. Innate Tao patterns flickered and were filled with the aura of the great Tao. This was a physique art that he had been secretly pondering ever since he came to this world. However, he had never used it before. Today, he used the Battle Saint technique and used it for the first time. Tai Chi Saint technique. This art naturally contained the will of the great Tao and could conceal the Battle Saint technique. It was most suitable to be used at this moment. Bang! Yi Fan's fist was like a star, his eyes like swords, his waist like a dragon, and his legs like lightning. Amidst the lightness, there was a masculine aura. Yin and Yang coexisted as a golden blood chi soared into the sky. PFFF. He smashed an immortal flower with one punch. Even though they were all imprinted with Hua Yunfei's 10,000 Saint Transformations art, they still could not remain intact and shattered one by one. All the spectators were astonished. A divine art like Tai Chi was extremely peculiar and had never been seen before. It naturally contained the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver. Swoosh! Hua Yunfei stood on an immortal flower as his clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended. Of course, he did not want to engage in close combat. Instead, he wanted to unleash a supreme killing saint technique. Endless petals rained down, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity that was plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Every petal had his imprint. Walala! A cool breeze brushed past. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was filled with Hua Yunfei silhouettes. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies that he had manifested. Everyone was astonished. Even with their powerful spiritual senses, they could not tell which one was the real one. The void was being annihilated as a powerful aura enveloped the heaven and earth. This was an indescribable pressure, as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this really a cultivator from the Dragon Transformation secret realm? Many people were shocked, and their hearts were palpitating. They quickly retreated. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt waves of pain. When the petals and the millions of silhouettes closed in, he was actually about to explode. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. A peerless great killing technique. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. He thought of the Black Emperor's words. The great Emperor Vicious had created a saint technique called One Thought to Bloom Flowers. Sovereign descends upon the world. Every single one of them could transform into a true body, and it was a peerless killing technique. One thought to bloom flowers. Sovereign descends upon the world, displaying its divine charm. At this moment, it was displayed together with the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was extremely terrifying. This was a type of fatal attack. Hua Yunfei had finally used a forbidden technique. Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom! The heaven and earth exploded, and the void shattered. As his hands moved, a yin-yang fish appeared, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. Then, the yin-yang fish transformed, leaping into a dragon and rising to the extreme. It spat out a Tao scroll that was profound and unfathomable. Boom! The yin fish jumped out and transformed into a dragon. It smashed apart the heaven and earth, turning many petals into fine powder. Dong! The yang fish transformed into a dragon, and with a Tao scroll in its mouth, it attacked Hua Yunfei, who was on the immortal puppet. The dragon's body was of extreme yang, and like a flood breaking through a dam, it was unstoppable. Kacha! The immortal puppet beneath Hua Yunfei's feet cracked. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. This was the first time he revealed an expression of shock. He used a fatal technique, yet he was still injured. In the present age, very few people knew what the meaning of one thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descends upon the world represented. This was because this peerless sacred technique had already been buried in the dust of history. Otherwise, this place would have already erupted. The divine might of this technique was difficult to defend against. If not for Yi Fan using the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, it would have been difficult for other techniques to contend against it. This time, Hua Yunfei didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly became a bit empty, and after a long roar, the heaven and earth became as dark as ink. Endless clouds and mist wrapped around him and Yi Fan, completely isolating them from the outside world. At this moment, no one could see through it, and they couldn't hear anything either. They had no way of sensing how the great battle was going on inside. You finally used your demonic technique? Within the endless black mist, Yi Fan coldly said. Hua Yunfei didn't reply. His body was like a bottomless pit, and his entire being was like an abyss that swallowed all light. One thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descends upon the world. 10,000 transformations, saint art. I am the only one. Hua Yunfei's temperament had completely changed. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were empty. He was incomparably terrifying, and his celestial temperament had completely disappeared. He was like a demonic god. Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged out like an ocean, drowning Yi Fan in an instant. You want to use techniques to suppress me? I'm afraid you've miscalculated. I also have a sacred technique that I haven't used yet. Yi Fan coldly laughed. Now that this place was isolated from the outside world, he no longer had any misgivings. He unleashed both the Battle Saint technique and the all-sacred technique at the same time. After hundreds of revolutions, with a boom, the sky collapsed. A catastrophic collapse occurred in this place. The moment the all-secret technique was unleashed, the Tai Chi force that he evolved from the Battle Saint technique increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to 10 Yi Fan attacking Hua Yunfei at the same time. Boom! The void collapsed, and everyone discovered to their shock that Hua Yunfei's head flew out. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the isolated heaven and earth was forcefully shattered by Yi Fan. Chapter 448. Hua Yunfei's head was struck out, and a string of blood sprayed out. This shocked everyone. This was definitely a heaven's pride, but now, from the start of the battle until now, his performance made everyone sigh in admiration. The Saint children all felt restraining fear. Such a character could look down on the younger generation. Everyone originally thought that the battle between him and Yi Fan would continue. It would be hard to tell who was stronger and who would live and who would die in a short period of time. But now, a shocking change had occurred. This is a hero of a generation. Is he going to die just like that? Powerful strength and an immortal-like aura. How many in the younger generation can compare to him? What a pity. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. There were still many cultivators who did not speak. They felt that it would not be so simple. Huai Yunfei should not die so easily because he had a supreme saint technique. The void collapsed, and an energy storm wreaked havoc. The sky was in chaos, and there was a black hole in the void that almost swallowed Yi Fan. It was incomparably terrifying. The black mist was blown away. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. There seemed to be a black abyss in the sky that swallowed all light. Yi Fan rushed out with great difficulty. He was almost swallowed inside. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. The moment he rushed out, he directly chased after the head in the sky. He did not want to give his opponent a chance to recover because he had grasped the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique. Moreover, what kind of person was the most ruthless person of the ancient times? The creator of the undying heaven art was the most difficult to destroy. The moment Yi Fan rushed out, many pieces of flesh appeared in the black hole, flowing with a strange radiance. In the distance, Huai Yunfei's head also blossomed with auspicious light. Boom! Yi Fan's golden blood energy surged. His entire body seemed to be bathed in golden divine flames. It was as if he was a holy spirit that had walked out from one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. Ha! He waved his golden hand and slapped forward. The void collapsed, and large black cracks rushed out in all directions. Huai Yunfei's head suddenly became pitch black. A small black vortex appeared there, and with a schwa, it disappeared without a trace. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Yi Fan had mastered the Great Void technique, so he was very sensitive to such a secret technique of crossing the void. He immediately found his tracks. In an instant, he chased after it. The head actually sank into the black abyss that had almost swallowed him. It merged with the fragments of the body and flowed with splendor. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Yi Fan's golden hand covered the sky and covered the earth, crushing the void and covering the area. Unfortunately, I was not able to display my full strength. Otherwise, the result would have been different. This was Huai Yunfei's thought, and it was filled with regret. Suddenly, Yi Fan was horrified and a chill ran down his spine. He decisively retreated. The void where he was standing split open and a large black hand appeared, slapping down on where he had just been standing. Half-step almighty. This person was shrouded in fog, and a powerful aura surged like a vast ocean. He was not much weaker than a holy lord. If he could advance half a step further, he would be an almighty who could look down on the world. Huai Yunfei's protector had appeared. Yi Fan was already on guard, because he had fought with Huai Yunfei for too long. He already knew that this person might have been alerted. Boom! The person in the black fog attacked again, wanting to mercilessly kill Yi Fan. The terrifying fluctuations caused the spectators to feel a chill. Apart from a holy lord, who could contend against such a person? However, Yi Fan laughed. He used a peerless movement technique to retreat, moving like a beam of light. Then he shouted, "Everyone, the inheritance of the most ruthless person since ancient times has appeared." This loud roar shook the entire Yin capital. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, collapsing the heavens and alarming everyone. Many figures rushed up into the sky. None of them were among the spectators, and they came from all directions. They were all old men with white hair and beards. Yi Fan's shout was too powerful. Several holy lands and the supreme sects of the Central Plains all had extraordinary characters here. They wanted to enter the forbidden area to pluck divine medicines, so they were all alarmed. This was something that Yi Fan had long since planned. He wanted to divert everyone's attention. There were too many people staring at him, and it was time for someone to step out and bear the hostility in his place. Who is it? An aged voice came from the distance. Naturally, it's Huai Yunfei from the Supreme Profound Sect. Just now, he already displayed that kind of inheritance. That black hole that almost swallowed me hasn't disappeared yet. Don't tell me that you don't think it's him? Yi Fan replied loudly. Don't slander me. The half-step almighty retreated to the abyss in the sky. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the unharmed Hua Yunfei rushed out. The Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique had revived him, but he had used it twice in a day. It had caused him to pay a huge price and injure his foundation. You say that I'm slandering you? You can stand there and not move. Wait for the many seniors to come and judge. Those who are innocent will be innocent, while those who are turbid will be turbid. Yi Fan said indifferently. Next time, I'll do as you wish. I'll display my supreme technique and kill you. Hua Yunfei transmitted his voice. He wasn't dejected, only calm and confident. If you really dare to come and die, I'll take care of you in place of the heavens, Yi Fan replied. I didn't think that you would obtain the secret of all. My inheritance is not weaker than any technique in the past or present. It naturally has a technique that can resist the secret of all. Hua Yunfei's words suddenly changed, and he said something that made people scratch their heads. You think you know everything, but you've only guessed half of it. Even I don't know the other half. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Naturally, others couldn't hear him. In reality, before Hua Yunfei left, he still wanted to prove that vicious inheritance had nothing to do with him. In the distant sky, a few old men appeared. They came from the eastern wasteland's holy lands and the central plains' great sections. They were all holy lords. I'll prove my innocence. If I stay now, I'm afraid that there are people in the dark who won't give me a chance to silence me, Hua Yunfei said. After that, he took out a profound jade platform. The void split open, and he and the half-step almighty flew out. The entire city was in an uproar. What was going on? Was the genius of a generation, Hua Yunfei, really vicious inheritor? Not long ago, a great calamity had occurred in Vicious Dojo. Many people had died, shaking the eastern wasteland. Was he related to this? However, he was far away in the southern region. How could he do all these things? Did he really have such great power? This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The disturbance was too great. Vicious inheritance affected too many people's hearts. If he appeared, it would be a great disaster. Many of the older generation chased after him, heading directly to the Taishin sect. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as there was something suspicious, they had to investigate it clearly. Otherwise, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? Where did that woman go? Finally, someone reacted and wanted to find Li Xiaoman's whereabouts. However, at this moment, there was no trace of her. She had long since left the city. Yi Fan was also startled. He didn't even notice how Li Xiaoman had left. He had never paid attention. That night, the Yin capital was in chaos. News flew everywhere, spreading to all parts of the world. It was immediately spread. Cough. Yi Fan landed on the ground and coughed out faint golden blood. Many people were filled with reverence. They couldn't help but open up a path for him. Although the divine body had been injured by the great Tao and was about to die, he still had this kind of might. It made people shiver. There were even more people cursing. How could someone who was about to die still be so fierce? This made many people speechless. People believed that if Yi Fan fought with his life on the line, he could kill a few saints before he died and go to hell with them. It wouldn't be a problem. The divine king physique of the Ji clan looked at Yi Fan calmly, without any emotion. He grabbed the arm of the Ji clan's little moon tightly, not letting her go. Ji Ziyue was very worried, and tears appeared in her eyes. In the distance, the Yaoguang saint's eyes were very deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Divine light flowed on the surface of his body, and he was incomparably divine. At this moment, Yi Fan only had one thought, and that was to quickly find the little girl and then leave the southern region. This place couldn't stay for long. Oh, the next day, a long howl shook the Yin capital. It made people think that 1,000-year-old wolf had broken in. The large black dog had come. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei were also here. However, the three of them had changed their appearances before entering this ancient city. Why are you here? Yi Fan was very surprised when he saw them. They had originally agreed to meet in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. To help you fight, of course. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news, Pangbo said. Actually, we should have arrived a long time ago. It's all this damn dog's fault. When we crossed the void, it said that the error would not be more than 1,500 miles. But in the end, it was a full 1,000,000 miles. Tu Fei cursed. It was 1,300,000 miles. Li Heishui added. It's just an occasional error. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yifan finally understood. Last time, he had deviated by 1,500,000 miles, and that was already very lucky. When the Black Emperor appeared in the Yin capital, many people's faces immediately darkened when they saw him. When he was in the northern region, he was very fierce, causing chaos everywhere, and clamoring for people to be his pets. Many people wanted to skin him. However, the older generation disdained to lower themselves to the level of a dog. The younger generation was afraid that the sacred doomsday physique would stand out and risk his life. If he was killed like that, it wouldn't be worth it. The large black dog didn't have any self-awareness at all. He greeted everyone he saw, and he was very familiar with everyone as if he was very popular. Long time no see. We meet again. Others ignored him, but he didn't feel it at all. He was still very friendly. Hey, little girl, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Don't you think this is a beautiful encounter? I'll kill you. Woof, I don't want to fight with women. They came to Yifan's residence, and after learning about his experiences in detail, they all instantly exclaimed in surprise. Great, the Great Dao injury has finally been healed. Pangbo was very excited. From now on, the sea is wide, the fish can jump, the sky is high, and the birds can fly. Tu Fei laughed loudly. That's right, we can't leak this out now. Let the world think that you don't have much time left, Li Heishui said. Holy fruit. The large black dog was drooling, and his tongue was about to fall off. I won't forget about you. Now, hurry up and tell me about the problem with Vicious. Yifan gave him a slap, waking him up. The Vicious Emperor was arrogant. He fought against the heavens, against the earth, and against himself. It wasn't that he was extraordinarily talented, but he relied on his own strength to kill many kings and finally reach the peak with a mortal body. The divine techniques he created were unparalleled. First, he used the heaven-devouring demonic technique to change his fate and became an immortal emperor. He looked down on the world and looked down on all beings. Then, he used his entire life's effort to create the indestructible heaven technique and broke through the demonic body. He erased all the future troubles that could affect the harmony of heaven and earth and gave birth to a divine embryo. He defeated himself. There were rumors that he might be the person who lived the longest among the emperors. Everything about him was full of mysteries, and not many people in the world could explain it clearly. With a single thought, flowers bloom and a sovereign descends. It can be said to be an unparalleled saint technique. If you add the unparalleled 10,000 transformations saint technique, it's practically undefeatable. Brat, how did you break it? After hearing that Yifan had defeated this saint technique, the large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he said, even if it's the battle saint technique, it might not be able to deal with this combined saint technique. Yifan recounted the course of the battle in detail. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, this brat obtained the inheritance of the vicious, and the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar is in his hands. It's hard to say. Yifan shook his head. He had thought of many things, so he continued to ask. The Black Emperor said, that Vicious was a world-shaking figure, and he created more than those two unparalleled saint techniques. He also created the eye, the unique and righteous saint technique. According to what you said, he indeed didn't have time to unleash them. Moreover, this is only the corresponding saint technique for the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Yifan was shocked, and he asked, what do you mean? There's also the indestructible heaven technique. That's a mystical technique that Vicious created in his later years. As for what kind of saint technique it corresponds to, no one knows, the Black Emperor said. Vicious is that powerful. Pang Bo was also very surprised. Of course he's powerful. Otherwise, why would I want to dig up his grave? The large black dog mumbled. You said you suspected that the Yao Guang Saint Sun was also involved in this, and he came to test you 2 nights ago. Now that we're all here, why don't we go and kill him tonight? Li Haishui said, That's right, we'll take the initiative to attack. Tu Fei also said, Chapter 449, Don't act rashly. The situation in Yin Capital is complicated now. My every move will be watched. Don't act now, Yi Fan said. He was most concerned about Ruthless. That kind of inheritance was too powerful and terrifying. If this kind of inheritor grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. Flowers bloomed with a single thought, and a king descended. This represented Ruthless, unparalleled power in the past. With this technique and the unparalleled 1,000 transformations Saint Art, he could kill all heroes in the world. It was said that Ruthless had created a supreme secret technique that could kill kings. He was peerless in the world, and the legends alone were enough to make people tremble. He gave birth to a divine fetus in his old age and reborn in his old age. This is too terrifying. Doesn't it mean that he has experienced 2 emperors? Li Haishui was speechless. It said that he lived the longest. Is he still alive? Tu Fei also had doubts. His grandfather had the ancient sky-swallowing demon jar. As he learned more about Ruthless, he felt his heart beat faster. He felt that it was a hot potato. Impossible. If he was still in this world back then, the great lord of No Shur would have definitely had a battle with him that would shake the ages. The Black Emperor muttered. Did none of the ancient emperors survive? They were all extremely talented and looked down on the past and present. I don't believe that they all passed away, Pang Bo said. If he didn't die, I would have dug up his training field and dug up his grave. With his personality, he would have jumped out and skinned me alive, the large black dog muttered. They were speechless. After thinking about it, it was true. If he was still alive, why would he let the sky-swallowing demon jar fall apart and scatter in the world instead of keeping it in his hands? Yi Fan felt the pressure. The sky-swallowing demon technique corresponded to all kinds of secret techniques, and the indestructible heaven art was even more mysterious. Even the Black Emperor didn't know what kind of amazing technique it corresponded to. I need to go to the St. Cliff and find the 3rd secret of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan had this thought. Although he had learned the Tao scripture and the Western Emperor scripture, they were all mental cultivation techniques of a certain secret realm. They weren't complete scriptures, and they didn't contain any supreme techniques. At this moment, he seriously felt that he lacked secret techniques. Just having a powerful mental cultivation method was far from enough. Fortunately, the Battle Saint technique was unparalleled in the world, and the Saint energy was #1 in terms of offensive power. It was capable of countless transformations and could evolve into countless killing techniques. Otherwise, he would have a hard time dealing with his nemesis. Have you found out the whereabouts of the God King? Yi Fan asked. In the past, when he crossed over from the northern region, he had made an agreement with a few people. If he healed his wounds of the ways, he would definitely cause a disturbance so that they could search for supreme God Kings. No, it's like a stone sinking into the sea. There's no news at all. I've asked the bad guy Jiang to ask. His grandfather Jiang, he went to the Jiang family, but he didn't get any clue, said Tu Fei. Li Haishui also sighed. The Eastern Barren Land is just too big. Finding a supreme God King is easier said than done. Yi Fan frowned. He had narrowly escaped death and finally managed to obtain a perfect immortal medicine, but he had no way of finding the Divine King. This gave him a headache. Don't worry. If the Jiang family has any news, we will know immediately, said Li Haishui. Yi Fan was indebted to the Supreme God King. He didn't want to see the God King fall, so he wanted to find a way to revive him. Now, he saw the light, but he couldn't do it. I think the God King hasn't passed away yet. After all, Ting Ting is with him. When he feels that he doesn't have much time left, I think he will send the little girl back to the Jiang family, Pang Bo deduced. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. This is what worries me the most. He was very worried that the God King would use his last bit of power to change Ting Ting's fate and use up the last hope of revival. This was very likely to happen. Ever since the God King disappeared with Ting, Yi Fan had such a thought. The God King had lived a sad life. If such sad news came out, it would be very sad and make people cry. At this time, the outside world was shaken. Many important figures went to Taixien and the Star Peak. No one didn't care about the inheritance of the ruthless great king. If it was true, it would be a catastrophe. It would be an unbearable disaster. Everyone in the world looked over. It was even more than when the Saint Physique had broken the curse. People from the great sects had come. Yi Fan had succeeded. He had shifted people's attention. He didn't need to be afraid of a dying Saint Physique. However, the inheritance of the most ruthless man in history was different. He finally smiled. The stars had moved, and the disaster had been shifted. Everyone had their eyes on another person, and they had started to search for the successor of the ruthless man. Hua Yunfei had disappeared, and everyone was searching for him. Although they didn't have any evidence yet, he had become the enemy of the entire world. This is a good move. Hua Yunfei is more useful alive than dead. He can replace Yi Fan to bear this burden. Tu Fei smiled. That's right. Push him out. Little Yi can cultivate in peace and accumulate power. When those people come back to their senses, it will be too late. Li Heishui also laughed. Don't be blindly optimistic. The more I hear, the more I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't easy to deal with. He is cunning and ruthless. Such a person won't die easily. Don't be forced to become the second ruthless man, warned the Black Emperor. Pangbo smiled. In the future, we can plan at ease. This time, we'll push out a ruthless man. Next time, we'll push out a Wushi. The outside world was in an uproar, all types of discussions covering heaven and earth. Yi Fan could finally relax for a period of time. In the next few days, he continued to search for the little girl. He had to find her. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for his own conscience. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find a single clue. Yi Huiling should come out soon. She heard that I'm safe and sound. She will come for the holy fruits. Yi Fan took out the holy fruits and distributed them to them. The Black Emperor was drooling. His old habit of being greedy appeared again. He started to steal from his own people. Fortunately, Li Heishui and Tu Fei understood him and reacted quickly. Even though they were bitten a few times, the fruits were saved. Damn, this damn dog is too hateful. Everything else is good, but his bad habit of stealing treasures is incurable. The two of them cursed. Am I that kind of person? I just wanted to test your reaction speed. The large black dog was so shameless that it made people speechless. At first, they didn't want it because they understood that they needed to combine all kinds of holy fruits to create a perfect, immortal divine medicine. They wanted to use this to save the divine king and little Ting. Yi Fan still insisted on giving one to each of them. However, he didn't take it himself because it was just enough. He needed a deity root to make up for it. After several days, they still couldn't find the little girl. Yi Fan felt uneasy, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In the end, he and Pang Bo left the Yin capital to see some old friends. They were classmates who had come to this world with them. If there were no accidents, they should still be in the Yin territory. Their first stop was naturally the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The two of them had lived here for almost a year. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in their minds. However, when they arrived here, they heard the grievous news. Their classmate called Zhang Ningfei had died. That year, Yi Fan and a total of 13 people had been brought out of the ancient forest by Vivian. The 6 blessed lands had each taken 2 of them as disciples. The Spirit Ruin Paradise had taken Pang Bo and Zhang Ningfei as disciples. Yi Fan had only followed Pang Bo here. He wasn't a true disciple because he had been found to have a desolate ancient trash body. After coming here, Zhang Ningfei had been taken away by his master to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had only seen him a few times. They didn't expect that when they returned, this classmate had already been buried for more than a year. Let's fill up his grave. The two of them were a little sad. They had come to this world together, but they never thought that someone had already passed away. They would never see him again. Zhang Ningfei wasn't killed by a cultivator. A year ago, he had gone to pick a spirit medicine and was torn to pieces by a beast. He had died a terrible death. I still remember when we graduated. After you got drunk, you cried and laughed, talking about your ideals and regrets. After coming to this world, we didn't get to meet for a long time. In the end, we didn't get to see you one last time. The two of them poured wine on his grave and were silent for a long time. This was the world of cultivators. Everything was extremely cruel and full of hardships. When the two of them returned to the spirit-ruined paradise, many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The two spirit-ruined leaders were very nervous. Even he was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. He was afraid that the two of them would be angry and punish him. There's no need to be like this. Ling Su has done us a favor. His accident has nothing to do with the spirit-ruined paradise. Nearly 6 years had passed. They were already cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, enough to look down on the entire Yin country. The Eastern Barren territory was too big. The spirit-ruined paradise was the lowest level of cultivation. Cultivators at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were already the top cultivators of the Yin country. If they were cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, they could dominate dozens of countries. Dozens of countries might have a medium-sized sect, but hundreds of countries might not even have a large sect. In the vast Eastern Barren territory, there were countless countries. Elder Wu Qingfeng was invited, but the spirit-ruined paradise leader was still a little worried. He knew that the two of them were indebted to this elder. In fact, other than seeing their classmate, Yi Fan and Pang Bo mainly wanted to see this old man. He was the one who had led the two of them onto the path of cultivation. After several years, Elder Wu Qingfeng had aged a little, but he was still in good spirits. He was very happy to see them. "Child, I heard about you. Your great path injury." The old man sighed. "It's fine. He's very tough. He'll make it through this. Don't worry," Pang Bo said with a smile. He could not tell the truth because the stakes were too high. "I didn't expect you to have such achievements. You can compete with the Sons of Saints." Elder Wu Qingfeng was very excited. One of them was his disciple. The two of them stayed with Elder Wu Qingfeng for a long time. Then, Yi Fan left behind several caddies of divine spring with a divine root soaked in it. Only then did he leave. After today's parting, it might be difficult to see him again. They walked far away and found the old man still standing at the mountain gate. His white head, his back that was no longer straight, and his skinny figure. The old man seemed to have been petrified as he watched them leave. This might very well be the last time they met. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very sad. They turned around and bowed deeply before rushing into the sky. Chapter 450. Yi Fan and Pang Bo came to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland, the former sect of Zhang Wenchang. Their arrival caused panic. Now everyone in the Yin Kingdom had heard of the divine body. Those who had humiliated Zhang Wenchang were all frightened and felt that the end of the world had come. Many people knew that Yi Fan had been here before and was a close friend of Zhang Wenchang. They all thought that he had come to vent the anger of the half-crippled old man. Pang Bo glanced at the group of young people. He wanted to slap them to death, but in the end, he only snorted coldly. As a result, a row of people knelt down. "We want to know if Lu Yi has ever come back. Do you have any news of her?" Yi Fan asked. Lu Yi had entered the same sect as Zhang Wenchang. This time, they had come to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland mainly to find news of her. "She never came back. What a pity for a good cultivation seed," an elder replied. The two nodded and did not say anything else. They turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people of the Jade Cauldron Wonderland all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they went to the Mist Wonderland, the Purple Sun Wonderland, and the Golden Glow Wonderland. In the end, they got the same answer. Zhou Wang, Lin Jia, and the others had not come back. In the past, the 3 people of the Great Sage's land had forced Yi Fan and the others to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity to pick the divine medicine. Yi Fan had created an opportunity for Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Zuan, Li Xiaoman, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to escape. 3 years had passed. They only knew that Li Xiaoman had escaped and entered the Taishan sect. There was still no news of the others. Back then, Yi Fan had asked Li Xiaoman when he was in the Taishan sect. She did not know where they were because they had escaped separately. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia are all smart people. Naturally, they will not come back. Otherwise, the people of the Holy Land will definitely find out, Yi Fan said to himself. Zhang Xiling isn't stupid. He must have gone to a safe place. I think Yi is definitely with him, Pang Bo said. In addition, 2 other students had died. One was Gu Ming, and the other was Su Chuan. One was killed when he went out to train, and the other was trapped in the ruins with others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo filled their graves. It had only been a few years, but 3 of their classmates had already died in this world. They did not know how many of them would be left in the end. Finally, they arrived at the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven and learned of Cade's whereabouts. A wandering old monk took him away because he saw that he was tall and sturdy, born with a head full of yellow hair, and thought that he was similar to the guardian Vajra in Buddhist legends. This yellow-haired devil has become a guardian Vajra. Doesn't that mean I can become a Buddha? Pang Bo was somewhat dumbfounded. What did the old monk say? Yi Fan asked in detail. The people of the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven did not dare to hide anything. They knew that this person was a terrifying killer who did not have much time left. He even dared to kill people from the Holy Land. They did not dare to provoke him. The old monk only said that he would take him to the western desert, to some Mount Meru. He did not say anything else. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. Mount Meru had too many legends, whether it was in the other side of the starry sky or in this world. This devil is really lucky. He actually went to Mount Meru. In the future, when we go to the western desert, we must get him to introduce a few female bodhisattvas. One of Sunset Moon's disciples even repeated what Cade had said before he left, word for word. Oh, dog seller. Got my ass. From now on, I can only believe in Buddha. Who told you to leave me here? Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other and could not help but laugh. They did not stay for long. After understanding everything, they flew into the sky. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and brought them away. Originally, there were only 10 people left. Along the way, the 2 of them felt a bit sad. They did not know when they would be able to go back. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo returned to the Yindu, the great sage's land, and the supreme sects immediately sent people to find them. They had already carved the supreme formation runes and wanted Yi Fan to go pick some medicinal herbs. How could Yi Fan go back? This time, he had only set up a trap to deal with Hua Yunfei. He tactfully said that it was too dangerous and that he wanted to give up. He wanted to go to the Undying Mountain in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland to try his luck. The people of the great sects cursed silently. Although the Undying Mountain had the word undying in its name, it had always been impossible to leave. Once you entered, you could forget about coming out alive. Little friend, are you sure? That mountain range is not a good place. In the past, there was a Saint Physique who broke a cliff and caused a huge disaster. In his later years, blood stained the Saint Cliff. Senior, can you explain in detail? Yi Fan's heart stirred. This is already the most detailed record. There is nothing else, a grand elder of a holy land said. Yi Fan was speechless. No matter what, he was not willing to enter the forbidden, ancient, desolate land. As long as he could find little Nan Nan, he would immediately leave the southern region. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Although the people of the supreme sects wanted to beat him up, as there had never been anyone who dared to stand them up, they still suppressed their anger. After all, the mark of the Divine King was still there. In the following days, Yi Fan almost turned the entire Yin kingdom upside down. He used all his power to search, but in the end, there was no trace of Nan Nan. And in this period of time, the southern region was in a great turmoil. Many elites were searching for Hua Yunfei's whereabouts, but it was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no trace of him at all. After another 2 days, Yi Huiling finally appeared. This caused Yi Fan to be overjoyed, and he welcomed her into the inn. This was a large inn, and the layout was very particular. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards, especially for cultivators who liked peace and quiet to stay. At this moment, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and even the large black dog were all in seclusion. They were slowly refining the holy fruits. In a purple bamboo forest, Yi Fan personally poured tea for Yi Huiling. He asked, "Why did Missy disappear for so long?" "It's a long story. I almost died. During the battle between Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao, someone had attacked both of them at the same time. Both of them had been severely wounded, and then that person had chased after Yi Huiling. In the end, although she had luckily escaped, her vitality had been greatly injured, and she had almost died. She had only come out of seclusion today after recuperating. After learning about everything that had happened recently, she suspected that it was very likely that that person was Hua Yunfei's protector, because the two of them were very similar. Congratulations on recovering from your injuries, Brother Yi. From now on, your path will be smooth, and no one will be able to stop you." Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Yi Fan fulfilled his promise and took out a golden sun holy fruit. Although it was sealed in the small jade cauldron, its fragrance still seeped out, refreshing the mind. He pushed it forward. "Brother Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me." Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her skin was like suet jade, and her eyebrows were elegant. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit, and her oval face gave people a very ethereal feeling, as if she could see through everything. "How could that be? I believe that Miss Yi will help me keep this secret." Yi Fan smiled. "I believe in Brother Ye's character." The corner of Yi Huiling's mouth curled up, and with a hint of mischievousness, she said, "But I also ask Brother Yi to believe that I won't say a single word." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. He lightly pushed the small white jade cauldron, and it flew out. Only now did Yi Huiling reach out her hand to receive it. Her big watery eyes were full of smiles, and she said, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I want to know, was it Miss Yi who took little Nan Nan away?" Yi Huiling shook her head. Because it was not time for her to leave, she often fought with Wang Chongxiao, so she did not come to take little Nan Nan away. "Who was it?" Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed. If it was not for the little girl, he would already be dead. If he could not find her, his conscience would not be at ease. "I think I've guessed it," Yi Huiling said. "What? You know who it was?" Yi Fan suddenly looked over. "I'm not absolutely sure. It is just a guess." "Please tell me." Yi Huiling guessed that little Nan Nan might have been taken away by the people of the Yin Yang sect, because she found that the saintess of the sect was personally moving around, looking for children with good physiques. "Is she still in the Yin capital?" Yi Fan jumped up. He could not help but be anxious. If she was sent to the Central Plains, it would be very difficult for him to get her back. "Not here. Right now, there is a storm brewing in the Yin land. They are in another peaceful place. I know that is one of their strongholds in the Eastern Barren Land. The talented children should not have been sent away yet. After all, crossing to the Central Plains requires a large amount of energy. They should be waiting for the matter in the Yin capital to end before leaving together. Where are they? What kind of experts are there?" Yi Fan asked. Yi Huiling said, "In a sect called Rosy Dawn 50,000 miles away. It is a sect supported by the Yin Yang sect." Yi Fan waited for a day, and Pang Bo and the others came out one after another. They had all completed their blood transfusion and bone tempering, and the medicinal power had been absorbed to the extreme. Without any delay, they crossed the void at top speed, killing their way 50,000 miles away. Yi Huiling also followed. Rosy Dawn sect was located in a mountain range. There were fiery red cherry trees everywhere, like endless burning clouds. The name of the sect was very suitable for the environment. These people were all tyrannical, so it was natural for them to sneak into a medium-sized sect quietly. At first, they did not find anything, and even Yi Fan was disappointed. Only when they turned to the back of the mountain did they feel refreshed. They saw more than 10 children, the oldest only 5 years old, and the youngest only 2 years old. All of them looked like they were carved from jade. "Why isn't little Nan Nan here?" Yi Fan frowned. They separated and continued their search. He passed through one magnificent house after another, and when he was about to reach the end, he finally revealed a happy expression. He sensed little Nan Nan's aura and quickly rushed over. There were also a few children here, and all of them were wearing beautiful new clothes. They all looked very delicate, except for a little girl around 3 years old. Her clothes were old and tattered, and even her shoes had finger holes. Yifan blamed himself. He had been too busy before entering the ancient, desolate, forbidden land and did not have the time to take care of this little girl. He had never given her new clothes, and now he felt incomparably guilty. It was obvious that little Nan was being ostracized here. Otherwise, she would not have been treated like this. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. "Come over quickly. It's time to eat the spirit medicine." A middle-aged woman walked over. There were 6 or 7 small bowls on the tray in her hand. Waves of fragrance wafted out, refreshing the mind. Clearly, these were spirit medicines. The Yin-Yang sect was very willing to part with these genius children. They had to build a solid foundation for them from a young age, and all of them were refined with precious medicines. The other children all ran over, and only little Nan did not go over. Her big eyes were very bright as she stared at those small bowls with hope, but she did not dare to go over. "That little muddlehead, don't count on it. I originally thought that your bone frame was rare in this world and that you were a little genius. Who would have thought that you were born with such a bad memory? In a few days, you will forget everything." The middle-aged woman coldly swept her gaze over. "But Nan is very hungry. I did not eat anything in the morning and afternoon." Little Nan felt very wronged. "If you make another mistake, you will not be allowed to eat tonight." The middle-aged woman's voice was very cold. "In a few days, the saintess will come again. After she has made her decision, she will throw you out." "Oh, Nan understands." Little Nan lowered her head and did not dare to look at the middle-aged woman. She looked at her own tattered shoes. After the middle-aged woman left, a group of young children held their small bowls and drank the spirit medicine. Some of the children were very naughty and did not like the taste, so they secretly poured it away. Little Nan stared at a child's small bowl. Her big eyes were very bright as she asked with a tender voice, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" "Not delicious," the young child replied. He had already poured out the spirit medicine in the small bowl. Little Nan saw that the other girl was also about to pour it away and revealed a hopeful light. Her eyes were very bright as she asked the same question. "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" She was already very hungry and was punished not to eat. At this time, she could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "It's not delicious. Nan, you must be hungry. Here, eat it." The little girl handed over the small bowl. "Are you really giving it to me?" Little Nan asked seriously. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she reached out to receive it. "Yes, quickly eat it." The little girl handed it over. "Thank you. Nan is really very hungry." Little Nan reached out to receive it. At this time, the middle-aged woman returned and coldly shouted, "What are you all doing? Kacha!" Little Nan trembled in fear as the small bowl in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. She had a very scared appearance. "Not only are you not allowed to eat tonight, you are also not allowed to eat tomorrow. Quickly go back to your room. This is not a place for you to stay." "Oh, Nan understands." Little Nan's head drooped down to her chest. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she walked towards the servant's room not far away. Yifan finally knew the situation of little Nan here. His heart ached and tears almost fell out. He walked out of the darkness with large strides and coldly shouted at the middle-aged woman. "Are you shouting at her? Who are you? How did you get in?" The middle-aged woman was shocked. Nan, come here." Yifan beckoned to little Nan. "Big brother, who are you? Why do I feel that you are very familiar?" Little Nan's big eyes blinked. "I told you to go back to your room. Why are you still here?" The middle-aged woman coldly shouted. Little Nan quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look over. Smack! Yifan's slap landed on the middle-aged woman's face. Although she was very fast, she still failed to dodge and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Yifan spared her life because he had many questions to ask her. Otherwise, the power of the sacred body of the ancients would have been enough to shatter her. He strode over, picked up little Nan, and then forced her back. "Who are you? What's your relationship with her?" The middle-aged woman asked with a trembling voice. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that even your saintess is not as precious as her. How dare you treat her like this? Yi Fan was furious and said, "Tell me, where is your saintess?" "You? Who are you? How dare you belittle our saintess like this?" The middle-aged woman was shocked. At that moment, several powerhouses rushed into the courtyard and shouted, asking who Yi Fan was. The lives of your saintess and son of God, added together, are not enough to make up for the grievances that little Nan Nan has suffered. Yi Fan clanged and held the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in his hand. Blood splattered as he sliced the few people who rushed over into pieces. He then continued to interrogate. "Tell me, where is your saintess?" At that moment, Pang Bo and the others also heard the noise and rushed over. "Who dares to offend the school of Inyang?" At the same time, someone spoke in an eerie voice. Several elders from the dragon transformation realm flew over and said coldly, "Are you guys tired of living? It's you guys who are tired of living." Yi Fan shouted and swung his sword at the sky. "How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on the school of Inyang." Chapter 451. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on our Inyang sect. Several elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm flew over, their words cold and murderous. Yi Fan pointed the holy sword in his hand toward the sky. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and his eyes were deep. He was like a demon god, full of murderous intent. 8 or 9 young people followed the elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm. They were both men and women. Seeing that Yi Fan was only 15 or 16 years old, they all looked down on him. One of the young men held a murderous weapon and pointed it at Yi Fan. A blood-red light flashed, and he said coldly, "Is this a place where you can barge in? You don't know your place. Are you saying that you don't know your place?" Yi Fan waved the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and slashed it toward the sky. The thick black sword ray was more than 100 meters long, and it shot up like a black lightning bolt. Pooh! The young man was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. He was crushed by the thick sword chi, and nothing was left. Even the murderous weapon was turned into powder. Ah! Behind them, the other young cultivators all cried out in surprise, and their expressions changed completely. The elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm looked extremely gloomy. During this process, Yi Fan held little Nan carefully and covered her big eyes at the same time, so she didn't see this scene. Little Nan was being bullied every day, and she didn't even have food to eat. He didn't want to be frightened again. This poor little girl really made him feel sad. "Who are you? Why did you barge into the Inyang sect's territory and offend us?" An elder asked coldly from afar. "I offended you? What a joke. You captured the disciples of the Eastern Barren Territory, imprisoned my family, and you dare question me?" Yi Fan's murderous, intense sword, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a demon god. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also approached, and they each guarded aside. Only the big black dog was nowhere to be seen. "Have you really heard of the Inyang sect?" One of the young men didn't believe it. The Inyang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State, and not many people dared to offend them. He thought that Yi Fan didn't know about it. Regardless of right or wrong, let's talk about the inheritance first. The Inyang sect has such a bad temper. Yi Fan's killing intent grew denser and denser as he said, "Isn't it just a sect in the Central State? What's so great about it?" Good. He is indeed a reckless madman. There is no one in this world who dares to look down on my Inyang sect. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward with his sword. "So what if I underestimated you today? Where is your saintess?" "Young man, you don't know how to appreciate favors. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." An old man's face sank. With a hong sound, a large bell floated above his head. Purple energy was hazy, and killing intent was boundless. One of them shouted, "You still dare to barge into our Inyang sect's territory after knowing it? What right do you have to see our saintess? Several elders are here. Do you still want to overturn the heavens? He will definitely be killed." Noisy. Yi Fan did not care about these young people at all. He was only concerned about the few experts from the dragon transformation secret realm. The dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand slashed forward, and a thick sword light sliced through the void. Pooh! The few dragon transformation secret realm experts wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. They could only watch as Fan killed someone in front of them. That black sword ray was too fast and sharp. The black sword ray cut through the heaven and earth. With a flash, blood splattered everywhere. That disciple died a violent death. Boom! That large bell let out a huge roar, like a lion's roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. Endless horrifying sound waves were produced, and tens of thousands of waves were formed. Dang! Fan directly waved his sword. The dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword extended in the wind, and it turned into 100 meters long. He held it in his hand and slashed down tens of thousands of waves, cutting through the sound waves of death. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. He shook the bell again and rushed forward. As the bell rang, a ferocious beast rushed out. It had the head of a lion and the body of a dragon. Roar! The sound of the bell was like a lion's roar. It fused with the sound waves and stirred up winds and waves in the vast ocean of black sound waves. Dang! The long and drawn-out sound of the bell split the sky. The dragon-lion ferocious beast pounced forward, bringing along monstrous black bell waves that almost drowned Fan. Buzz! The sky was filled with brilliant rays of light. Fan's entire body was golden. The large sword in his hand swept across the sky and slashed downwards. With a poo sound, the dragon-lion sword was cut in half. The vast bell waves were extinguished in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling an angry roar. The sound suddenly disappeared, and the bell waves that filled the sky disappeared. There was not a single trace of life force left. Dang! The large bell on top of that dragon transformation secret realm expert's head personally rushed over. With a loud quang-dang sound, the huge purple bell flew out like a mountain and pressed down on Fan. Boom! The large bell was as tall as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped Fan under it, emitting a deafening sound that was incomparably vast like a tsunami. The majestic bell fell down, intending to turn Fan into dust and ashes. The bell shook the heaven and earth. Kacha! All of a sudden, the large bell collapsed. The black golden dragon, Mark Saint Spirit, in Fan's hand, was like a black true dragon. It smashed the large bell, and he rushed out. The elder of the dragon transformation, Mystical, ground harumphed coldly, but he did not dodge. Instead, he formed a phenomenon and charged towards Fan. This was a dark gray mist that formed a small world of its own. Within a radius of 100 zhong, he stood alone in the center. It could corrode all living beings and was invincible. He thought that he could turn Fan into pus and blood. However, Fan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He directly walked in and brandished his sword. Black light split the sky, and with a pu sound, the elder's head was sent flying. What's going on? What happened? Why is elderly frozen by his own strange phenomenon and unable to move? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were stupefied and revealed expressions of disbelief. Fan's slaying of the dragon was like cutting vegetables in a garden, shocking them. He is the Saint Physique Fan. Don't display your strange phenomenon in front of him. A few figures flew over from the distant sky and said, "What? He's at Saint Physique? Why'd he come to our Yin-Yang sex important place?" Many people cried out in alarm. They felt that the situation was far from good. Many of them came from the central prefecture. Even though they had heard of the Saint Physique, it was impossible for them to see it with their own eyes. They all knew that the Saint Physique was about to leave this world and that he didn't have much time left to live. Even his old enemy didn't want to provoke him. They didn't expect that he would come here. Fan, although you are famous, you shouldn't have provoked the Yin-Yang sect. The elders of the Dragon Transformation secret territory looked gloomy. I'm not the one who provoked you. You're the one who provoked me. You kidnapped little Nan Nan and tortured her. You should be killed. His voice was cold, and his murderous aura became more intense. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui sneered. They took out their weapons and were ready to attack. Woof! The big black dog, who had been missing for a long time, dashed out. His mouth was filled with the smell of medicine. Apparently, he had gone to their storehouse to cause trouble. Yi Huiling stood in the dark and didn't show her real face. After all, she was a cultivator from the Central Prefecture. The Yin-Yang sect was too big. If she knew about it, she would be in big trouble in the Central Prefecture. Below them, the children were crying in fear. Even little Nan Nan felt uneasy. Although her eyes were covered by Yi Fan, she still whispered, "Nan Nan is scared." "Don't be scared, Nan Nan." Yi Fan covered her with a divine light. A holy aura filled the air, making her feel warm. Swoosh! The three elders of the Yin-Yang sect moved forward and surrounded Yi Fan. They wanted to kill him together. So what if you have a saint physique? Even if you have the protection of a divine king, you are the one who came to kill us. We will kill you for nothing. Boom! The three of them revealed their murderous aura and attacked at the same time. They took out their weapons. The red blood light and the black death light surged like the sea, and the sky exploded. Boom! Yi Fan didn't move. The lovely land avatar appeared. A beautiful small world appeared. There were many mountains that reached into the sky. Ancient trees reached the sky, and silver waterfalls poured down. He stood at the peak, and all the spells that attacked him turned into nothingness. He swung the black holy sword, and the avatar moved with him like a world. The magnificent rivers and mountains were so far away that they seemed to have no end. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. The three of them were shocked and quickly retreated. However, they couldn't move faster than Lovely Land. They were immediately enveloped. They were terrified. They were suppressed by the Saint Physique avatar, and they had a slim chance of survival. This was the consensus. Boom! Even though they were charging forward, the three great mountains between the magnificent mountains and rivers flew up and pressed them down in an instant. So what if you have transformed into a dragon? You dare to show off in front of me? Yi Fan brandished the black holy sword and chopped off the heads of the three people who were suppressed under the mountain. Blood flowed out, and everyone was shocked. "Youngster, you dare." Several figures flew over, taking action against Yi Fan. "Do you think we are air?" Pang Bo sneered. His eyes were like silver moons, and they shot out two dragon-shaped white beams. He used the 9 slashes of the demon god, form of destruction. The power of this saint technique was unparalleled. Yi Fan and the large black dog had suffered greatly from it, and only the 9 secrets could defeat it. "Junior, who are you?" An elder of the dragon transformation mystery realm didn't seem to sense the approaching danger and used an ancient shield to block it. Pung! The ancient shield shattered. The dragon-shaped silver beam was indestructible, and it instantly pierced through him. He shattered on the spot, and not even a mist of blood remained. "Ah!" Everyone cried out in shock. "Who is he? He's so terrifying." Even an elder at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm was killed with a single strike. This was Pang Bo's strongest saint technique. He had only mastered the first 3 slashes of the demon god, 9 slashes, but its power was unparalleled. Now that he had reached the consummate level of all 4, it was naturally not difficult for him to kill a cultivator 1 tier higher than him. Kill! Yi Fan attacked again. His avatar appeared, and he was invincible. These people were not the elite Hua Yunfei. Although they were also elites at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm, their battle prowess was inferior. The avatar was far away, and it sealed the heaven and earth, sealing the enemies. His first slash sent a head flying, and blood splattered everywhere. His second slash cut another person in half, and blood spewed everywhere. His third slash cut off another dragon transformation elder's shoulder, and blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. He killed 3 people in a row, and all the elites of the Yin-Yang religion were stunned. The dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and he looked like a demon. Everyone retreated far away, and they didn't dare to come close. Whoosh! Yifan reached out a golden hand and grabbed the middle-aged lady who was sealed on the ground and said, "Where is your saintess?" Cough. The sound of an old man coughing could be heard. An old lady holding a walking stick walked over in the sky. A few elders from the Dragon Transformation secret realm followed behind her, surrounding her in the middle. Many other cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm also appeared. Fourth transformation of Dragon Transformation. Pangbo was shocked. This was definitely a great enemy, and she was much stronger than the elders of the first transformation of Dragon Transformation. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually came to the Yin-Yang religion to behave atrociously. Although the old lady's body was weak, her eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. You kidnapped little Nan Nan here, and now you're blaming me for behaving atrociously. Such arrogance, as expected of the supreme religion. Yifan laughed coldly. Isn't it just a little girl with a bad memory? What's the big deal? The old lady was indifferent, and she didn't take it seriously at all. She glanced at little Nan Nan with disdain and stared at Yifan and said, "You're just a holy doomsday physique, and you're about to die, and you're still causing such a big commotion. I'll send you on your way. Old thing, let me send you on your way, and then I'll go kill your saintess," Yifan said coldly. Chapter 452. You delivered yourself to me. Even if I kill you, the Divine King has nothing to say. The old woman brandished her walking stick and struck forward. The walking stick flowed with green light. It was a bamboo stick that was green and glistening. It engraved itself in the void and spat out a new bud. It was full of vitality and boundless vitality. Wong. However, the void was collapsing greatly. The bamboo stick looked light and agile, but it was extremely heavy, collapsing space, striking towards Yifan's body. The bamboo stick became one with the void and drew out a Tao trajectory. It possessed an undying divine radiance as it lashed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Dang! Yifan brandished the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword to meet the attack. It hacked down on the bamboo and released a piercing sound. It made one's eardrums feel like they were going to explode and their organs were ringing. A black abyss appeared between the two. That was what appeared after the void collapsed. It devoured everything in its surroundings, making one shiver with fear. Yifan's heart sank. Even the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword couldn't cut through the bamboo stick. An expert at the fourth transformation of Dragon Transformation was terrifying as expected. The bamboo stick became one with heaven and earth. The old woman was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to suppress his body and the holy sword with the supreme Tao. The green bamboo seemed to have a life of its own, representing sturdiness and immortality. It was emerald green like jade. Swoosh! The old woman pressed forward. She looked old, but she was even more graceful than a spirit. She moved like a streak of light and continuously lashed out with the bamboo stick. The small green bamboo condensed the void and merged with the Tao imprint. It sprouted verdant and flowed with life imprints. It became more and more immeasurable. Yifan didn't feel comfortable fighting and felt his hands and feet bound. He couldn't erupt with his full strength. This was a terrifying rhythm. This old woman was controlling everything and using the might of the great Tao. She turned the Tao to her own use and stood high up. The green bamboo stick and the Tao became one, reflecting her will. The more she fought, the more terrifying it became. Heaven and earth gradually began to pulse. Pa! The green bamboo in the old woman's hand swept over and struck at Yifan's head. When he dodged, she took advantage of the situation and slashed at his chest. Yifan's heart trembled. When he slashed out with the Holy Spirit sword, he always felt a bit sluggish and couldn't attack with full power. Moreover, at this moment, he finally felt danger, as if the heavens were about to press down on him. Pa! The green bamboo stick in the old woman's hand continued to move forward unhurriedly, and the pulse of heaven and earth became more and more intense. This terrifying rhythm was resonating with the bamboo stick. Not good. Yifan's expression changed. This was the sign of an earth-shattering strike. Buzz! The old woman placed a green bamboo cane in the air and shook it fiercely. The power of the great path flowed. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Then, it was like a great river striking the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. The bamboo cane revived, glistening with emerald green. It turned into a towering, ancient bamboo with lush green leaves. Endless bamboo flowers swayed about, creating a snow-white expanse that was sparkling and translucent. Boom! This part of the world collapsed. Countless bamboo staffs appeared in the void, bright green like jade. They struck at Yi Fan together, as if tens of thousands of true dragons were dancing. Those were imprints emerald green and vivid imprints of life. Just now, the old woman had lashed out tens of thousands of times, and every type of power was imprinted in the void. At this moment, they completely erupted. Wherever the bamboo cane passed by, a green bamboo cane would appear. It would condense into a Tao imprint and unleash a devastating attack. The old woman unhurriedly lashed out tens of thousands of times, all for this final heaven-shocking strike. Tens of thousands of imprints revived, and the great path pressed down. Yi Fan resisted with all of his strength. He had no choice but to defend. The golden sea of bitterness appeared, surging into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, blocking the tens of thousands of imprints. This was an intense collision. Light erupted from both sides, erupting with an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura that rushed in all directions. Yi Fan and the old woman were separated by many realms. Only he could go against the flow and kill immortals, resisting such a terrifying attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been turned into ashes. This was a killing trap laid out by the old woman, but he forcefully withstood it. The golden sea of bitterness revolved around him. His own blood energy surged, and the golden holy body seemed to be burning. He brandished the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, splitting the heavens. He finally released his own battle prowess, and was no longer restrained like before. A black dragon danced about. The holy sword and the sea of bitterness roared together, annihilating the tens of thousands of imprints. The void collapsed, turning into a shattered rift valley. It was pitch black, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Little evil creature, you do have some skills. The old woman's words were cold, and her heart was not calm. The other party was so many realms lower than her, but he actually broke through the killing trap she had set up. This old woman is very terrifying. Behind her, Pang Bo's eyes flickered, and silver light flowed. The 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign was about to be released, and the dragon-shaped divine radiance was faintly discernible. The old woman looked back coldly, and, as if she had felt the killing intent, she stared at him and said, "If you want to die, then go ahead and attack." Old thing. Pang Bo didn't believe it and was about to attack. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure came one more time. A mountain far from them cracked, and a messy old man with white hair dashed out. He looked like a big monkey, his arms reaching his knees. He looked skinny, but he was energetic. His eyes were as bright as gold lamps. Another expert at the 4th transformation of Dragon Realm. Tu Fei and Li Heishui took in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this secret land would have 2 experts like that. It seemed like they valued these kids a lot. They must be young geniuses. Yi Fan hugged little Nan Nan and retreated. The 2 great experts had come at the same time, which made him shiver. The gap between their realms was huge. This old woman wasn't easy to deal with, and now this old man was here. Pang Bo stepped forward, standing next to Yi Fan. They wanted to fight these 2 formidable old men. You dare to intrude the pure land of the Yin-Yang cult? You don't know life from death. The messy old man revealed his murderous aura. His white teeth looked cold. Seems like I got out of my seclusion at the right time. Destroy this holy body and drink his blood. We can prolong our lives. That's right. He came here to die anyway. That God King can't say anything, agreed the old woman. Old farts. Wait for me to chop your heads off. Yi Fan smiled coldly, sending messages to Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and two Fey discreetly. The two old men joined hands and moved forward. After each step, the void shook. They were 6 realms higher than Yifan. They were really formidable enemies. If it were the other cultivators of the 4 extremes' secret territories, they would be killed with one finger. Only Yifan and Pangbo, who had completed the 4 extremes' secret territories, could resist them. Little Nan opened her eyes discreetly. Seeing the 2 old men, she was frightened. She hurried to cover her big eyes with her small hands. "Don't be scared, little Nan. We will leave soon," comforted Yifan. "You've done so much for this little girl with a bad memory." The messy old man smiled coldly. "You've lived for so many years. How dare you say such inhumane things?" scolded Yifan. "It's her good fortune that we brought her into the Yin Yang sect," said the old woman coldly. Yifan was furious. Little Nan was captured here and suffered so much. She couldn't even eat, and now it was her good fortune. "Old thing, I will cripple you today so that you can enjoy the good fortune." The old woman glanced at little Nan disdainfully, and said, "She can only blame her bad memory for not being able to enjoy the good fortune. She deserves to be a servant. You said that she has the life of a servant. Then your saintess is only fit to serve servants." Yifan said coldly. Pangbo also said coldly, "You have captured so many young prodigies. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the Eastern Baron cultivators?" The messy old man who looked like a big monkey laughed cruelly and said, "Won't there be no problem if we kill all of you here? Do it." Yifan swung his sword and rushed over. He started to circulate the battle saint technique. He had to be ruthless against the 2 old men. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Buzz. Pangbo activated the 9 slashes. Silver dragons shot out from his eyes. This was the divine wound of the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom! The void collapsed from the slashes. The 2 old men's expressions changed. They restrained their divine senses and avoided the dazzling dragon light. They didn't use their divine senses to face the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom! As soon as Yifan used the battle saint technique, the heaven and earth lost color. The saint spirit's sword in his hand seemed to have a life of its own as it slashed forward. "Not good," the 2 old men shouted. Their arms joined together and pushed out divine techniques. One Yin and one Yang power formed a Tao diagram. Yin Yang Great Tao. This was the supreme great art of the Yin Yang sect. Men cultivated the Yang diagram and women cultivated the Yin diagram. In the Central Plains, there was a saying that when Yin and Yang were combined, one would be invincible in the world. Pangbo hurried forward. This Yin Yang Great Tao made his heart jump. He helped Yifan bear the burden and used the demon, the Arch 9 slashes, deprivation. Boom! This was a fierce collision. They used Tao seals to fight. This was a confrontation of their respective great Taos. It was incomparably terrifying, and both sides were sent flying backwards. Yifan's blood was surging, but he was fine. However, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Pangbo's mouth. How powerful was his physical body? But he was still impacted. The 2 old men laughed cruelly. Their hair was disheveled as they attacked again. Yin and Yang are combined, invincible in the world. "You 2 juniors, go die." The 2 old men joined their arms together and shouted sinisterly. They pushed out the yin-yang diagram again. This time, the yin-yang diagram was several times larger than before. Pangbo decisively retreated. These 2 old things were too terrifying. Yifan began to revolve the secret of all. During this process, the 2 of them constantly dodged. The 2 old men activated the Tao diagram. Their killing intent was thick as they chased through the void. The third yin-yang diagram was much larger. The extreme yin and extreme yang fused together, destroying everything in its path. It had to be said that the ancient saying of the Central Plains, yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. There was a certain truth to it. After the 2 old men joined their arms together, their combat strength was not doubled but quintupled. The great Tao of yin and Yang transformed into a giant yin-yang diagram. It was like a divine wheel that crushed through the void. Nothing could stop it. Even Pang Bo was injured by the first strike. If Yi Fan didn't have a saint physique, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. Yin and Yang were combined, and the great Tao appeared. His combat strength was astonishing, and he was invincible in the same realm. Boom! Finally, Yi Fan triggered the secret of all. His combat strength increased tenfold. Golden blood chi rushed into the sky, and the world lost color. He waved the Saint Spirit sword and cleaved the sky. It was as if he was splitting the world in half. Boom! The yin-yang diagram was shattered by him. The two old men vomited blood. Yin and Yang were combined. Although their combat strength increased by a large amount, it couldn't compare to the secret of all. The two old men were sent flying. Pang Bo quickly used the demon, the Arch 9 slashes, causing them to vomit blood again. Chapter 453. Swoosh! The two elders with disheveled hair disappeared in a flash and appeared in the sky, avoiding the remaining 2 slashes of the 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. They were covered in blood and looked at the two in shock. The secret word of all and the 9 slashes of the demon god were world-shattering divine arts, which made the two elders indescribably shocked and fearful. They were several realms higher than Yi Fan and Pang Bo, but they were still injured. They couldn't help but feel terrified. This shouldn't have happened. If a young king wanted to go against nature and kill a celestial, he had to display a phenomenon. Yin and Yang combined, invincible in the world. The old woman mumbled to herself. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened. Don't encounter the 9 secrets. Could it be that secret technique? The messy old man's arms reached his knees and his eyes lit up like golden lamps. Countless years ago, their ancestor became an ancient sage and was invincible in the central plains with the yin and yang combined. They didn't expect to be defeated when they went to the East Barren territory because they met the sage who inherited the 9 secrets. The old woman and the baboon-like old man sneered at Yi Fan. We know what kind of holy art you are using, but you can't use it continuously. You need to keep triggering it. We will combine yin and yang and kill you slowly. And you, they looked at Pang Bo and said, you have mastered the supreme divine technique of the demon race. It must be the world-shattering 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. The two elders' white hair was stained with blood, and they looked sinister. Even though they suffered a heavy blow, the collapse of the yin-yang diagram had dissolved most of the power. Boom! They linked their arms again and took out the yin diagram and yang diagram respectively. They combined and released the aura of the great Tao as they pressed forward. Unfortunately, there is no yang within the yin and no yin within the yang. Even though they have combined, they haven't formed the Tai Chi and lack the yin and yang eyes. Pang Bo sneered. He and Yi Fan retreated. They didn't want to face the yin and yang integration, which was 4 to 5 times their combat power. The two elders chased after them. The divine body contained a great secret, and Pang Bo also had a supreme inheritance. Their eyes were bloodshot. They originally wanted to kill the two, but now that they might get the ancient scriptures, they wouldn't let them go. Boom! Yi Fan activated the secret word of all again. Golden light surged into the sky like a deity, and he began to chase after them. Pang Bo also executed the 9 slashes of the demonic god. The old woman and the disheveled old man tore apart space with the yin-yang diagram and escaped quickly. They didn't dare to face him head-on because they knew how powerful the secret word of all was. Only when its effects disappeared would they turn around and attack. The two sides fell into a tug-of-war. When Yi Fan triggered the secret of all, the two old men retreated and were chased by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who took turns attacking them. It had to be said that these two old men were very terrifying. They were strong enough and had rich battle experience. They were extremely difficult to deal with. All right, it's done. Tu Fei and Li Heishui shouted at this moment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo laughed at the same time and quickly retreated. The Black Emperor had already rushed over to lead the way for them. Not good, the two old men shouted, but it was too late. Boom! Black fog filled the sky, and endless killing intent filled the air. The heaven and earth were sealed, and they were sealed in the void by the big black flag. This was what Yi Fan had told the Black Emperor and asked him to set up secretly. The big black dog was an all-rounder in the field of formation patterns and could be called a grandmaster. With the help of Yi Huiling, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui, he set up a super formation pattern without anyone knowing, sealing a large area. None of the elites of the Yin-Yang sect could escape. They were all trapped inside. Junior, the old woman and the disheveled old man were shocked and angry, but they couldn't get out. Can you separate them? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor in a low voice. That's easy. The big black dog was full of confidence. Among them, dozens of big flags flew and deviated from their original positions, separating this area into two spaces. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They each found an opponent and started fighting again. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to refine two seniors with the formation pattern alone. They didn't want to wait. This time, Yi Fan could fight with his opponent even without using the secret of all. He found the old woman again. Pang Bo faced the disheveled old man, but he didn't go deep inside. He only attacked from outside the formation pattern. The 9 slashes of the demon god was extremely terrifying as long as he had enough magic power. He started to cut the disheveled old man like he was cutting a carrot. Junior, come in if you have the guts. How dare you plot against me like this? The old man, who looked like a big monkey, was furious. You deserve to be cut. Didn't you want to drink Yi Fan's blood? I think it's better to let you bleed to death first. Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god to cut the old man happily. When Yi Fan got rid of the old woman, Pang Bo also cut the disheveled old man into a dried carrot, ending the battle completely. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei were stunned. I'm hitting a live target. Pang Bo shook his head. It was troublesome to clean up the battlefield. The formation pattern trapped many people, and it was impossible to kill them all. Yi Fan couldn't do it, so he searched their soul consciousnesses and cut off their related memories, making them blank. Then he let them all go. The remaining children were troublesome. Yi Fan had more than 30 children, and all of them had extraordinary talents. He didn't know where to send them. Why don't we start a sect? They are all immortal seedlings, young geniuses. Li Heishui said. The few of them were surprised. These children did have rare talents, and they didn't know how the Yin-Yang sect found them. Let's leave this place quickly. Yi Fan's anger had subsided, and he didn't want to find trouble with the saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. They couldn't stay here for long. This was a secret place of a supreme sect. If a big character appeared, it would be a disaster. Big brother, do you really know Nan? Little Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course I do. Yi Fan scratched her nose. They brought a large group of children, and it was very inconvenient. Fortunately, Yi Huiling was here. She was ethereal, beautiful, and elegant, and children liked her. Otherwise, a large group of children would cry, and Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others could only watch helplessly. They came to a small town. The first thing Yi Fan did was to bring little Nan to buy new clothes. Her clothes were too tattered, and even her shoes had holes. A 3-year-old child couldn't feel anything, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Can I eat something first? Little Nan lowered her head and said softly, looking a little timid. After she lost the 7-colored stone, she was like a normal child. If she didn't eat, she would feel uncomfortable from hunger. In the secret land of the Yin-Yang sect, her situation wasn't good. She was often hungry, and her small face was very thin. Okay, I'll bring you to eat first. Yi Fan said softly. Really, little Nan had forgotten about Yi Fan. Recently, people always bullied her. Although the man in front of her treated her well, the little girl was still anxious. That was why she was so timid. What do you want to eat? I want. Little Nan cocked her head to think. Then, she said with her tender voice, I want to eat some herbal paste. I'm very hungry. When I was about to fall asleep, a little sister gave me some. It's really delicious. Yi Fan felt bitter. Apparently, when the little girl said that she was about to fall asleep, she was so hungry that she almost fainted. The Black Emperor had taken away the herbal storehouse in the Yin-Yang sect's secret land. Of course, they didn't lack spiritual herbs. Yifan gave her a small bowl and asked her to eat slowly. Then, he changed her into a set of beautiful clothes. Little Nan Nan suddenly became a porcelain doll carved from jade. She looked adorable. Even Li Shui and Tu Fei couldn't help but come to her, rubbing her head and making her laugh. Yifan took out a crystal jade and imprinted it on little Nanan's glabella. That jade contained the memory of Yin. He had purposely kept it to prevent the little girl from forgetting the past. Big brother, it's you. I remember now. Little Nan Nan was so happy. After she got the memory, she wasn't as timid and insecure as before. It was because she knew who Yifan was now. Then, Yifan took out the 7-colored stone and put it in her palm. Little Nan Nan gave this stone to Big Brother. You can't take it back. The little girl shook her head, looking serious. You can't give this stone to anyone. Otherwise, Nanan will get sick. You have to keep it. You can't lose it. Yifan made the 7-colored stone into a small pendant, hanging it on her pink neck. He had searched the innkeeper's memory. If little stone got sick, Nanan would get sick too. In the worst case, she had almost died. They couldn't afford to lose her. Pang Bo, Li Shui, and Tu Fei also liked little Nanan. They thought that she was cute and obedient. Little Nan Nan is like a porcelain doll. Anyway, it's not suitable for her to stay with us. We often have to face life and death battles. What do you want to do? Asked Pang Bo. Earlier, I wanted to send her to the Great Xin Noble Peak to be Zhang Wenchang's daughter. However, I've made Hua Yunfei the enemy of that sect. I can't go there now. Nan Nan, don't go to another place. The little girl was frightened. Although she was playing with some kids, her spirit sense was sharp. She heard their conversation. Yi Huiling chuckled. She squatted down and scratched her delicate nose. In the future, you can go with Big Sister to the Central Plains and be a real carefree little princess. Nanan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. The little girl lowered her head. She was depressed. Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Don't worry. How could I leave you behind? He hurried to tell Pang Bo not to say more. Little Nan Nan suddenly became very happy. Her big eyes brightened. She revealed a pure smile. You must take her with you. Don't send her to other places. The Black Emperor suddenly said. Ever since he saw the little girl, the big black dog had been thinking about something. No one knew what he was thinking. Did you see something? Yifan was moved. Pang Bo, Li Shui, and Tu Fei also looked over. The Black Emperor coughed and mumbled, I didn't see anything. Then, he ran to the little girl and tempted, Little darling, do you want to be my disciple? What? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. If you become my disciple, I will feed you with spirit pellets every day. I will teach you the supreme technique that is as good as the merciless man created in his later years. The Black Emperor was like a big wolf, tempting her. The Black Emperor must have seen something. This was the common understanding of Yifan, Tu Fei, Pang Bo, and Li Shui. This damn dog wanted to take something as soon as he saw it. It was the first time in his life that he wanted to take someone away. From now on, you don't need to worry about her. I'll take care of her, the big black dog said. He stared at little Nan Nan as if he had found a treasure. He was almost drooling. Damn dog, you dare to eat a child? I'll skin you alive. Yifan shouted. Damn it, what are you thinking about? I'm going to train a great emperor. You just wait and see. The more the big black dog talked, the more excited he became. Damn dog, what did you see? Tu Fei asked. Little Nan Nan is the great emperor. No, the future great emperor? Li Shui was also suspicious. Little Nan Nan, great emperor? Not far away, Yi Huiling, who was playing with a group of children, also looked over in surprise. She said, what a cute little thing. You can see that she can become a great emperor? The Black Emperor didn't answer these questions. He turned his head arrogantly. Then, with a smile on his face, he started to tempt little Nan Nan again. I'll take you to the Undying Mountain to pick some tea. How about it? I'll take you to the Celestial Mausoleum to find the treasure. Do you want to go? How could little Nan Nan understand what you said? Yifan scolded. You won't understand even if I told you, the big black dog muttered. Then he smiled and teased little Nan Nan. He was very attentive. What a cute dog. Little Nan Nan was very happy. Her voice was very innocent. The big black dog was petrified. It was the first time in his life that someone called him cute. Moreover, it was a little girl. He really wanted to bang his head on the ground. Huh. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others all laughed. Chapter 454. Ants and dragons never interacted, and dandelion seeds rarely met colorful clouds in the sky. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Life Spring cultivators were unreachable in his eyes, and Palace Mystery Realm cultivators were almost non-existent. Now, the Sea of Reincarnation and Palace Mystery Realm were far away from him, and he could already look down on the cultivators of the 4 levels Mystery Realm and the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. Different cultivation levels, different identities, and different experiences were all experiences that everyone had. Standing at different heights, their experiences were naturally different. Yi Fan discussed with Pang Bo and the others for a long time, but they didn't know how to deal with these 30 or so young geniuses. They didn't have the energy to take care of them, but where should they go? The small town was very quiet, and both sides of the street were filled with moon trees. Every night, the crescent-shaped leaves would give off a gentle glow, and a faint fragrance would spread. It was very suitable for living. Late at night, a light breeze blew, and the moon trees rustled, giving off a hazy glow. The fragrance wafted in through the window. However, Yi Fan felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly sat up from his bed and stood in front of the window, looking down at the street. A black shadow walked over from the main street. Every step was firm but very light. When he landed, there was no sound at all. However, there was an extremely dangerous aura, as if a primordial beast was approaching. At this time, Pang Bo and the others woke up and all stood up to look. Without a sound, more than 20 figures appeared around the small town and gathered together. All of them gave off a murderous aura, and they didn't hide it anymore. Go, let's leave quickly. Yi Fan put the 30 or so children into the pristine jade bottle and had the Black Emperor take out the profound jade platform, preparing to cross the void. The newcomer was powerful, and his murderous aura was bone-chilling. They probably couldn't resist. Oh no, something big happened, the Black Emperor shouted in shock. What happened? Pang Bo's heart jumped. There's no way to cross the void. The Black Emperor was very anxious. He tried several times, but he didn't succeed. Why is it like this? Tu Fei asked. He knew that with the big black dog's skill and formation patterns, it was almost impossible for him to be countered. Those people outside should have a forbidden artifact on them. Moreover, they should have been refined according to the mysterious methods of the primordial era. They can restrict the air. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He's from the Yin-Yang sect, Yi Huiling concluded. They're really persistent. They actually chased us all the way here. Pang Bo frowned. Let's break out of the encirclement and avoid that person. Yi Fan pointed at the first black shadow that appeared on the street. It was as unfathomable as the abyss. Without waiting for them to move, a bell-like laughter rang out in the night sky. A woman walked over on the moon, radiance flowing under the moonlight as she said, "Don't even think about escaping." Yin-Yang School's Saintess. Yi Huiling spoke softly. After that, she hid herself in the darkness and changed her aura. Even her appearance became indistinct. She did not wish to be recognized. It was this sister who took Nan-Nan away, but she hated me very much afterwards. Little Nan-Nan felt a little wronged. That's because she had eyes but couldn't see. Even if she cultivated for 100 lifetimes, she wouldn't be able to compare to you. The large black dog spoke very rudely. Yi Fan smiled as he rubbed little Nan-Nan's head and said, "You're so cute. Everyone likes you, except for those bad guys." After that, he also put little Nan-Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He did not want her to be frightened during the battle. Yi Fan, I know you're inside. Come out. The saintess of the Yin-Yang School was 20 years old. She had a beautiful appearance and was slender and elegant. When she smiled, it was very moving, but there was also a kind of killing intent. You came quite quickly. Yi Fan replied coldly. He had killing intent towards this woman. Back then, he had left a piece of precious jade on little Nan-Nan's body, recording bits and pieces of it. He told her to look at it every morning to prevent her from forgetting the past. When the saintess of the yin-yang school took little Nan away, she must have seen the memories in the beautiful jade. Knowing the relationship between the little girl and him, she still took her away. Yi Fan, you destroyed my school's important place and took away all the children. You gone too far. The saintess of the yin-yang school smile carried a trace of coldness. Yi Fan coldly snorted and said, "You should know why I did that. When you took little Nan away, you should have already known about my relationship with her. Isn't it said that you don't have much time left in the world? I took her away from the inn for her own good. She won't have to wander the streets in the future." The saintess of the yin-yang school smiled lightly, not caring at all. If not for the mysterious expert here, Yi Fan would definitely fight with her. This woman was distorting the truth. She had clearly taken little Nan away and made her suffer in the yin-yang school, but she still had such a face. "Go!" Yi Fan shouted and was the first to break out of the encirclement. Pang Bo, Yi Huiling, Li Heishui, and the others followed closely, fleeing towards the west. "Hee, you want to leave? It won't be that easy." The saintess of the yin-yang school smiled lightly. There were more than 20 figures surrounding them at the same time, and the most terrifying was the black figure that Yi Fan was wary of. He chased after them at an extremely fast speed. They wanted to break out of the encirclement and cross the void, but they didn't think that this person would follow them like a shadow. They couldn't break away at all, and the forbidden tool was on him. The saintess of the yin-yang school and the others also chased after them, determined to make them stay. Killing intent surged. "Let's split up and escape. My speed is fast enough to lure away the most powerful, mysterious person. You guys have to be careful." Yi Fan said, "No, I'll go with you. I can still block him at the crucial moment." Pang Bo didn't agree, afraid that he would be in danger. "It's fine. I have extreme speed, and he can't catch up. You guys leave quickly." Yi Fan didn't agree. In the end, they split up, each finding a direction to escape in. Yi Fan sent a voice transmission to the large black dog and Pang Bo, and then rushed down without looking back. As expected, the most powerful, mysterious person and the saintess of the yin-yang school all chased after Yi Fan, not wanting to let him go at all. "Since the Divine King has spoken, we won't kill you, but we can't let you go. We'll imprison you and slowly extract your divine blood. This idea is not bad." The saintess smiled sweetly. "You bullied little darling first, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you want to plot against me? You're really going too far. However, are you sure you can defeat me?" Yi Fan said coldly. "Now, everyone in the world knows that you've learned the old lunatic's movement technique and possess the highest speed. It's not easy to capture you, but you can use it to see if you can escape from us." The saintess of the yin-yang school had a moving smile on her face, but her killing intent became even thicker. Yi Fan's heart sank. It seemed that they were well prepared, and most likely had a way to counter him. He quickly increased his speed, leading this group of people to escape into the distance. As expected, the most powerful old man, the saintess, and the others didn't escape. There was golden lightning swimming under their feet, and they were also extremely fast. "What is that?" He was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the Black Emperor's words. There was a lightning talisman among the ancient divine talismans, and only the supreme sect leader could refine it. After locking onto a person, the lightning talisman would be as fast as the opponent. If one didn't know the details, they would be exhausted to death, and they wouldn't be able to escape from the enemy. It was very mysterious. Although there was a way to break it, Yi Fan didn't know it. His expression became serious, and he flew at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He couldn't turn back to fight at all, because he had now discovered, to his surprise, that the most powerful old man was an expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. The 9 transformations of the dragon would soar into the sky and become a dragon among men. Only then would one have the chance to look up to the supreme domain of the Almighty, as well as the supreme grace of the divine leader. An expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was definitely not someone that Yi Fan could fight against. The difference between their realms was too great. If he could really be defeated, it wouldn't be going against the natural order, but going against the heavens. Yi Fan, it's better if you don't run anymore. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you help us? The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect smile didn't diminish, and she said, "Small success of the divine body, and your blood can already be used to refine medicine. Your entire body is a treasure. Be careful that extreme joy turns to sorrow, and I'll be killed." Yi Fan replied, "I'm waiting for you. Come and kill me." The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect smiled enchantingly. That old man sneered, "Little evil creature, you're about to die, and you're still dreaming. This old man doesn't have much lifespan left, and even if I kill you, I'm not afraid of the divine king taking revenge for you." The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect laughed tenderly. "You can't kill him. We have to keep him in captivity. He's even more precious than those strange beasts, and his blood is priceless. Slowly extracting his blood is the most cost-effective." "That's right. Keep him in captivity with those strange beasts." The old man nodded his head, and another 7 or 8 people chased after him, laughing at the same time. "Old fart and that girl from the Yin Yang sect, I'll definitely kill you." Yi Fan threw down these words and continued to flee. Now wasn't the time to fight with his life on the line. The 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was a terrifying figure that couldn't be fought against. If the other party took 2 more steps forward, he would be a great figure like the supreme elder of the Holy Land. "Little evil creature, even if we don't kill you this time, we'll tire you out until you vomit blood, and then we'll capture you." Another 2 old men also spoke. They were equally terrifying, and they were experts at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. They were all great elders. This time, they attached great importance to this matter. Not only did the holy maiden take action, but there were also 3 outstanding elders following along. Together with the lightning talisman, it was enough to kill Yi Fan. Along the way, many cultivators were alarmed, and they were shocked that the Yin Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. Very quickly, the news spread. The Yin Yang sect said that Yi Fan destroyed their important place for no reason and killed the innocent. They were forced to retaliate to protect their dignity. "You guys are really good at distorting the truth." Yi Fan heard a lot along the way. In the next 2 days, he couldn't shake them off and was chased all the way. They really wanted to tire him to death. The southern region was shaken. The Yin Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. This required great courage. After all, the divine king wasn't dead yet. During this time, many people rushed over to watch. However, Yi Fan flew into the desolate lands and traveled through the primitive regions. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and others couldn't catch up. The people of the Yin Yang sect had already changed their lightning talismans 7 or 8 times. They were stunned. Yi Fan didn't seem tired at all. He flew at such a high speed, and he didn't look tired at all. They were afraid that even if they ran out of lightning talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up. "Yi Fan, you should stop. If your injured body is exhausted, the cracks in the great Tao will worsen. At that time, you really won't be able to live." The saintess of the Yin Yang sect ridiculed. "Although we plan to keep you, we won't harm your life until you die." Yi Fan ignored her. On the 3rd day, he finally heard some news. The people of the Yin Yang sect were robbing the young geniuses in the eastern wasteland, which made many sects in the southern region unhappy. He knew that Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had escaped the Yin Yang sect's pursuit. This was spread by them, and they should have already made arrangements. He could go over now. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. Yi Fan increased his speed. He turned around and flew towards a small town from before. Along the way, he heard even more news. Many sects had lost their young geniuses, and their whereabouts were unknown. Now, the spearhead was pointed at the Yin Yang sect. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that casually revealing this news would lead to such a secret. The Yin Yang sect was too daring. They were robbing the young geniuses of various sects in the eastern wasteland. If they were exposed like this, they would definitely be badly battered. He couldn't help but laugh. If he sent the 30 or so young geniuses back, he believed that these sects would be grateful. The eastern wasteland would most likely expel the people of the yin-yang sect. On the 5th day, Yi Fan flew back to the small town. Little evil creature, what have you done? Today I will catch you and break all the bones in your body. The great elder of the dragon transformation, 8th transformation, said coldly. It was clearly you who shamelessly robbed the children of the eastern wasteland, including little Nan Nan. You bullied and humiliated her, but in the end, you were chasing me. Instead, you are acting like the victim. Do you still have any shame? Yi Fan replied, Little evil creature, whatever you say is useless. Aren't the bones of the saint body hard? I will break them one by one. The great elder said coldly, Elder, you are angry again. You can't kill us. We still need to slowly extract blood. The saintess of the yin-yang sect laughed tenderly. Then she said to Yi Fan, deliberately provoking him, So what if I snatched little Nan Nan? If you didn't come, I was going to throw her out. If you want to vent your anger for her, then come and kill me. Yi Fan knew that the other party was purposely trying to anger him and make him stop. He sneered in his heart, because at this time, he had already heard the Black Emperor's sound transmission. When he flew, he turned around and fled along a specific route. Something's wrong, be careful. The saintess of the yin-yang sect was very cautious. She sensed that something was wrong and warned him. She stopped in the air. However, it was too late. A loud rumbling sound came from ahead. Clouds and mist covered the sky and engulfed them in an instant. No one was able to escape. They were all enveloped inside. Ha! Pangbo laughed loudly as he walked out. The big black dog's mouth also grinned from ear to ear, incomparably pleased with himself. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. If they got rid of the strong enemy, they would quickly return to set up the formation patterns and help Yi Fan resolve the danger. Boom! Within the formation patterns, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Those people were attacking, wanting to escape. If he couldn't refine them in a short period of time, perhaps the other people of the yin-yang sect would arrive soon. This caused Yi Fan to frown. He really wanted to kill these people. These people are too powerful. It's impossible to trap them to death in a short period of time. The Black Emperor shook his head. There was nothing he could do. No matter, I'll make a trip. When the time comes, I'll come back and destroy them. Yi Fan took out the profound jade platform and began to travel through the void. In a short moment, he arrived at the fire domain. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he directly entered the 7th floor. Without the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have a suitable vessel to hold the terrifying flames. He directly used his body to bear it. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he brought along the monstrous flames and flew back. With this kind of flame, he couldn't travel through the void. Otherwise, the profound jade platform would definitely be turned into ashes. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from that small town, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Along the way, the colorful flames surged and burned the void. As he traveled south, countless cultivators were stunned. When many people saw that it was Yi Fan, they were all very shocked. They chased after him all the way. Even though they weren't as fast as him, they still followed slowly, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. In the end, Yi Fan returned, bringing the monstrous divine flames to the small town. Even the Black Emperor and Pangbo were stunned. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan shouted loudly, sending all of the endless divine flames into the sealed world. Boom! Raging flames soared into the sky, and terrified screams rang out. This kind of flame couldn't be blocked at all. Even supreme elder-level figures found it hard to endure, let alone them. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan wanted to burn all of the powerful enemies with the flames. It was really very straightforward. Because the great flames had also destroyed the formation patterns. The 3 great elders' bodies were covered in flames. They screamed miserably as they rushed out. Their bodies were almost deformed from the heat, and it was incomparably miserable. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to survive. On the other side, the holy maiden of the yin-yang sect also rushed out. Her entire body was releasing auspicious light, and she didn't die. It was obvious that she had a secret treasure on her. It's good that you didn't die. I'll personally kill you. Yi Fan immediately rushed over. Pangbo and the Black Emperor also went forward to prevent her from escaping. "You're so vicious." The holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect's face was pale. 7 or 8 great experts had all died tragically, causing her heart to feel cold. "It's you guys who have repeatedly bullied me. Now it's your turn." Yi Fan walked forward. Chapter 455. The 3 great elders of the Yin-Yang sect screamed in pain outside the small town. Their bodies were almost completely charred, but they were still struggling, not dying. As for the others, when Yi Fan threw the fire down, they were turned into ashes. Now, nothing was left, returning to the earth. The heart-wrenching screams caused the expressions of many people in the distant sky to change. This kind of colorful flame could even burn the grand elders of the Holy Land to death, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. In their final struggle, the 3 great elders were finally turned into charcoal. With a bang, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Then, the flames flickered violently, turning them into ashes. The elites of the 8th transformation of the Dragon Transformation could not withstand the burning of the colorful flames at all, and were completely destroyed. Many people followed Yi Fan here, and they were all incomparably shocked. Yi Fan brought the divine flame from tens of thousands of li away, and it was actually for the sake of killing a great enemy. His flesh could endure this type of blazing heat, leaving everyone horrified. Yi Fan's physical body was powerful enough. Even without the Bodhi seed, he could still enter the 7th level of the fire domain, and he also had the seed of the holy tree that was specialized in suppressing fire. "You guys are so ruthless." The face of the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect was pale, without a trace of blood. She wanted to break out of the encirclement. "Dong!" Yi Fan brandished the god's striking whip, causing the void to collapse, forcing her back, and said, "Are we ruthless? You wanted to kill us, but in the end, you're blaming us. Didn't you say you wanted to capture me and take my divine blood? Now do as you please." Chi. Brilliant light shone from the hands of the holy maiden, sprinkling out an expanse of colorful sand. It was as if a river of stars was flowing, very dreamy and colorful. "Hurry and retreat. Don't touch the colorful sand." The large black dog shouted in shock. Yi Fan retreated agilely, avoiding the river of stars. It was unknown how heavy the colorful sand was, but every grain of it passed through the void, extremely beautiful and enchanting, still flowing forward. "This is star sand refined from the bone powder left behind by the ancient sages, and touching it will definitely kill you," the Black Emperor explained with a serious expression. Even after the ancient sages died, their bodies wouldn't decay. Only because of special reasons would they turn to bone powder and scatter between heaven and earth. Despite this being the case, the bone powder that was left behind was still incomparably terrifying. It contained strange divine force, and it was as heavy as a mountain. If it was refined into a weapon, it would be incomparably terrifying, able to pierce through anything. It was practically unstoppable and possessed great destructive power. Yi Fan finally understood how precious the sage's corpse in the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury was. It could be said to be a priceless treasure, its value immeasurable. Clang! Yi Fan pulled out the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. He didn't believe that the bone powder would be able to destroy the holy artifact that the great emperor used to refine his weapon. The sword beam slashed forward like a rainbow. Boom! The 7-colored river surged over, immediately going berserk. It surged and roared, releasing a trace of sage might. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, shocking everyone. Just how powerful is the sage? Yi Fan was stunned. The golden sea of bitterness in his body boiled and surged out. A green lotus floated in the middle. Boom! The two collided, and a huge collision occurred. However, the golden sea of bitterness finally blocked the 7-colored river, and it couldn't advance any further. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He wielded the god's striking whip again and swung it forward. He felt that this wooden whip could also withstand the heavy pressure and wouldn't break. After all, it was just bone powder. If there was a problem, he could quickly withdraw the god-striking whip. Dong! The god-striking whip was plain and emotionless, but it was extremely sturdy. When it struck the river of stars, it caused huge waves. Nearby, the figure of the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect swayed, and a streak of blood seeped out from between her brows. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The sage's bone powder was as heavy as a mountain, sturdy and immortal. Neither the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword nor the god-striking whip were destroyed, but the divine sense contained within was shaken. Snatch it! When the large black dog saw that it could shake the seven-colored river of stars, his eyes immediately lit up, encouraging Yi Fan to quickly make a move. He said, "If the sage's bone powder falls into the hands of a divine lord, it will be extremely powerful. Giving it to her is purely a waste." Yi Fan wielded the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword in his left hand and the god-striking whip in his right hand. With the golden sea of bitterness protecting his body, he pressed forward. Rustle, rustle, the seven-colored river of stars flowed, emitting a strange sound. It pierced through the void, flickering between brightness and darkness, surging outside the golden sea of bitterness. Boom! Yi Fan brandished the god's striking whip, striking out thousands of times in a breath's time, directly shattering this part of the void, turning it into a ruined land. Only the sage's bone powder was still shining. In the distance, a streak of blood seeped out from between the brows of the holy maiden of Yin-Yang. She was trying her best to retrieve this precious treasure. This was something that she had obtained by accident on a mountain peak, and she hadn't refined it at all. Just then, she had already heard the words of the Black Emperor and finally understood what kind of divine object this was. Naturally, she didn't want to lose it. However, how could Yi Fan give her the chance? The golden sea of bitterness went berserk, instantly drowning over and fixing all the seven-colored star sand in place. Wong, a green lotus flashed in the golden sea, flowing with hazy wisps of mist. All kinds of seven-colored star sand rose up, gathering over and sticking to the lotus. "You return my divine object." The holy maiden of Yin-Yang was shocked and furious. Dong! Yi Fan brandished the god's striking whip and charged forward, seizing the ancient sage's bone powder. He no longer had any restraints and fought with all his strength. Swoosh! The holy maiden of Yin-Yang had already sensed the abnormality of the wooden whip. She retreated far away and took out a mirror. The front was snow-white like jade, while the north was pitch-black like ink. With a swoosh, she shone at Yi Fan. Yin-Yang mirror. The people in the distance cried out in surprise. This was a strange weapon that could kill invisibly. Although it originated from the Central Plains, it was also famous in the Eastern Wasteland, and there were many imitations. Chi, the white light from the front came over, and Yi Fan felt that his divine sense was about to be restrained. There was a mysterious power flowing, almost causing his soul to leave his body. Humph! He snorted coldly, and the golden lake between his eyebrows shone with divine light. A small golden sun appeared and transformed into him. He sat cross-legged in the void and let out a light shout. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the void trembled violently. Then, that strange power immediately disappeared, and a white light flashed in front of the Yin-Yang mirror. This is the Yin-Yang mirror. It can kill souls and is impossible to defend against. This is just an imitation. The real Yin-Yang mirror was refined by an ancient sage, and its power is unimaginable. As long as the saint weapon of the great emperor is not used, it can sweep through the world. Whoever it shines upon will die. It is almost unstoppable. In the distance, many people were discussing, and they were all shocked. Yi Fan pressed forward. The holy maiden of Yin-Yang flipped the Yin-Yang mirror, and the black back revealed itself. It turned into a black hole and tried to devour Yi Fan. Buzz! Yi Fan opened his mouth, and the diamond chakram flew out. The chakram shone brightly, and it rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The two weapons collided, and the mirror was almost sent flying. The holy maiden of Yin-Yang retreated. She quickly pointed at her eyebrows, and a crescent-shaped Yin diagram appeared. Chi, chi, chi. Rays of divine radiance shot over, striking towards Yifan. Although she was only at the four extremities perfection realm, she could definitely kill many dragon transformation realm cultivators. As long as it was a saint child, she could go against the flow and slay immortals. At the same time, Yifan rushed over, holding the holy sword and the divine revolving whip, and attacked the holy maiden of Yin-Yang. This was a huge battle. The Yin-Yang sect was a supreme sect in the middle ground, and their holy maiden was naturally extremely powerful. She was even more powerful than many saints in the eastern wilderness. What is that? Everyone was shocked. A Yin-Yang diagram appeared behind the holy maiden of Yin-Yang, and it made her almost invulnerable. All kinds of attacks from Yifan were greatly weakened. This is a powerful aura left behind by the supreme sect master. It is specially used to protect the outstanding disciples. That's right. It must be a powerful imprint left behind by the supreme sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. Ordinary people can't achieve Yin-Yang fusion. Yifan felt that his hands and feet were tied. The Yin-Yang diagram had a great effect on him, and he was almost sucked in a few times. This made him very fearful. That was because he could vaguely see an old man with white hair and a beard sitting in the Yin-Yang diagram. He was blurry and emitted a terrifying aura. If I kill the holy maiden of Yin-Yang, will the terrifying imprint left behind by this old thing awaken and rush out? He muttered in his heart. The holy maiden of Yin-Yang was anxious. She was holding on, hoping that someone would come to her rescue. After all, a huge incident had happened here, and news would definitely spread. However, Yifan's attacks were getting more and more violent. The god-striking whip was almost about to collapse the world, giving her endless pressure. If not for the appearance of the Yin-Yang diagram, she almost couldn't hold on anymore. Even so, she felt uneasy. If this continued, her life would be in danger. Everyone saw the power of the saint's body, and they were all shocked. It was only the second level of the four extremities realm. It was not difficult to suppress the holy maiden of the middle ground. Clang! Yifan finally used his killing technique. He planned to delay any longer. The holy sword flashed with a black light, and clanging sounds rang out. He had imbued the battle saint technique into it, and shattered the Yin-Yang mirror with a single strike. Pooh! There was a flash of blood, and the sword left a very long wound on the right arm of the holy maiden of Yin-Yang. It almost severed her arm. Don't worry, holy maiden. We're here. Several old men flew over. At first, Yifan's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw that they were elites at the second transformation of the dragon transformation, he instantly relaxed. The reinforcements that the holy maiden of Yin-Yang had waited for finally arrived. She had held on for such a long time, and had already narrowly escaped death. If no one came, it would be very difficult for her to survive. Chua! She turned around and left. She was as light as a cloud, and her speed was extremely fast. Yifan naturally wouldn't let her go. Pangbo and a large black dog also blocked her way, not allowing her to leave. Holy maiden, retreat quickly. We'll stop this little start. Several cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm rushed forward. Who do you think you are? All of you can die. Yifan unleashed his manifestation and charged over, locking them in place. Pangbo used the 9 slashes of the demon god, and as if he was peeling a carrot, he killed all of them. Today, you're at the end of your rope. Didn't you say that you wanted to keep me with the variant beast? Today I'll kill you. Yifan chased after her relentlessly. We're here. Don't try to be violent. After chasing for more than 50 kilometers, they encountered members of the Yin-Yang sect again. Several old men blocked their way with dark expressions. What's so great about the dragon transformation mystery realm? Yifan didn't care at all, and waved his holy sword to kill them. Pangbo and the large black dog also charged over. These people couldn't stop them. Without someone at the fourth transformation of the dragon transformation mystery realm, they couldn't solve the problem at all. After chasing for more than 500 kilometers, the holy maiden's holy whip almost broke her bones. She spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed, "If you kill me, the sect leader will definitely kill you, even if you have the mark of a divine king. I'll wait for your sect leader to come and kill me." Yi Fan waved his holy sword, and a brilliant sword ray tore through heaven and earth, almost cleaving the Yang holy maiden in half. If it wasn't for the Yang diagram spinning, he would have already ended this battle. "Ah!" the Yang holy maiden screamed, and another terrifying wound appeared on her body. She couldn't stop Yi Fan's attacks at all. She had already fought for several hundred rounds, and being able to last until now was already her limit. Wong. The holy whip in Yi Fan's hand caused the void to collapse, and he finally sent the yin-yang diagram flying. He wielded his holy sword and pressed forward. "Junior, you dare to kill a disciple of my sect?" Not far away, an old man with white hair and a beard sat cross-legged in the yin-yang diagram. His figure was very blurry, but it was terrifying. "Sect leader," the yin-yang holy maiden shouted. "So what if I kill her?" Yi Fan didn't care. The white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the yin-yang diagram. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were incomparably cold. This was a kind of deterrence and warning. "You destroyed the important place of my sect. If you kill me, there will no longer be a place for you in this world," the yin-yang holy maiden warned. "I'm not afraid of threats. If your supreme sect leader is confident enough, then go and fight with a peerless divine king. Today, I will definitely kill you." Yi Fan slashed out with his sword. The yin-yang holy maiden resisted with all her might, and the Tao diagram also flew back. However, Yi Fan didn't want any accidents to happen. He used the Battle Saint technique and the all-secret character at the same time, wanting to end this battle in a single strike. He was afraid that someone would come to her rescue. "You?" The yin-yang holy maiden retreated, wanting to continue fleeing. "I'll send you on your way." The holy sword hummed, and sword light soared into the heavens. It slashed down with 10 times its power, cleaving apart the Tao diagram. The yin-yang holy maiden screamed, but she couldn't block it at all. She was cut in half on the spot. "Pooh!" Yi Fan waved his sword and shattered her divine sense, completely killing her. The yin-yang holy maiden vanished, and her blood dyed the eastern wastelands. Just like that, her life was ended. The yin-yang holy maiden has been killed. This is a huge commotion. The people who had chased here were all stunned. Yi Fan had killed the Central Plains holy maiden. This was definitely news that shook the entire eastern wastelands. She was the most outstanding female disciple of a supreme sect. The final sword strike was strangely powerful, and no one thought too much about it. They all thought that the yin-yang holy maiden was exhausted, and no one knew that it was Yi Fan's all-secret character that was showing its might. "Junior." The blurry old man's voice was incomparably cold. "Go kill him too." Pang Bo was incomparably ferocious. He was the first to attack the diagram, and the Black Emperor also pounced over. Yi Fan naturally knew that he couldn't let go of this imprint, or else there would be great trouble. This was the imprint of a supreme sect leader, and it was likely that he had already seen through the all-secret character. In the distance, many cultivators were dumbfounded. These 2 people and 1 dog were really domineering. They had killed the yin-yang sect's holy maiden, and even wanted to erase the old sect leader's imprint of life. Yi Fan's avatar, Pang Bo's 9 slashes of the demon god, and the large black dog's profound formation patterns all attacked at almost the same time. In the end, the yin-yang diagram was shattered, and the old man's head was chopped off. How savage! The imprint of the yin-yang sect's holy maiden has been erased. Everyone was dumbfounded. On that very day, news spread all over the southern region and the eastern wastelands. A holy maiden of the younger generation had finally fallen. This was the first case. The yin-yang sect was furious. Everyone in the eastern wastelands was stunned. The Doomsday Saint physique was too crazy. He had killed the holy maiden of a supreme sect in the Middle State, and everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, Yi Fan pushed out 30 young geniuses. People from many sects were present, and many people recognized the young children from their own sections. The Yin-Yang sect felt a great pressure. Many sects in the eastern wastelands viewed them as enemies, and a few great sage had appeared. They were all pressuring the Yin-Yang sect at the same time. Goodbye, southern region. On this day, Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the others crossed the void, heading towards the central region where the Undying Mountain and the Holy Cliff were, leaving this troublesome place. There were many ancient demon race inheritances in the central region of the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of the demon race, and there was also an ancient holy land like the wind race. The central region was where the top forces of the demon race and human race gathered. Apart from the Undying Mountain, the immortal mausoleum of the seven great life forbidden zones was also located in this region. It could be said that the central region was the most prosperous and ancient pure land in the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of all inheritances, and it was rumored that the 9 secrets had come from here. Chapter 456. The East Barren had the word barren in its name because it was vast and uninhabited. Some primitive areas had never been visited by anyone since ancient times. 6 million miles off. Damn dog, you must have done it on purpose. Two-Face shouted. They crossed the void and headed toward the Undying Mountain in the central region of the East Barren. However, they deviated 6 million miles and appeared in an uninhabited barren area. If they hadn't found half a stone tablet on a big mountain, they wouldn't have known where they were. This was a relic left by a great sect that had been destroyed in the past. It must have done it on purpose. How could it deviate 6 million miles? It wouldn't be so ridiculous even if it closed its eyes and carved patterns or opened a region gate. Li Heishui was also cursing. Ahem, humans can make mistakes and horses can stumble. It's just a coincidence. The big black dog coughed to hide his guilt. Dog, you're so cute. You're even more confused than Little Nan Nan. Little Nan Nan was cute and sympathetic. She was the only one who believed the big black dog. This was the big black dog's expression. He wanted to knock his head against the stone tablet. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear the word cute. If it were someone else, he would have bared his teeth. Cute Black Emperor, do you want to think of a way? We won't have to fly 6 million miles, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Woof, dog, don't bite people. Little Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She patted him lightly and looked up. We're not really going to the Undying Mountain. We're just pretending. I think you're going to find a divine medicine to prolong your life, the Black Emperor mumbled. But we still have to go around and pretend, Yi Fan said. This time, his main goal was to go to the Holy Cliff and find the 3rd secret of the 9 secrets. I'm telling you, don't get close to the Undying Mountain. That place is very terrifying. The Undying Mountain was an important source of the great chaos that happened in the Dark Age, the Black Emperor warned. The Saint Physique of the Great Completion had taken a piece of the cliff from the Undying Mountain. When he was at his peak, nothing happened. However, in his later years, the Holy Cliff was stained with blood. Some people guessed that it was related to the Undying Mountain. Let's take a good look at the central region first. This is the birthplace of many ancient inheritances. It is said that it is also the birthplace of the Eastern Wastelands human race. There are many secrets here. The central region was the central region of the Eastern Barren region. It was a holy land that would last for eternity. Many great sects had established their sects there, and it was much more prosperous than the southern and northern regions. Zifu, Wind Clan, Dao, 10,000 Beginnings, and other holy lands were all here. Hidden dragons and hibernating immortal phoenixes were gathered here, gathering the boundless beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. They had never declined throughout the ages, flourishing until now. In addition, the demon race had tens of thousands of ancient inheritances spread throughout the central region, all of which were created by the immortal demon race giants after the Dark Age war more than 100,000 years ago. From ancient times until now, even though they were part of the Yao race, they were born in human form. It could be said that they were innately powerful, forming all kinds of ancient Yao race families. As soon as Yi Fan and the others appeared in the central region, they were discovered. Many people revealed strange looks as they whispered to each other. The news that the divine physique had killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains had spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Everyone knew that he didn't have much time left, and in his final days, he must not be provoked. Even though the Yin-Yang sect was furious, they were in the wrong this time. They had robbed a genius child and were viewed as enemies by the sects in the eastern wasteland. Under the pressure of the great sage, they had to leave the eastern wasteland in the end. Of course, when they left, they still tried to cross the void and enter the forbidden area of the ancient barren region to pick the divine medicine. In the end, those who entered were like stones sinking into the ocean, never to be heard again. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient city called Sky Gazing. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. The Black Emperor was like an old horse that knew the way. He went straight to a high platform in the city. I told you that the stupid dog deliberately deviated from the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, how could it have gone 6 million miles away? It clearly wants to enter the Sky-Gazing City, Li Heishui said. The ancient city was very vast. The central region wasn't a plaza, but a huge platform. At this moment, the sunset was sprinkling down, and the entire platform was flickering with red light. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The large black dog gazed at this high platform and seemed to be filled with endless emotions. He said, "In the past, a certain emperor often gazed at the boundless starry sky there. He would sit there for an entire night, but no matter how great a peerless genius was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time." Emperor Wushi. Yifan didn't need to think to know that the large black dog was definitely talking about Emperor Wushi. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there something special about this sky-gazing platform? A great emperor sat here for a long time, so perhaps there was something special about it. There's no need to think too much. That great emperor only cultivated there for a period of time and didn't leave anything behind. The large black dog shook his head. This stone is a treasure. It has been more than 100,000 years, but it's still sparkling and translucent. Such a perfect high platform. Why hasn't anyone moved it away? Tu Fei was a blabbermouth and said whatever came to his mind. Many passers-by rolled their eyes at him, as if they were very dissatisfied with his words. This stone is very special. At night, it receives starlight and nourishes the entire ancient city, turning this place into a beautiful place. No one dares to destroy it, an old man said. Yifan's group was very eye-catching. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back like a cute little fairy, attracting attention wherever she went. Yifan didn't hide his true appearance, and a large black dog followed beside him, so people could immediately guess his background. They entered a restaurant that was close to the sky-gazing platform. Isn't that the Saint Physique? Why did he suddenly come to the central region? I heard long ago that his time is up, and rumor has it that he came to the Undying Mountain in the central region to find a chance to survive. He dares to enter that place? During the extremely chaotic Dark Age, everyone saw how terrifying it was. Even the old Saint Lord wasn't willing to enter the Undying Mountain in his old age. The business of the restaurants in the central region of the ancient city was naturally booming. There were many people entering and exiting, and many people looked over. Yi Fan and the others chose a private room, and when they opened the window, they just happened to be able to see the sky-gazing platform. At this time, the sky had darkened and the stars were twinkling. They could see starlight flowing and sprinkling down on the city. The large black dog stretched out his neck and looked outside, paying attention to the sky-gazing platform as if he was waiting for something. At the same time, Pangbo and the others discovered that there were many more people around the sky-gazing platform. The tea houses and restaurants were packed. What's going on? Li Heishui was surprised. Dear customers, this is the annual sky-gazing day. The starlight is like water, and you will see a very beautiful scene. The people in this city are all used to it. Those who come here to watch are all foreigners who came because of its reputation. Could it be that you all didn't come here just for this? Yi Fan and the others were even more certain that everything was done on purpose by the large black dog. He came here to reminisce about the past. When When the sky completely darkened, stars appeared in the sky, and large amounts of starlight like snow-white clouds could be seen, sprinkling down lightly. It was extremely beautiful, and the entire ancient city became holy and pure. This was especially so for the sky-gazing platform. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with an intoxicating brilliance. It attracted the stars and the moon, causing the entire city to be enshrouded in spiritual beauty. I'm already sick of seeing this once a year. Actually, it's nothing much. It's not like it's a real scene of ascension. It's just that the starlight is being guided here. Those old undyings just have to say that this is a place where the ancient emperors gazed at the distant star regions. They talk about it so mysteriously, but even they themselves can't explain it. They want us to come here every year to try our luck. This was a group of descendants from aristocratic clans. They entered a restaurant and chose a seat near the window, adjacent to the restaurant that Fan and the others had chosen. They could see the situation here. Earlier, I heard someone say that the Saint Physique has entered the sky-gazing city. It's really him, someone said in a low voice. Feng Lin, that's your brother-in-law. Why aren't you going over to greet him? Someone laughed and teased. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get angry with you. I've long said that he has no relationship with my cousin. They aren't engaged at all, Feng Lin said in a heavy voice. It's not that I want to criticize your sister, but she's simply too arrogant. That's a Saint Physique who broke the curse, yet she didn't even place him in her eyes. This is good as well. My elder brother will have a chance. A young man laughed. Feng Lin said, don't say such things. Luckily, my cousin didn't choose. If not, he wouldn't have many days left to live. He would die very soon. Even if he broke the curse, what's the use? Their voices were very soft, almost inaudible. But how could someone as powerful as Fan and the others not hear them? Since we came to the northern region, we most probably still have some relationship with the Wind Clan. Pangbo laughed. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll personally pay them a visit and return the 5 million kilograms of origin source. Fan smiled and shook his head. It's impossible even if I don't want to get involved. I've just arrived here and I already heard such discussions. Speaking of which, half a year is almost up. If they see that you don't die, I wonder what expression they will have. It'll definitely be very interesting. Hee hee. Li Heishui laughed. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Many people in the tea houses and restaurants rushed out, all of them looking up at the sky. A rare treasure that flew down from the heavens. That's right, it rushed down from the starry sky. Many people cried out in shock. They were all cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally very strong. They personally saw a glowing object falling down from the sky. The sky-gazing ancient city was in a commotion. Everyone rushed up into the sky, heading toward the horizon, wanting to fight for the rare treasure that flew down from the outer region. In the distant past, it wasn't that there wasn't such a legend. In the vast and boundless starry sky, powerful divine objects would occasionally fall down. On the annual night of the sky-gazing ancient city, such a thing actually happened. No one could remain calm. Almost everyone rushed up into the sky, all of them making a move to fight for the glowing object. The large black dog's eyes almost popped out. He mumbled, "Damn, is it really related to the outer region? It looks like I didn't hear wrongly back then." That was a massive glowing object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it swooped down like a streak of silver light. Its shape was like a massive disc, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. It seemed to be forged from black gold. It was enveloped by a layer of pure white energy radiance, appearing very mysterious. Boom! Some cultivators had just rushed over when they were blasted into flying ashes by the dazzling light that shot out. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, and it could actually annihilate space. It was terrifying, as expected of a rare treasure. The light it emitted is so terrifying. We must obtain it. Many cultivators became even more frenzied, all of them rushing up. Those with weaker strength didn't dare to approach, while those with stronger strength all stretched out their large hands or drew out their magic treasures to collect that divine object. Boom! However, this disc was incredibly terrifying. The light that shot out annihilated the void, causing the bones and flesh of many powerful cultivators to shatter. They couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Wong, silver light flickered, and it landed on the sky-gazing platform, flickering with demonic light. The others didn't understand, but they still rushed forward, doing their best to fight for it. Yifan and Pang Bo looked at each other, tongue-tied. They discovered that this divine object from the outer region was a flying saucer. We actually saw this kind of thing. Let's snatch it. Perhaps we can use it to return home. The boundless universe, the boundless starry sky. There are too many secrets hidden. In this world where cultivators can fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth, we actually saw another civilization. Yifan and Pang Bo were extremely excited, and they both stood up. They were filled with curiosity about the owner of the flying saucer, and they decided that they definitely had to befriend it. Chapter 457. The azurite disk had a diameter of 300 meters, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It landed on the sky observatory platform like an ancient ferocious beast lying dormant. Everyone surrounded it, but no one dared to make a move. The light shot out by this huge metal disc could annihilate space, and there were many cultivators who were injured or killed just now. I've never seen such a huge, otherworldly item. I'm afraid only Supreme Sect Masters can touch it. This is a treasure of the sect. Unfortunately, we can only look at it and can't go forward to collect it. This is really frustrating. Many cultivators discussed, but they didn't dare to act rashly. The lesson of blood was right in front of them, and no one dared to disregard their lives. What is this? It fell from the galaxy, but it didn't burn into ashes. Could it be the weapon of an ancient sage? The large black dog was suspicious. Yifan and Pang Bo discussed in secret for a while. Then, they used their divine sense to explore the azurite disk at the same time, wanting to communicate with the creature inside. In their eyes, it was very likely to be a kind of otherworldly civilization. If they could establish a good relationship with them, they might be able to cross the galaxy and return to the other side of the galaxy. Unfortunately, they couldn't use their divine sense to explore it. The azurite disk was surrounded by a gentle radiance, blocking everything and isolating their divine senses. That was a layer of mysterious energy barrier. Doubt, power, and divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and it was protected inside. This made them frown. Quick, spread the news. Whoever comes first will get this treasure of the sect. Quickly send a message to the clan, and ask the clan leader to come and collect the divine object. Many people reacted quickly, and the news instantly spread in all directions. For a moment, the Sky Observatory ancient city was in an uproar. Suddenly, clothes fluttered, and an old figure appeared in the distant sky. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his large sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked very much like an otherworldly old immortal. The great elite of the Crane tribe is here. Many human cultivators felt that things were not good. The Crane tribe of the Demon tribe lived in this city, and now they were in a favorable position. Now that a divine lord-level figure had appeared, how could the others fight for it? After the great dark turmoil ended more than 100,000 years ago, the demon race's 10,000 magnates lived in seclusion in the central region of the East Baron. The Crane race was one of the best among them. It was said that the race lord back then was an ancient sage who looked down on the East Baron. He chose one of the top 10 ancient cities as his residence, and no one dared to say no. No one dared to jump out and challenge him. It could almost be said that the Crane tribe was the master of this city. All of you back off. Let this old man witness what it is. The immortal Crane race's mighty being's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. The azure gold disc seemed to have a mind of its own as it sensed the dangerous aura. The pure white radiance that enveloped it became even more dazzling, forming a huge light curtain. Divine item from the outer realm. Let me see what's so special about it. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and grabbed at the round disc directly. Patriarch, be careful. It can annihilate the void. There were quite a number of people from the Crane clan here. When they saw that terrifying scene just now, they all spoke up to warn him. Boom! The azure gold disc trembled and shot out a dazzling brilliance. It cleaved a huge rift in the void and extended all the way to the horizon. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage didn't move and allowed the surrounding void to collapse. He was like a holy spirit and didn't decay. However, he also frowned. Buzz! The azure gold disc trembled, and the brilliance it shot out became even brighter. The void was annihilated continuously. It was trying its best to stop that huge hand that was reaching down. Although the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage had monstrous magic power, it wasn't good for him to forcefully grab it in the face of such a terrifying scene. He used his world-shocking Tao power to seal the sky. A giant red-crowned crane took form, forming a dazzling curtain of the sky. It pressed downwards, wanting to cover the azure gold disc below. Boom! The void was destroyed. The mysterious divine item from the outer realm rushed up to the sky. It wasn't sealed below. It had a premonition of danger and wanted to fly away. Where do you think you're going? The old chief of the Red Crane lineage let out a light shout. An ray of light rushed out from his mouth, quickly hitting it. With a pop sound, it collided with the azure gold round disc, causing it to shake and almost fall down. The light screen on it even dimmed a little. Old friend, let me lend you a hand. A long shout was heard. The speed was extremely fast. The person who came was many times faster than the speed of sound. This was a tall and mighty old man. His whole body was blazing with golden light like burning flames. He cut through the sky and arrived. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his skin was flowing with golden light. He was like a god. It was the famous golden-winged Old Rock King. He was a famous and peerless expert of the demon race. He was also a big figure of the demon race in the central region and could look down on the world. Bang! He reached out a huge hand and wanted to take the azure gold disc away. However, he was stopped by the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage. Old Rock King, are you helping me or trying to take it for yourself? We are brothers. What's the difference between us? Let me see it first, and I'll return it to you later. The old Rock King laughed loudly. His whole body was shining with golden light, as if he was cast from gold. I'll show you later. The Crane immortal lineage leader shook his head. Boom! The azure gold disc released the most intense radiance, shattering the void and annihilating all tangible matter. Even the golden-winged old Pung King jumped in fright. That large golden hand didn't even have time to dodge and was struck head-on. A bright light flashed, and dozens of blood droplets fell from the sky. The golden-winged Old Rock King frowned. A small wound appeared on his palm. He sighed and said, I don't know how many years it has been. No one could hurt me. Today, it actually made a bloody wound on me. Everyone was speechless. That was a mighty force that could annihilate space. However, it only made a small wound on his palm. It made everyone's hair stand on end. How powerful was this old rock? It was really shocking and made everyone's hearts tremble. This was a terrifying, holy master-level figure that could look down on the boundless land. Even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other. They felt a headache. A supreme sect master-level figure was really unfathomable. Waves of coldness rose in their hearts. Even though the corporeal body of the Sky Rock race was terrifying, it wasn't absolutely immortal. The old Rock King had used his overflowing magic power and great Tao to block that peerless attack. Two old friends, I've come to help you. Another person rushed over. He looked like a middle-aged man and was very powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He stood tall and heroic. It was the Wind Race's holy master. Let this old man see what exactly this is. Another old man crossed the void and came over. His hair was white like snow, and his eyes were like divine lightning. He was hale and hearty. Someone recognized that this was the holy master of all beginnings. He was already over 2,000 years old, and his lifespan was near its end. His strength was unfathomable. These great figures didn't have much anger in their words and were calm and unhurried. However, when they took action, none of them backed down. They all wanted to seize the azurite disk in their hands and resist each other. This shouldn't be a divine object refined by an ancient sage, right? Many people were shocked. Otherwise, how could several great sage-level figures care so much about it? Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to doubt it. It didn't seem like a flying saucer either. Perhaps it really was a great treasure. Even if there was an extraterrestrial civilization, how could it be so easy to see one? Several great figures fought over the azurite disk. None of them gave way and took action in the void. Swoosh! Suddenly, the azurite disk pierced through the void and opened up a black hole. It made its way inside and quickly disappeared from sight. However, a treasure that can cross the void on its own is extremely rare. Could it really be related to an ancient sage? Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. Even if a Holy Master level figure's weapon produced its own deity, it still wouldn't be this intelligent. It was most likely a sage treasure. Chase it. The old Rock King was the first to rush into the black hole. He followed the ready-made region gate and chased after it. He didn't want to let it go at all. The other Holy Masters and tribe leaders also did the same. They flashed and disappeared, following after him. Should we go and take a look? Two Big Mouth was a little restless. Let's go and take a look. It is most likely a treasure of an ancient sage. Especially since it came from the outer realm, it has an extraordinary meaning, the Black Emperor said. Can you determine where it flew to? Pang Bo asked. At this moment, the region gate had already closed. Who am I? The Tao patterns that open region gates can't stop me. I can determine its direction and distance. The large black dog boasted shamelessly. The cute dog is boasting, little Nan Nan said innocently as she sat on his back. They all laughed. Li Heishui said, not long ago, it was 6 million miles away. Little Nan doesn't believe you anymore. I can guarantee it this time. The large black dog quickly began to carve Tao patterns. At the same time, many region gates in the sky, gazing ancient city, opened at the same time. Many elites were proficient in formation patterns, and they also determined the direction the azurite disk flew to. Let's go. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When they rushed out, they entered a vast wilderness. Endless primitive forests covered the land, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone came here. In the distance, the mountain range collapsed, and rocks shot into the clouds. The battle between holy masters formed a terrifying scene. That azurite disk also shot out endless divine light, sweeping away all material objects. This doesn't look like a flying saucer. It's too powerful. Pang Bo mumbled. If it is, that kind of outer realm civilization is too developed. If it really is a spaceship, I think the people inside would be even more horrified. The few holy masters are undoubtedly undying gods and devils in their eyes, Yi Fan said with a smile. What is a spaceship? Little Nan Nan asked, blinking her large eyes. It is a divine item that can only be refined by an ancient sage. It is a supreme treasure, the Black Emperor interrupted. This caused Yi Fan to wipe his sweat guiltily. Many people appeared in this region, and they all followed and watched from afar. Boom! The azurite disk once again pierced through the void, disappearing from its original spot. The powerful figures chased after it. Just like that, they crossed the void dozens of times. The sky was already bright, and the red sun had risen. Who knew how far they had traveled? In the central region of the Eastern Baron, many sects received the news. The ancient inheritances of the monster race were all mobilized. Experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Tao One Holy Land also rushed over. This isn't right. The aura here is too terrifying. Where have we come to? The Black Emperor was bewildered. After crossing the void for the last time, the few of them felt that something was wrong, and their hearts were pounding. This was a primitive region with boundless wilderness. Many ancient trees towered into the sky, and they were like small mountains. Many ancient vines even buried the mountains beneath them. It was too primitive. Who knew how many years these vines had been growing for? They should have long become sky monsters, but they were still in their original forms. They could occasionally see strange beasts, but they had never seen or heard of them before. They were all strange and terrifying and filled with a dangerous aura. They were all ancient beasts. Take a detour. Those strange beasts are all inconceivably powerful existences. They are the descendants of the various beast kings from the desolate era. You must not provoke them, the Black Emperor reminded. There were some existences in the monster race who were innately powerful and incomparably arrogant. They would never choose to take human form in their entire lives. They were not willing to integrate into a world where humans were the masters. These terrifying existences would always evolve in the form of beast kings. They walked a completely different path from the monster race. They were not close to human nature. Once they were angered, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would easily appear. Several holy lords were fighting at the front. They broke a few mountains and provoked an incomparably powerful beast king. It was a Longma, and it was as large as a mountain. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a cheilant's legs. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, as if it was burning with raging flames. It raised its head and roared. It was not any weaker than any holy lord. It charged into the middle of the group and shattered a mountain with its roar. What is this place? Many people had traversed the void and followed them here. They all wore expressions of confusion. When everyone had followed the azure golden disk and the holy lords for more than 50 kilometers, the dangerous aura became even more intense, causing their hair to stand on end. Even the holy lords who were engaged in battle were bewildered. Meanwhile, that ancient beast king had also stopped roaring. Although it was still engaged in a fierce battle, it had quieted down. What's ahead? Yifan's heart jolted. It's a black mountain range. It looks very special. Pangbo was also bewildered. We actually came here. The large black dog couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Thankfully, we didn't deviate this time. Otherwise, if we had fallen into that mountain range, none of us would have survived." With every step they took, they could feel the terrifying aura become stronger, causing them to feel uneasy. It was as if they were slowly approaching a supreme and terrifying existence. The mountain range was majestic and towering, as if it had been standing here since the beginning of the world. Every mountain could be called the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. Their auras were boundless and majestic. The mountain range was verdant and lush, and ancient trees grew everywhere. It seemed full of vitality. There were also some lakes that decorated the mountain range. However, they couldn't conceal the true color of the mountain range. It was pitch black. What is this place? Tu Fei couldn't help but ask in fear. The Undying Mountain. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. What? We've arrived outside the Undying Mountain? We've actually arrived here. Li Heishui was shocked. They all rejoiced inwardly and looked at the large black dog. Fortunately, he was still reliable this time and didn't deviate too much. Otherwise, they would have really died. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly play myself to death? The large black dog mumbled guiltily. The Divine Master-level characters fought outside the Undying Mountain, and they were all extremely wary. Their overwhelming magic power was suppressed, and they didn't dare to be too impudent. They were afraid that some unparalleled existence would walk out from inside. There were too many terrifying legends about the Undying Mountain. The existences that walked out from inside had once wreaked havoc in the world, causing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to flow. This was the most terrifying Dark Age. If it wasn't for the great accomplishment Saint Physique and the great ancient emperor appearing one after another and using the power of 2 lifetimes to suppress all of this, the history of the human race in the Eastern Barren Territory would have almost been rewritten. As they neared the black, undying mountain, the kings of the mountains and the emperors of the mountains stood tall and majestic. Their terrifying auras made their hearts palpitate, and everyone was frightened. Yifan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He was afraid that she would be frightened, but he unexpectedly discovered that she was safe and sound. She was the only one who wasn't affected. Her small face was flushed, and she sat on the back of the Black Emperor. She blinked her large eyes and looked curiously at the mountain range. You don't need to worry about her. In a while, let little darling enter the undying mountain to pluck the enlightenment tea. It won't be a problem, the large black dog mumbled. What are you talking about? Yifan rebuked. I'm not joking. In the current world, I'm afraid that only she can enter the undying mountain safely, the large black dog said. Boom! Suddenly, the azure gold disk flashed with light and rushed into the undying mountain.